Chapter 55. The Cacophony of the Demon City. At the heart of the demon city of Chaos Flame, the crimson lapis castle collapsed, shadows overflowing. That was the true nature of the thunderous roar that rocked the city, and the nightmarish spectacle witnessed through the eyes of those present. Blending within a single stone of crimson lapis, red and blue colors danced, and the gorgeous castle, fashioned from stacking these precious stones of whimsical beauty, crumbled as easily as a castle made of sand. To those who knew the demon city and to the residents of the demon city, it was a shock, equivalent to that of the heavens falling. What should not have come to pass had indeed happened, to the point of blurring the line between dream and reality. And this was no exception for those less familiar with the demon city. The tremors also spread to a room in a traveling inn that was prepared for outside visitors to the demon city. Some stared bug-eyed, glaciated in place. Some stiffened their whole body in utmost alertness. Some shrieked, having fallen on their rear. Some drew nearer to each other as to protect themselves from the quaking. However, despite the differing reactions, the identity of what befell them was the same threat. While held captive by it, seized by instinctive fear for a moment, the irreparable situation was, and everyone quiet down. That moment, a sharp, resonant, overlapping voice cut through the interval of time marked by rigidity caused by the threat. The two voices which resonated within the room, homogeneous ones at that, struck their eardrums, rousing even those minds that had fallen into ceased thought. The pair to emit a sharp voice were the black-haired figures, the ones before them raising their heads in a snap. The two men, one with a bare face and the other with his behind an Oni mask, each reached out their arm towards the overwhelming scene of collapse that could be seen outside the window. "Abel, do not stop. If we delay in dealing with that thing, we shall all lose our lives. Vincent. That which has swallowed the castle and is still devouring the sky altogether is a great glutton. If we do not do something here, the number of victims shall multiply in the blink of an eye. Everyone. Abel and Vincent, Kaphma Irulux." As if their thoughts were the same, the two men's gazes converged on one person. The brown-skinned man to whom those steady stares were directed. Kaphma Irulux was thrust into the midst of confusion, unknowing of which way to turn his gaze of bewilderment. But the confusion would not prolong for long, because Abel and Vincent, stop that shadow. Know that the price for your procrastination is the lives of the people of the Empire. Kaphma, yes. The moment he was presented with the action needed to be taken and the clear purpose of what needed to be done, the hesitation in Kaphma's eyes vanished. Kaphma placed his fist on his chest, bowed and spoke. "Kaphma, I shall leave your side. May the divine protection of the Yang sword be with you. Vincent, your work shall be my divine protection. Ex yourself to the very last." Kaphma, to the utmost. Giving a powerful reply, Kaphma headed straight toward the window. Using that vigor for a leap, Kaphma sliced through the window with his outstretched arm and rushed out, scattering shards of glass. Immediately after, Kaphma's back bulged out, and 6 transparent wings spread out from behind his cloak, which he had cast off. Fluttering wings that gave the impression of being those of a winged insect, Kaphma's figure flew through the sky of the demon city as if cleaving the sky itself. The course was straight for Crimson Lapis Castle, which was set to be destroyed by the overflowing shadows. "Abel, how many people did you bring?" Giving a backwards glance at Kaphma's flight, the man in the Oni mask, Abel asked a pointed question. The question was directed at Vincent, a black-haired handsome man who had received a bow from Kaphma. The man now occupying the throne of the Valatian Empire narrowed his eyes slightly at Abel's question. "Vincent, my retinue is as you can see, Kaphma Irulux and the absent Olbart Dunkelken. The other one would not be of much help. Abel, no pawns to lay down. Perhaps traveling light has backfired, Vincent. The responsibility you are accounting me for is exceeding absurdity." Once Vincent revealed his cards without hesitation, Abel uttered an inconsiderate comment. Vincent responded with a complaint, to which Abel did not take kindly. Abel, his hand on his chin and his fingers tracing the bottom of the Oni mask, pondered for a few seconds, then glanced at the others in the room, the ones who were unable to hide their unease at the threat. The two girls, both young in appearance, were able to react to that gaze, even though they did not speak. One of them was Medium O'Connell with blonde hair and blue eyes, and the other was Tanza, a deer person in a kimono with round, quivering eyes. Neither of them would be the deciding factor in this situation. The only one who could potentially be some sort of key actor would be, why. At a time like this, Medium, Al Chin. The frightened voice gave no heed whatsoever to the quiet Abel's stare, holding his head with his right hand, terrified of the scene outside the window but tormented by the dilemma of being unable to take his eyes off it. Was a dark-haired boy, his face concealed by a ragged piece of cloth that had been messily rolled up. Of all the people Abel had with him, this boy was, in a sense, the one who had not shown his true depths, but given this terrified look of his, which did not appear to be an act, Abel was hesitant to include him in the plan. It was not out of consideration for the feelings of the person. It was purely an appraisal of uselessness. Vincent. If so, not many measures can be taken. The profile of Abel in careful deliberation was struck by Vincent's words, the latter standing next to him. Standing side by side, the two men looked out the window. Or perhaps they ought to be called two emperors. Abel exhaled, dismissing the sentiment that momentarily surfaced as trivial. Vincent was right. Not many possible measures could be taken. And in response to Vincent, who would have reached the same conclusion, he voiced scant words. Abel, link up with Yorna Mishiger. We require her strength. Tarita, smelling a change in the situation, moistened her parched lips with her tongue. The change in the air, the scent of the pursuers, the feeling on her skin of bloodlust and hostility directed at her. All of those of which appealed to her differently than they had just before, making her pause for a moment to make a decision, considering these sensations. She impetuously wondered whether they really were a good thing or a bad thing. However, Tarita, neither of those matter. If her conclusion were the same, Tarita would not be deeply concerned. She was aware that she was not very bright to begin with. If this were Mizelda, her older sister, she would probably be able to deduce the correct answer based on her instinctive intuition, even if their minds were not so different. But Tarita did not possess the same sense of smell as her sister. Probably she also lacked a quick wit. She had absolutely nothing. Spending vast quantities of time worrying about it would eventually lead to endless hesitation about which answer was the correct one. Therefore, she decided to just not waver. Once the outcome was clear, she could agonize endlessly about the pros and cons of it. Therefore, Tarita did not change her approach, regardless of the change in the atmosphere of her pursuers. Tarita. You can't break free, no matter how strong you are. Tightened around the struggling man with bloodshot eyes, Tarita's jacket blocked his respiratory tract. The sheepman with his right eye ablaze attempted to escape his restraints desperately. But Tarita, having taken off her jacket to use its sleeve to constrict his neck, cut a tendon in her opponent's arm, preventing him from acting. Frankly speaking, she was greatly tormented by the robustness of her pursuers, who kept getting back up even after she had gouged out their vital areas. Tarita, even if I don't know how to deal with it, even I managed it one way or the other. Eventually, the man's panting voice became inaudible, and his body, losing its strength, went limp. Choosing that moment, Tarita removed the jacket from around the man's neck and pulled his collapsed body to the side of the road. Tarita sighed as she exhaled, and behind her, the bodies of her pursuers, having been strangled by her, were lying in a row along the walls of the street. After realizing that strikes and knife attacks were ineffective and that strangulation techniques were effective, she ended up fighting them off with that single technique. Although the pursuers had been blessed with unusual strength and stamina, they seemed to be novices in the art of efficiently applying such power. Thanks to this, Tarita's skills pulled through, and she was able to continue to properly neutralize her pursuers. If she could have just let him die, this affair would have been done and over with much faster. Do not kill anyone. With that phrase flashing across her head, Tarita was forced into quite the struggle. Abel had given her those words of instruction just before she parted to serve as a decoy, to allow everyone to get away from the inn. Considering the circumstances into which she was put, perhaps she should have objected by calling them reckless words at the time. But would someone with eyes as discerning as Abel's give instructions that could not be carried out? Or perhaps he had given that instruction with the belief that Tarita was capable of following it? If so, It would mean that Abel had perceived Tarita's ability. Tarita. Just to what extent was Abel capable of seeing things? Of course, one only had to look at the mysterious techniques that had struck Subaru, Medium, and Al to see that Abel was not a person able to anticipate every eventuality and move with perfect foresight. If such a thing were possible, it would no longer be the work of a human being, but the work of an extraordinary being. It was a realm of reasoning that should not be ventured into. Something that could not be considered possible of being violated by a human being. One could not help but think if a human being able to reach what was just beyond their reach existed, that too was a deliberation. As one of the Shudrak, Tarita possessed the skill to take down any prey. Abel would have known that Tarita had mastered the art of strangulation, which was not supposed to work on beasts, and the reason for this. Well, Theus is quite the spectacle. Tarita. HK. While ruminating over that, a voice slipped into a gap in Tarita's consciousness, stopping her in her tracks. Abruptly jolted back to reality by this, Tarita turned around with a dagger in her hand. Then, hoping to drive a blow to the assassin who had closed in behind her without any cue. Wait, will you? That's a tiad premature. Tarita. You? Oh, are you all right? Have you calmed down? Is it okay if I put my arms down? Just as she was about to disable her opponent's limbs, Tarita stopped wielding her knife in an instant. In front of her, holding his head and awkwardly attempting to defend himself, was an ashen-haired, effeminate man in a hooded blue robe. He was a man with a handsome face, however. The flame common to her pursuers was not burning in his eyes, and above all, the amateurishness of his demeanor made him seem harmless. However, the fact remained that he had evaded Tarita's vigilance and stood behind her. Tarita. Delicate man. Oh my, guess I'm distrusted a whole lot. I happen to be just a regular guy passing by this place. Tarita. I don't think an ordinary person would be able to look at this and remain calm. The self-proclaimed harmless, delicate man gave one more reason as to why it was impossible for her to let down her guard towards him. Regarding the bodies of her pursuers lined up on the wall, unless he approached them and checked whether they were alive or dead, it would not be surprising if he believed them dead. Yet he remained unfazed. Unless his heart had gone cold, she could not come up with an answer aside from him being accustomed to them. At Tarita's wary look, the delicate man smiled bashfully. For a moment she was almost distracted by the smile of the finely featured man, but her wariness of danger won out over her reaction to his beautiful looks. When it came to handsome men with delicate faces, Flop was plenty enough. Right now isn't the time to be thinking about him. Delicate man. Oh. No, I've been seen through. I certainly wouldn't say it's a familiar sight back home. I told you it was quite the spectacle. Well, Tarita-san. Tarita. HK delicate man. Oh, don't gut me. Don't gut me. I'm not the enemy, even if I seem suspicious. Her caution, that had begun to slacken for a moment until just before that, was instantly reinforced. The man of delicate features in front of her called out Tarita's name with a cool demeanor, as if she were something like an old acquaintance of his. Of course, the man before Tarita's eyes was no sort of acquaintance. There should be no one Tarita was familiar with, and would call her by name here. That information should not have been acquired by him. The only ones that could have possibly given him that information were Abel and the others who had separated from her, but... Tarita, have you met my family? Delicate man, you've come with your family? I've heard the people of Shudrak don't come out of the forest often. Was there a change in the chieftain's policy? Tarita, how do you know that I'm... Delicate man, that... Feels like it the more you speak, that's all. With a wry smile, the attitude of the delicate man towards Tarita seemed to have deepened in familiarity, but in contrast, Tarita grew more cautious of him, her feelings of displeasure intensifying by his eeriness. There was nothing like a sign of hostility, or anything of the sort. However, the intensifying eeriness, little by little, instilled in Tarita the dangerous impression that she should, at this juncture, eliminate him. And Tarita had an inkling of how the planted seedlings of suspicion would sprout, what buds they would develop, and what flowers they would bloom. The reason was, delicate man, disgrace of the Shudrak. Tarita. Ah. Suddenly, Tarita's consciousness went blank as she heard the words woven by the delicate man's lips. Tarita. Why did this man say those words? No, Why does he know? Because the man who had spoken those words to Tarita before had already... Delicate man. It's a commandment, isn't it? For you, who became the disgrace of the Shadrach. Tarita-san, Tarita. Ah, commandment. Delicate man. It's about something which can be described as the alignment of the stars, or their guidance. It's like, about people having their own destinies. I'm in the business of gazing at them. Tarita was left dumbfounded, and the delicate man shook his head, saying, "Oh." Then he put his hand on his own chest, and, with his two eyes, shot straight through Tarita. Delicate man. I guess you could call it a commandment for us. Tarita. Tarita swallowed a breath, her throat making a noise, at that pronoun being spoken in the plural. The loudness of that noise was accompanied by the illusion that the whole world was quaking. No, Tarita's gulp did not make the world quake. However, as a matter of fact, the world was quaking. That was... delicate man. Holy crap. The delicate man let out a carefree sigh which conferred on him the impression of a happy-go-lucky person. However, what happened was an event so extreme that his attitude could not express it completely. In the distance, the beautiful crimson lapis castle, which stood at the heart of the demon city, far away from Tarita and the delicate man, crumbled with terrific force, its red and blue light being covered by black darkness. It was no figurative expression, for a truly black darkness covered the crimson lapis castle. Something beautiful, something radiant, was being painted over by something foul. Something accursed. Delicate man. Miyumai, how should I put it? This might be a small bit I didn't gaze. Tarita, you. The delicate man gazed at the collapsing castle and the flood of darkness, using his hands as a visor. She suspected that this man, who seemed so unconcerned, could possibly be the cause of that abnormal event. But as if sensing Tarita's doubt, he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Delicate man, feels awkward to mention this immediately after I talked about a commandment. But that and I got nothing to do with each other. In the first place, that's the kingdom of Lugunica's problem, isn't it? That's outside my responsibility. Tarita. Outside your responsibility, the kingdom of Lugunica, delicate man. Maybe that child isn't aware that they're a stargazer? If that's the case, His Excellency's made quite the daring gamble. Maybe he had no choice in the hand he was dealt. Tarita. I don't understand. If you know something." Intending to intimidate him into answering, Tarita stepped in and grabbed the delicate man by the neck. She pressed the man's slender frame against the wall and placed the blade in her hand against his white neck. If Tarita were to flick her wrist, a great deal of blood would gush immediately from the man's neck. The feel of the cold blade should have given the delicate man a sufficient foresight of his future. Delicate man. Mayhaps my life or death's got little to do with what's going on. Tarita. HK, delicate man. I don't think your side should be spending a lot of time here. I'm not gazeeing the stars, so it's just a hunch on my part. And yet, the delicate man nonchalantly continued to stare into Tarita's eyes, ignoring the feel of the blade. The most discomfort she had ever felt towards this man was felt at this moment. Without any clear rationale that could be put into words, the urge to just cut off the man's head flashed through her. However, just before she surrendered herself to that violent impulse, delicate man, killing me won't make things better. It was the same last time around, no? Those few words were enough to stop Tarita from actually ending it all with the knife she held in her hand. Delicate man. Whoopsie. Tarita, please, get out of my sight. Right now. Gritting her teeth, Tarita, still grabbing the delicate man by his nape, threw him onto the street. The man managed to somehow roll using his long legs and break the fall, stroking his roughly handled neck with his hand, looking at Tarita's face with a, "You sure it's fine? Delicate man. You may be slitting your own throat here. Literally, you may never have the opportunity to run into me like this again." Tarita. Then, that's the best. Looking at your face, it's like... Delicate man. Tarita. It's like, are you in the mood to make me face a nightmare I've had many times? With a feeling like that of a curse, Tarita gave a swing of her hand as if to dismiss the delicate man. The gesture caused the man to sigh, looking toward the collapsing castle in the distance. Delicate man. Apparently, unlike me, you've got a task to do. Theati may be the trump card to suppress that shadow. Tarita? Me? I have such power. Delicate man. A commandment's already been handed down. You know that, right? Disgrace of the Shudrak. Tarita. Delicate man. You're free to fulfill it or not. As someone who hasn't received one, I don't envy you for being able to follow the path, though. After saying so, the delicate man pulled the hood over his head and turned his back to Tarita, and started running. Fast, but not fast enough. Although she could catch up with him if she wanted to, Tarita had no desire to chase him. The fact that deep down inside, she did not want to be involved with him anymore was true as well. But the biggest reason of all were the words he had left behind at the end. Tarita, the commandment has been handed down. She wished she had no idea of what he was talking about, but she did have an idea, and that idea had been endlessly plaguing Tarita over the past few days. She did not want to worry before taking action. She did not want to dwell on unfruitful anguish. Tarita-chan. Tarita. HK, medium. As Tarita was holding her shoulders tightly, casting her eyes downwards, a familiar voice called out to her. Turning around in a jiffy, Tarita saw a little girl running toward her, waving her hand in her direction. Medium, who had shrunk in stature, was coming toward her. Medium. I'm so glad. We found Tarita-san safe and sound right away. Tarita, glad you're safe and sound as well. Are Abel and Subaru and the others safe? Moreover, what in the world? With Medium rushing toward her, Tarita cast a flurry of questions at her. She had not expected her to be alone and looking for Tarita. Of course, it would be odd if she and Olbart were still playing hide-and-seek during the collapse of the Crimson Lapis Castle, but it was not as if they had a break to discuss that. At Tarita's question, Medium gasped slightly. Medium. Abel Chin and Al Chin are safe. Subaru Chin and Louis Chan are missing. Also, we need to do something about the shadow that came out of that castle. So Tarita-chan come as well. Tarita. Subiru and Louis, and where do I... Medium. From this moment on, we're gonna stop that shadow with Yorna-chan. Tarita-chan's power is also needed. That's what Abel Chin said. Tarita. Wide-eyed, Tarita could not help but be amazed at what she was told. At the edge of her field of vision, she saw a black shadow about to cause such an insane amount of damage that even Tarita, shaken by her interaction with the delicate man, was forced to recognize the reality of the situation. Neither stopping that thing nor challenging it were conceivable in Tarita's mind. And on top of that, she had been told that Abel was calling for her now. Medium. Tarita-chan, you're not injured, right? Can you still come? I'll do my best. So can you do your best with me? Tarita's confusion was quickly dispelled by Medium's unhesitating words. Even if her stature had been reduced, the straightforward disposition she possessed suffered no reduction, nor did it bend. As if guided by this, Tarita quietly nodded her head and said, Tarita, I understand. We'll head there right away. Medium. Thank you. Tarita felt a pang deep in her chest due to the medium's relief and her big nod. Anguish had been tormenting Tarita for a long, limitless amount of time. Forgotten by the immersion in battle, this anguish asserted its existence in anticipation of the great battle. The time for a resolution approaching. Tarita. Commandment. Tarita also mumbled the words offered by the vanished, delicate man, but only to herself. Anguish seemed to bounce around in her chest, as if it relished being called by name. Time returned to the moment when the Crimson Lapis Castle was destroyed in a great flood of darkness. Yona. Chill. Louis. Wow. In the nick of time, she pulled back the girl named Louis who tried to leap forward without hesitation. Just like that, following the appeal of every nerve in her body towards that instinctive threat. Unaware that the roof tiles of the castle tower would burst, she performed a mighty leap backwards. Trampled by the heel of thick-soled shoes, The impact received by the tiles propagated to the surrounding tiles, spreading destruction. However, the fact that the roof tiles were being shattered in this way was far too trivial in the face of the events that immediately followed. Yorna. With a crash, the overflowing shadows, darkness, and deep blackness engulfed the keep, and the exploding roof tiles vanished. No, it was not only the keep that was swallowed. Yorna's eyes caught the sight of the Crimson Lapis Castle's tower, plus its upper and middle levels, all being devoured by the deluge of darkness similar to a mudflow, disappearing from the world without a trace. That was a truly dark darkness which one must not be engulfed by. A real darkness that could not be brightly illuminated, that allowed nothing to be saved once taken in, that obscured all hope by coating everything over and over with despair. It could be judged instinctively. That was something that should not be. Lewis. You. Restraining the struggling girl in her embrace, Yorna's eyes darted to the keep that was stained black. The black-haired boy at the center of it, and Olbart, who was touching the boy with his hand at the moment that the black shadow overflowed, were nowhere to be seen. In that instant, she witnessed the arm Olbart had pulled back cease to exist. That thing was so overwhelming that even Olbart, with his greed for life and keen sense for danger, could not avoid sacrificing his own arm. Shortly after, she had given priority to leaping with Louis in her arms. Because of that, whether Olbart was alive or not was unknown. On one hand, she had believed that the monstrous old man would never die, while on the other hand, there was a cold voice within her mind, asking her if she could really have optimistic thoughts, looking at that jet-black thing. Also, there was something aside from Olbart's life or death that gave birth to a distortion in Yorna's thoughts. Yorna, child. That would be the boy who seemed to be at the heart of the sable shadow that had swallowed Olbart's arm, and his swallowed Olbart's arm. Safety. In Yorna's opinion, the boy had no abilities particularly out of the ordinary. His situational awareness was excellent. He made no mistakes as to when he should play his cards. If she were forced to say something about it, those had been the primary factors in netting him the win in the confrontation with Olbart. However, the praise went to his decisiveness, not to his superior ability. So she had to say that there was no possibility that the boy could have escaped at that moment, albeit that would only apply if the boy were a victim. Yorna. If this is the deed of that child, would this perhaps mean that the boy was lurking somewhere in that vast blackness? Yorna realized then that she did not want to believe that this had been something done intentionally by the boy. Acknowledging this, there was a decision that had to be made. That was the duty that she must perform as Lord of the Demon City, the position that she must bear, the object of love that she must choose. Yorna. HK. Just as she thought this, a change was produced in the darkness before Yorna's eyes. The shadow that had swallowed half of the Crimson Lapis Castle and was about to engulf the lower levels and walls of the castle in darkness. The portion of the shadow in control of the tower wriggled, extending hands towards Yorna and Lewis in midair. Yorna. Stretching out were literally hands, which could not be compared to anything else. Black hands stretched out towards Yorna and Lewis, whom she was holding in her arms. The stunning aspect was that they numbered not 1 nor 2, but 10 or 20 or even more were extended at once. The reason why the shadows stretching out did not have the idyllic calmness of silhouettes stretching longer and longer in the sunlight was that the arms, which should be devoid of expression, were overflowing with emotion. The vast amount of shadows and black arms appealed to her with a single emotion: hunger. It was not simply hunger in the sense of being hungry. It was an unfathomable hunger, one that desired taking in just anything and everything possible. Yorna, child, we're going to swing about. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Lewis, HK. With the purpose of avoiding the growing shadow, Yorna made extraordinary maneuvers in midair. She was unknowing of the nature of the shadows, and now that she had seen it doing damage to Olbart, she consciously established that touching it would be fatal. And so she had no choice but to avoid it altogether. Therefore, Yorna opened her eyes, and by pulling in the tiles that had burst out of their place due to her earlier leap and using them as her footholds, she created an escape route through the sky of the Demon City. With a fluttering sound, Yorna's figure soared high in the air, utilizing flying tiles as footing. She attempted shooting a piece of tile into the shadow's arm as to keep it in check, But, unable to pierce the shadow, it was engulfed into the part it was aimed at, disappearing into the void. In accordance with the speculation that it should not be touched, Yorna followed the footholds to a higher altitude. It would be best if the extending arms of the shadow were incapable of keeping up with the continuous ascent of Yorna's tiles. Perhaps if the shadow's range could be determined, it could be countered from there. Although, Yorna, it's awfully aggravating constantly being on the defensive. She was not being chased around. While it was also humiliating, of course, it went without saying that the Crimson Lapis Castle would take the most damage. Crimson Lapis was a beautiful, and, above all, rare, precious stone. The mere thought of building a castle with it was the very essence of absurdity. It was not because of Yorna's wealth or power that the castle was built. In the first place, it was not Yorna who had conceived the idea of building the Crimson Lapis Castle. The ones to construct the castle of whirling red and blue, the Crimson Lapis Castle, had been the residents of the Demon City. They decided that the castle of the ruler of the Demon City, Yorna, should not look shabby, so they each gathered precious stones and built that beautiful castle. It was a rare, precious stone. It was difficult to handle, and one could not even imagine the amount of hardships that would go into building the castle. Same went for Yorna. She had never imagined such hardship. Needless to say, Yorna watched the castle being built in its entirety. Therefore, Yorna, you have swallowed my love, you ruffian. Yorna extended her long, slender fingers toward the shadow that engulfed the castle. Nothing emanated from them, nor was it a necessary action. She just wished to confront the shadow, to remind it that this was a manifestation of her anger. A moment later, a ferocious strike came out from within the huge shadow engulfing the Crimson Lapis Castle. Yorna. There was no way for Yorna to know whether the shadow had substance, much less intent. However, Yorna was convinced that this had been a solid blow. The shadow had swallowed the Crimson Lapis Castle. Everything that composed it, down to each stone that formed its walls, the product of the residents' love for Yorna. Why should she regard it as just a castle? Why should she not love it? The shock wave of the castle exploding from within the sable darkness drastically dampened its momentum. As proof of this, every black arm hot on Yorna's tails dissipated, and so, with nothing able to catch up to her, she fled into the air. Even Lewis, who was writhing in her arms, widened her eyes in shock at the violent explosion of Yorna's love. However, Yorna could not be pleased by the girl's reaction, which could be alternatively described as admiration. Yorna, after all, a castle's only a castle, and you may say it can be rebuilt. But, Lewis, ooh? Yorna, no matter if I try to build a new castle, the castle I loved day after day was only this castle. Am I to think accursedly of my crumbling love, because my feelings weren't enough? Looking down at the Crimson Lapis Castle, more than half of it swallowed by the shadow, no longer remaining in its original form, Yorna's heart was struck with anguish. But Yorna had no time to indulge herself in sentimentality. Albeit the shadowy arms that pursued them may have disappeared, the great source of darkness was not gone. To say nothing of, Yorna, my fair skin tells me that the threat isn't gone. The impact of the explosion of the Crimson Lapis Castle was so powerful that it could have demolished the entire castle by itself. Nevertheless, even though the momentum had been lessened by the impact, the oppressive feeling given off from the black darkness did not waver in the slightest. If the shadow was alive and well, then, of course, so was the threat. In other words, she had to construct or find a way to dispel that jet-black thing at any cost, while the condition that it couldn't be touched remained the same. Yorna-sama. Oh. As Yorna's nerves sharpened, a voice coming from afar, from the ground, struck her eardrums. Taking a glance at it, Yorna saw that the ones who had called her were the residents of the Demon City, attempting to gather at the collapsed castle. They had been caught up in the collapse of the castle, attempting to assist the rescuing of the castle's soldiers, crawling out of the rubble. From the perspective of the Black Shadow, they must have looked too much like coveted prey. Yorna, everyone run away! Prompted by the signal of impending danger, Yorna called on the residents below to evacuate, but she was far too high up in the sky to rush down towards them. The distance was too great. They were too far out of reach, and it was impossible to ask all of them to have the same sense of peril that Yorna had. As a result, Yorna could not do anything but powerlessly watch the shadows overflowing towards the residents who had gathered at the castle out of concern for her, the lord of the demon city. Do not think I will make it effortless for you. The residents stood stock still as a black shadowy arm reached out to each one of them, and just before they were swallowed up into the eternal void, their bodies were snatched from the side. Dark green thorned vines. From afar, they reached the residents to do so. The vines, which Yorna had also witnessed before, stretched with furious energy, faster than the shadows. They caught the inhabitants' bodies with their prickles, allowing them to escape. Even in the demon city, in which beings possessing exotic physiology had assembled, Yorna could only think of one person able to pull that off. Kafma Irilux. By decree of His Excellency, the Emperor, I am at your service. A man from whose outstretched arms thorned vines grew, flapping transparent wings from his back. Kafma Irilux materialized at the center of the situation, causing Yorna to widen her eyes in surprise. Not only was his peculiar appearance surprising, but it was also surprising that he had protected Yorna's residence. In the past, with the pretext of suppressing Yorna's rebellion, Emperor Vincent had sent troops to gain full control of Chaos Flame. Kafma had been among those troops, and was one of those who had run rampant in Chaos Flame. So, for him to act to protect Yorna's citizens was, Kafma, no matter who you serve, you are equally a subject of the Empire. Yorna, Kafma, General First Class Yorna, I know you and I have different ideas, but we must not let this stand. I will cooperate with you. Responding thus to Yorna's watchful eyes, the flapping Kafma soared furiously through the air, dancing freely in the air, drawing the attention of the shadows, capturing Crimson Lapis Castle to himself. Kafma seemed intent on making full use of his mobility and control to buy time. The question was, however, what to do with the time he had bought. Yorna, child. Louis, Yorna pondered her choice of action immediately afterwards, and Louis, still held in her arms, went berserk again. But the way she raged was not as impulsive and violent as before. The girl spun herself around in Yorna's arms, pointing towards a spot on the ground while groaning. Yorna looked at where Louis was pointing and guessed what she was trying to say. And, Yorna, General Second Class Kafma, I'll leave this place to you for a while. Kafma, if that is what you need, understood, Yorna. And, Kafma, what is it? Kafma, who wished to avoid the growing shadows by circling about and concentrate on confronting the strong enemy, raised his voice slightly at Yorna's words. Yorna thought that it would be a mistake to fail to communicate this, even though she did not intend to hinder him. Yorna, for protecting my children earlier, I thank you. Kafma, as a general, I did what I had to do. He was slightly puzzled by Yorna's gratitude, however. Kafma replied with that. Yorna changed her assessment of the man who returned to his role and bought the necessary time. Although it did not change her impression that he was a hard-headed and inflexible person, if he carried through with those intentions of his, he truly was a virtuous person. If circumstances and conditions permitted, he would be one of the people she could love. Although Yorna's #1 position would not be overturned forever. Yorna, we're going to descend. Hold on tightly. Taking the tighter grip from Louis clinging onto her as a reply, Yorna traveled towards her destination, utilizing the wreckage of the building, the overturned ground, and even masses of dirt, all floating in midair, as footholds. Along the way, she instructed the residents, who appeared to wish further information, to, at any rate, distance themselves from the Crimson Lapis Castle, or rather from the former site of where the castle once stood, while she herself was heading for the rooftops of a house away from the castle. There, waiting leisurely for Yorna's arrival, was Yorna. Surely, I thought that His Excellency the Emperor would have come. Standing there majestically with arms folded was a dark-haired man, his face covered by an Oni mask. Once Yorna landed before the man's eyes, Louis left her arms and ran up to him, as if she had been waiting for him. Then, Louis grabbed the man's arm and pointed towards the castle, her long blonde hair bouncing about. Louis, oh, Abel, I understand it without you needing to tell everyone. After all, We had a disagreement regarding your treatment. You have quite some nerve to show your face before me. Louis. Ooh. Abel, do you intend to obey me? If so, I shall add you to our numbers. The man responded to Louis's complaint in a nonchalant manner as she tugged on his arm. Louis looked annoyed at his answer, but eventually released his arm as if there was no other way. Even so, the reason why I had not just rushed out was probably because she had pondered it over just like a little girl would. She had to recover the boy who had been swallowed by that black shadow at any cost. Abel, Yorna Mishigure, you understand the state of affairs. This great disaster cannot not be left unattended. Yorna, I agree. As the ruler of the demon city, there was no choice but to abandon that jet-black darkness that turns all to nothing with just a touch. To say nothing of the fact that it consumed my castle. Were you aware that something like that would happen? Abel, I thought there was something going on, but what it was specifically was outside of my estimation. Yorna. Squinting, Yorna attempted to gauge the sincerity of the man in front of her, but the man's heart was hidden behind the Oni mask, and she could not see through it even if she wanted to. Even if the mask had not been there, however, it would have been impossible to peer into his heart, a solitary existence that did not allow anyone to know his thoughts, heart, or intentions. That was the way of the 77th Emperor of the Sacred Valachian Empire. That was... Yorna, Your Excellency. Abel, do not call me that carelessly, unless you desire me to tear up your hopes within the missive. Yorna, pardon my discourtesy. How in the world did you find out what I desired? Abel. There was no certainty, not until you returned my messengers safely. Hearing his answer, Yorna was both impressed and dismayed by the thinking of the man in front of her. He was going to determine whether his thoughts were correct or not by utilizing her meeting with his messengers the previous day, checking whether his messengers returned safely from there or not. In this respect, Yorna felt bitter that she had been dancing on the palm of his hand, but more than that, Yorna, those child messengers should scold Your Excellency at least once. Abel, that comes after all the matters are settled. Yorna Mishigure, follow my directives. Yorna, if that's what's best for you, I have no choice but to comply. The man's oppressive way of speech, however, caused a moment of hesitation and resistance. Yorna had something to protect, the demon city of Chaos Flame and its inhabitants. All that was needed to protect it was someone with the ability to handle this affair correctly. Not in the meaning of ability to wage battle, but of ability to manage it. Yorna also had her own pride in this power, but it would be wrong to use him as an object of comparison. Who could compete in a bout of ability with a man who controlled and ruled the great empire, the nation with the largest landmass? Yorna. So what are you going to do? Yorna asked, ready to take any measure to protect the demon city. Louis, who had lined up next to her before she knew it, was also looking on in agreement with Yorna's intentions. Meeting the gaze of the two, of Yorna and Louis, the man, nay, the ruler of the empire, nodded in assent, and then... Abel. Abandon the city and beat a retreat. The demon city has no choice but to permit that shadow to swallow it. Chapter 56. The Great Disaster. Abandon the city and beat a retreat. In response to the declaration of the man in the Oni mask, Yorna's cheeks stiffened, and her gaze sharpened. She had just now decided to respect the opinion of the man in front of her, because Yorna believed it was the best way to protect her domain, Chaos Flame. But contrary to Yorna's resolution, the man spoke of the abandonment of the city. Yorna. I cannot possibly accept such an opinion. Abel Ho. Why is that? Yorna. Is it not obvious? This is the demon city of Chaos Flame, the last place for those who have been pursued by the Empire, and have no one to turn to, nowhere to go. To throw that away? Abel, is unacceptable, is it? Yorna, H.K. Vincent Volachia, gritting her teeth and the cold-hearted words spoken by the man crossing his arms. The ruler of the empire, Yorna called out his name, accompanied by a stern gaze. In reply, the man touched the Oni mask with his hand, and once the black eyes, visible even through the own eye mask, reflected Yorna. Abel. I go by the name of Abel now, so it is inappropriate to call me that. And if you are planning on begging benevolence from the Emperor, that would be quite thoughtless, Yorna. The people of the Empire must be strong, is it? Abel, indeed. The Emperor, or rather, the man who called himself Abel, proclaimed that that exactly was the way of the Empire. The Emperor, the pinnacle of the Valatian Empire, must be the embodiment of the iron-blooded code which the people of the Empire believed in, revered. Whether it was true or not, the Emperor had to affirm it. With Abel's assertion, Yorna admonished herself for wrongfully making a request. Was Abel aware of the identity of that shadow to begin with? Of the titanic blackness that had engulfed Crimson Lapis Castle whole? Was that why he had come to the callous decision to abandon the city? Yorna, do you deem it so dangerous that we have to flee immediately? What in the world is that? Abel. The great disaster. Yorna. Great disaster. What followed to Yorna's spree of questions were a scant few hushed words. However, running opposite to the quietness of his tone, the weight of the words he had spun was enough to stir bewilderment in Yorna. A large tragedy, it meant. Yorna, by great disaster, what exactly do you mean? Abel. Something that endangers the existence of the Empire and brings about ruin that not even the light of the sun can reach. That was what the Stargazer spoke of it. When I first heard it, I assessed it as an overstatement. Yorna. Yorna. Abel, looking at that thing, you will find that there was not the least bit of exaggeration in the expression used, pointing at it with his chin, at the manifested darkness, at the great disaster that brought about ruin, as Abel had named it. Yorna could not help but feel some bitterness inside as the word Stargazer echoed, spoken by his mouth. The existence of the Stargazer was one of the Valatian Empire's evil practices. At least, that was the only way Yorna could describe it. To begin with, the genesis of Yorna's strong, fervent wish was by no means unrelated to the Stargazer. Anyway, Yorna. So, will you take the Stargazer's word for it and turn tail and run away? If so, that'd surely be an expression of gutlessness. I think you're the embodiment of the Empire's way of doing things. A very, very good example of it. Abel, if you believe you are able to sway me with some cheap provocation, you would do better to correct that misconception post-haste. First of all, I was not the one who took the Stargazer's words at face value and perpetrated this outrage. Yorna, I see that you also have some thoughts on what the Stargazer foretold. Abel, any owner of sound judgment would have no pleasant thoughts of it. But even if those are unnecessary and ignored, more shall follow. That is the troublesome thing about them. Louis, ooh. As he spoke, Abel's words were interrupted by the eager Louis's growl. She seemed to be reproaching Abel and Yorna for having a conversation not directly related to how the great disaster would be quelled. That would be only natural. The great disaster had... Louis. Ooh, Abel. Yorna Mishigura, I want to make sure of one thing. Yorna, what is it? Narrowing his eyes at Louis's strong appeal, Abel pointed to the great disaster wriggling about wildly. Once he directed his question at her, Yorna narrowed her almond-shaped eyes. She could roughly envision what words would follow, and what questions would be asked. That was... Abel, if you and this girl are together, there must be one more person, a black-haired child. Where has that one vanished to? Yorna, if you mean that child. As she took a glance, Yorna's gaze conveyed the answer to the question far more eloquently than words would. Yorna's line of sight turned towards the great disaster, to which Louis was frantically pointing at. The boy was present when the darkness that had swallowed up the Crimson Lapis Castle first poured out. No, from what Yorna had seen, the great disaster had apparently overflowed from within the boy. Abel, as I expected. In response to Yorna's silent reply, Abel placed the last piece of the puzzle in his mind. It sounded like an ultimatum, and Yorna looked at Abel, calling out, "You... were..." But at the call, Abel gave a slow sideways shake of his head. Abel, though our intentions have gone awry, there is no way around it. No point in obsessing over plans, if ultimately no results are obtained. Yorna. So, that means? Abel. The strategy is yet the same. Abandon the demon city and beat a retreat. But damage shall still occur. We shan't be able to avoid it wholly. Yorna. HK, I can't agree to something. And at the moment Yorna was about to tell him that she could not accept such a decision, something happened. Lewis. Abel. Guh. Letting out a cry of pain, Abel fell to his knees on the spot, clutching his stomach in his hands. Faster than Yorna could close the distance between him and herself, Lewis rushed into the gap, driving a palm strike into him with her short little arm. She threw a glare at the one who had made a ruthless decision, Abel, and growled in her throat with a violent snort, Lewis. Exclaiming this, she turned around and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. It was the instantaneous teleport that she had displayed during the battle atop the castle tower against Olbart. Not being able to teleport long distances, Louis teleported repeatedly, returning once more to the battlefield dominated by the Great Disaster. Far in the distance, Kafma was stalling the Great Disaster using the insects within his own body. For Yorna, it was hard to believe that the girl possessed anything that could deal a decisive blow against the Great Disaster. If she did, they would have tried to rescue that boy on their own, instead of relying on Abel. So she was without a trump card. If there was such a thing as a trump card, it would be Yorna. Wouldn't it be possible to oppose it with the flame of the Yang sword? Abel, Yorna, you. Still clutching his stomach, Abel knelt on the roof of the building. While she believed that Abel deserved the blow from Lewis, Yorna also believed that Abel was the only one who held the key to overcoming the situation. The Emperor of the Valetian Empire was endowed with a truly enchanted sword. A sword counted as one of the holy swords. With the flame of the Yang sword, even that great disaster's existence would. Abel, I have no intention of drawing it out. However, Abel's answer to Yorna's appeal was not the one she had hoped for, and Yorna could not consider that this answer was one a normal person would have given, even if she was aware that the great disaster was an unusual occurrence, one that prompted a readiness to abandon the demon city in him, while deeming the thing as something of utmost danger. Yorna. But still, you won't draw the Yang sword. How could you possibly just let that be? Abel. Yorna, answer me, Vincent Valachia. If you are the emperor of this empire, then there must be a role for you to carry out. If you are the emperor, then... Her vision grew red, and Yorna grabbed Abel by the collar as he was kneeling down, making him face her gaze. During all that, the city governed by Yorna, Chaos Flame, was in dire peril. To what extent could Kafma and Lewis resist the great disaster? To what extent had the impact of the Crimson Lapis Castle's explosion assisted in diminishing the power of the great disaster? She did not understand anything. What she did understand was that she could not leave things as they were. At this rate, Yorna's vow, her desire, would go unfulfilled. For that, no matter what, whatever the cost, she required the cooperation of the man in front of her. Yorna, if you are the emperor of the Valetian Empire, Abel, I shall not utilize the Yang sword. Yorna. HKU. By displaying her sharp canine teeth, Yorna attempted to intimidate Abel, stubbornly refusing to change his opinion. Rarely would she make a gesture as crude as showing the fangs in her mouth. However, if such was her wish, these fangs of hers could easily tear the slender neck of the man in front of her to scraps. But such threats were routine for the man in front of her. Abel, the emperor of the Valetian Empire, was an entity holding a position in which he was constantly confronted with the unceasing murderous intent and hostility of those around him. It was for this reason that the man held that sort of position. Yorna, if you are the Valetian Empire's Abel, when shall you understand, Yorna Mishigur? Yorna HK. Abel, the emperor of the current generation, Vincent Valatia, differs from the emperor you envision. I'm not obligated to perform the likes of acting according to your desires and ideals. Faced with his stance clearly severed from her own, Yorna let leak a small sigh. Finally, her hand parted from the neck of the man it had grasped, and she took a single, unhurried step backward. Stepping back, Yorna gnashed her teeth as she fixed her gaze on Abel, holding his own neck. She understood it. without being told so. With or without the Yoni mask, the man before her eyes did not bear the slightest resemblance to the man Yorna envisioned, even if the blood of Yorna's beloved ran through his veins. Yorna, I cannot accept your words. Abel, if you do not abandon the demon city, you shall lose everything else as well. Yorna, this demon city right now is my everything. Yorna answered with open arms, pulling out the kasiru she had inserted into her bosom and lit its tip. Immediately after, she sucked the smoke from the kasiru with all her might, before blowing it into the sky. The purple smoke spreading out formed a massive, humongous cloud, which headed for the outskirts of the battlefield in which the great disaster was stirring, over the heads of the people of the demon city, many of whom were terrified at the sight of that menace. Following that, the puff of purple smoke slowly dissipated and fell down upon each of the residents, upon each of her children, purple smoke settling within their hands. Yorna, love me. Yorna's murmur was so faint that only Abel, present in the same place, could hear it. However, Yorna's will was understood by all those who held the purple smoke that had descended upon them. Therefore, although her voice did not reach them, they collectively tossed the purple smoke into their open mouths. Yorna, be loved by me. Yorna's continued words, her mutterings, did not serve anyone or anything. If anything, the words were surely an indulgence offered to Yorna by Yorna herself. It was a necessary ritual, an invocation, for the sake of pushing herself forward. Those whom Yorna's purple smoke reached, those who ingested it, slowly, unhurriedly raised their gazes, and within one of the eyes of each one of them a flame alighteth. Those loved by Yorna, those who loved Yorna, their souls commenced blazing, looking up towards the great disaster. Without a doubt, this was a communion of souls. The power of the soul marriage technique completely enveloped the demon city. Yorna, this city, the city of Chaos Flame, won't be lost. I wish that you all, alongside me, get that ill-mannered guest of ours to return from where it came. While adopting a stance, Yorna swung her kasiru in front of her. What could be heard from all around and throughout the city was the earth rumbling. Fiercely and fearfully, the noise of innumerable shoes resounded, of innumerable footsteps, of innumerable breaths, and of innumerable wills to fight. In accordance with the loving call of the leader of the demon city, the converging loved ones advanced. Witnessing them, Yorna bent her knees slightly, then leapt high into the air. The destination of this leap, that which awaited her, was the shadow of disaster, filled with great darkness. As the one repelling all things that threatened the demon city, Yorna, I, Yorna Mishigur, the flamboyant, will serve as your opponent. As the sound of the earth rumbling echoed, there was a furious war cry, akin to the entire city clamoring. With the world dominated by those, Abel dropped the hand from his neck as he observed the battlefield. Abel. Performing a reckless charge during her shout, Yorna easily manipulated the wreckage of the cityscape and the Crimson Lapis Castle alike, hammering a fierce attack on the great disaster. Using a building to strike at something of ambiguous nature could be called quite the unorthodox attack. Yet, due to that nature, the jet-black darkness nevertheless expanded itself. What effect the attack had borne on the great disaster remained unclear. Had it been effective to some degree, or had it been wholly meaningless? Abel. It sure shall not be wholly meaningless. It was not that he was moved by Yorna's reckless assault, but, for certain, the enemy was not one that would be completely immune to such an attack, as was noticeable from how it stopped taking action as often. Crimson Lapis Castle had been engulfed by the great disaster as of the latter's appearance. In spite of her attachment to this castle that had served as her long-time abode, Yorna had performed an attack by transforming it into a destructive force, certainly slowing the momentum of the great disaster. If not for that, the great disaster would have continued to grow at its initial pace, and swallowed the demon city whole, and in that manner, stretched its abyss to the entire empire. However, the collapse of the empire had only been delayed. If left in this current state, it was inescapable. Abel. That is the most detestable part about it. Grinding his molars, Abel recalled the details of the man who had foreseen the great disaster, a convenient being who had foreseen the coming threat, yet refused to be asked for more. Or should he call said being a pawn of the observers? In any event, his resentment of that person did not help him here. If he had to, It was perhaps worth pondering about that individual as one in a similar position. Abel. Natsuki Subaru, you are... With his focus on the great disaster that continued writhing about, muttering. Abel mentioned the name he had been avoiding, and at that moment, Abel Chin. We're back, Abel. Amidst all the noise that was not unlikely to be swallowed by the rumbling and bellowing of the earth, a high-pitched voice firmly reached Abel's ears. Turning his head back, the owner of the voice fell from the sky. Landing behind Abel with a light thud was a girl waving her hand, and a brown-skinned woman holding her. Abel. You have returned, Medium Tarita. Medium. Somehow, isn't this situation different from what you talked about before, Abel Chin? Where's Yorna-chan? Abel. Over there. Freed from Tarita's arms, Medium directed a question at Abel as she descended onto the rooftop, to which Abel cocked his chin. Ahead of them, skipping about in mid-air, Yorna attacked the great disaster with physical strikes repeatedly by freely manipulating buildings. In addition, Yorna was assisted in her challenge against the great disaster by Kafma, who likewise had the means of using long-ranged attacks. However, since Kafma's thorn vines were also insects raised inside his body, it was not a good idea to let them be swallowed up by the inexhaustible great disaster. In addition, the residents of Chaos Flame had assembled, each of them dismantling the buildings in their environs, then attacking by having several people throw chunks of buildings like cannonballs into the great disaster. In the past, at the time Yorna had raised the banner of revolt against the imperial capital, the very city itself had been wielded as a weapon, a fearsome collective tactic that had caused great distress to the imperial soldiers to gain total control of the city. However, it was unclear whether that tactic, which had been effective against a group of hostiles, would be effective against a great disaster whose strength was unfathomable. To begin with, he could see from a distance. Tarita. The great disaster, is it getting bigger? Medium? That thing. We can't leave it be? Abel Chin. What should we do? As they witnessed the great disaster spread slowly but surely, Medium and Tarita requested for Abel's decision. Originally, the goal was to withdraw and abandon the demon city with Yorna's assistance, but that would go unfilled due to Yorna's obsession with the demon city. In that case, the tide would change depending on what Vincent did. No, Abel, or before that, can you change the situation, Tarita? Tarita. Eh? With Abel having mentioned her by name in his question, Tarita opened her narrow eyes in surprise, at a loss for words. However, that surprise was not because she had no clue as to what he was talking about, but rather because she had not expected that to be told to her at this time. In other words, she had an idea of what Abel had just pointed out. Medium. The way you said that was kinda strange, wasn't it? What do you mean? Abel. It concerns you not. Tarita. What did you call that thing? Tarita. What are you talking about? Abel. The great disaster. That is what you called it. Where did you obtain knowledge of that name? To Abel's pressing words, Tarita gasped. The exchange between the two of them left the dumbfounded Medium wide-eyed, letting out a great disaster, as that was a term unfamiliar to her. But Medium's response was natural. Laying eyes upon the existence of an unknown being such as that, and calling it a great disaster, did not mesh well. Only those who knew of its existence could rightfully call it the great disaster. In other words, Abel, have the stars taught you how to escape annihilation? Tarita. Wait a moment. Abel, Tarita. Tarita advanced a single step, putting a hand over her chest, yet words beyond those got stuck. Her face was pale, her eyes began moving frantically. Tarita's appearance became an unusual one for her, and Medium rushed to stand beside her, to support her body with a Tarita-chan. However, Tarita did not have the luxury to respond to Medium's compassion. Perhaps she had believed she could hide it all along. She had believed that, just maybe, she could have remained silent forevermore. Abel. Fool. There was no such thing as a well-kept secret or an unexposed truth. At the very least, if no effort was made whatsoever to cover up that secret or truth, The day when it would be revealed would surely come. All one could do was to delay the inevitable. Or perhaps it could be delayed till death. The way she perceived it, she could keep it as a secret, as long as she remained in the world of the living. Abel, Tarita, if you do know about the great disaster, do you regret it? Medium, regret? Regret what? Abel-chan, what are you talking about? What's Tarita-chan? Abel, is it not obvious? I'm speaking of how, back in that forest, you failed to kill me with an arrow. Tarita, aghast, all color now drained from Tarita's face, the light in her eyes wavering feebly. Looking straight into her two eyes, Abel paused, let out a sigh, and continued. Abel, or shall you respond to that commandment above from this moment on, hunter of the jungle? No. Should I instead approach you in this manner? Tarita. Abea. The one who has inherited the commandment to prevent the great disaster, the one to become the new stargazer, the tempestuous rumbling of the earth, the reverberation of howls. It was as if they were clamoring for the end of the world. HK. If he were to try holding his head and covering his ears, he would be unable to do so. It was the curse of possessing only a sole arm. He was unable to use both his hands to cover his own ears, as to completely dissociate his consciousness from this end of the world. Putting his right ear against his lifted shoulder, he stuck the fingers of his outstretched hand into his left ear, attempting to counter with an inadequate earplug. It was impossible. The ground trembled. The air was terrified. The world was dying. All of them were symbolic of the horror that was eating away at Al and robbing his whole body of strength. Al. Why? Here. HK. His voice trailed off as he cursed and cursed all the despairing events that had taken place until this moment. Of course, such cursing meant naught, because that was no curse at all. He was merely being a poor loser, doing nothing more than comforting himself after the game was over, saying that it would have been better to do it like this or like that. He was prepared for this to happen, or so he had believed. No, he did not. He had never been prepared for it. He had just averted his eyes from it, pretending to be optimistic that it would not come to pass, even when the possibility crossed his mind. The danger that this would happen, as long as he was working with Natsuki Subaru, was plenty. Not just a little, but more than enough. Rather, this situation would not have occurred had he acted alongside anyone besides Natsuki Subaru. Even so, it could not be helped, because he could not leave him alone. There was no way he could have left him alone. Back then, Natsuki Subaru should not have given in. As a result of that, because it was necessary, was why he himself. My, I was wondering who was crying. Turns out it's ya. Al? HK? Kakaka? Look at how you jumped just now. You were like a caterpillar, so funny, so darn funny. Hearing a sudden voice in the middle of the room, he jolted his body in a panic and turned his head, witnessing his overwhelmingly uncouth appearance. The other party clapped their hands. Nay, stomped their feet, as they let out a burst of laughter. Unfortunately, clapping their hands was apparently not something the other person was likely to ever do again, because, geez, the right hand that's been with me for more than 90 years went on ahead without me. I'm screwed. How am I ever gonna make ration balls from now on? Kakakaka. Having said that, a cheerfully laughing, monstrous old man, Albart Dunkelken, was waving, showing his right hand which had vanished from the wrist down. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. I can't live wiser. He was within a bleak, dark space, swaying, wandering, being tossed about, being violated. It was as if his four limbs, along with everything from his neck up, had been separated from his torso, each of those parts at different places, floating, drifting, rocking, being fiddled with. His memory was terribly hazy as to what had happened and what was occurring. Everywhere was pitch black, leaving him to wonder as to why he had been thrown into such a completely empty space. Nothing came to mind. There was no possible reason for him to be trapped in a place such as this, his head and limbs detached and floating aimlessly. If that were the case, there would be no pretext as to why he had to be in a place like this. in the first place? Every time a thought of the sort flashed across his mind, a faint voice that restrained him from thinking reached his ears. The voice was hard to hear, be it because it was faint, or simply because it was distant, but it was an impassioned voice that instinctively made him want to listen carefully to it, to lean his head in that direction so that he could hear it. I love you. I love you. I love you. Every time he heard that voice, the thoughts he'd had till that moment would be reset, returned to zero. The matter of which option was correct, of whether it should be called bothersome or unavoidable, was unclear. However, with that being repeated over and over again, a novel issue came into being. Could somehow something be done about the distance of that audible voice? I love you. 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 As if to interrupt even that notion, the lines from that faint, pleading voice increased. That was counterproductive, however, since desiring to hear that voice, to be with the owner of that voice, was the pretext for the birth of that thought, for him to attempt to reach one, starting from zero. Henceforth, someone, with his limbs and head detached from his torso, he was unable to move, unable to do anything himself. Ergo, he would prefer to rely on the help of those around him, those who would seemingly be able to do something about this situation. Did someone, anyone, who could help him exist? Someone who could be capable of lending him a hand, even in such a hopeless situation? Was there someone who had treated him well? If that someone arrived alongside him, surely, so would the solution. Based on that, for the sake of reaching the voice reverberating from so far away, he would extend his hand. Al. H.K. Old Bart? Oh, that was quite the spirited blow just now. That instant, a large and potent roar echoed through the air, the tremors traveling across the ground and reaching the two men in the traveling inn. Outside the window, a huge black shadow ran rampant, slowly eroding the demon city from its center outwards, taking it into itself, digesting it, turning it into something not of this world. It was, with certainty, the worst nightmare dreaded by every being in the world, reminding everyone of exactly that at a single glance. It was an embodiment of the end, and the one to comprehend the horror brought about by the end of life with their own skin, or rather, to know it with their soul, more so than anyone else, was Al. Abel and Medium, among others, were currently on the move to defuse the situation. Instead of joining them, he was crouching here, holding his shaking head in his hand, in this predicament. How on earth could he have said that he would follow them and help them? Al, Had he followed them only to fully realize how powerless he was? That being the case, for what reason was he, in the first place, doing? Old Bart, good grief, here I am, hurrying my ass back, and all I find here's just one young gun scared shitless on the ground? Well, it'd be a problem if His Excellency were here as well. Al. Oh, Bart. But Kaphma's fighting that thing, isn't he? Does that mean that His Excellency ordered him to do it, and has no intention of running away? Do you know? Having spoken so, Albart walked up to him, sending a question his way. The small old man cracked the bones in his neck and bent down to look into Al's face, the latter crouching down. His brain, numbed by fear, barely assimilated the contents of that question. Vincent, the absent false emperor, had reached some kind of agreement with Abel and... Al, he's with a little miss called Tanza. Old Bart, Tanza, you mean that dear girl? I don't know what he's thinking at this point. His Excellency's a little short on words, you know? No, would be nice if he'd left a note about what he's gonna do. Al, you're Old Bart. Yeah. Old Bart's expression formed a frown as he stood up, hearing Al speak. Not wanting to let that monstrous old man distance himself even a bit, Al used his trembling tongue and throat to compose his words. Old Bart had returned to this place, but what would he do after this? Al, you're gonna fight that thing, aren't you? Old Bart. Aoi, don't be stupid. Al. Huh. Al was stunned by Old Bart answering as if he had nothing to do with the situation. Then, as Al stared on, stock still in front him, Old Bart pointed out the window. Old Bart, nah, got it at first glance. That thing's pretty darn bad. I've got my right hand taken away too, so I don't want to do anything so dangerous. Al, old Bart. The reason I came back here is that I gotta get His Excellency out if he's staying here without a care. If he's not here, we need to find him and get him out of there. Do you happen to know where His Excellency went with that dear girl? Asked by the ever-aloof old Bart, Al simply denied it with a shake of his head. It was not a lie, but a fact. Most of the exchanges between Abel and the others that had taken place at Traveller's Inn after that black shadow engulfed and flooded the crimson lapis castle did not remain in his memory. With some difficulty, he only remembered that Kafma had flown out as ordered, and that Vincent had left accompanied by Tanza, and that afterwards Abel had left an useless Al behind, with Medium concerned about Al until the end. That was all. Old Bart. We're in serious trouble then, if so. Looks like this town's bunch have been motivated by the Fox Girl's command, and it's getting harder and harder to find His Excellency. I don't want to stay at this absolute cock-up for too long. Al? HK? W, what do you mean by that? No way. You're running away. As he felt his train of thought reaching an unbelievable conclusion, Al's voice cracked. Faced with Al's astonished look, old Bart shrugged his shoulders and voiced, calmly, "What else can I do? Old Bart, don't feel I can do anything about that thing. What's important to me is my life, and my dream. I don't see any reason to stay." Al, the Emperor. You gotta protect the Emperor, old man. Old Bart. The fact that His Excellency's thinking and acting on his own means he's doing what's best for himself. If he thinks he's got my help here, he doesn't get me either. That's why him being called the wise Emperor is also a crying shame. Al, old Bart, here's some advice for you. You better run away too. You won't get anything by risking your life here. Meanin', the one who lives wiser wins. Old Bart's philosophy, something that blended the deadly Valachia-style iron-blooded code with the fact that his life as a shinobi had been long, was bloody and rock-solid. This was something that could not be changed, no matter what an outsider such as Al said. No, most likely. Old Bart's thinking could not be challenged by anyone other than Old Bart. No one should allow others to dictate and distort one's life. For that reason, this man, Old Bart Dunkelken, reigned as the strongest shinobi. He was a shinobi who had been perfected with him not holding anything as precious, or having anyone to whom he devoted his heart. No emphasis had been placed on the title of general, on the position of shinobi head honcho, or on the sense of duty to protect the emperor. Not freedom, but lawlessness. The world's greatest outlaw. Those were his true colors. That idea would not budge. It could not be swayed, not by anyone. Then, having a back and forth regarding his ideology here would yield naught. Al. Strongly, firmly grating his molars together, Al lowered the arm he had been pressing against his ear. The audible booming roars and rumblings of the earth. The cries of the residents of Demon City as they confronted the Black Shadow, echoed like the scene was a depiction of hell on earth, shaking Al's heart. His heart was about to fracture. His mind was about to shatter. His soul was close to dispersing. But I haven't. I haven't yet. If they haven't. Al, old man, let me ask you one thing. Old Bart, what is it? Al, that black mass of shadows has got something to do with bro, doesn't it? Gritting his teeth to the point of tasting blood, Al assembled words, hiding the trembling in his voice for only a moment. Al's deathly resolve, as that was concealed behind the cloth mask. Old Bart perhaps understood so from the expression of the former's eyes, gone unseen, and from his tone. Bringing his left hand to his own goatee, he spoke. Old Bart, oh right, to me, it looked like the shadows came out of the boy. Al, Old Bart, after hearing that, have you decided what you're gonna do? Closing his eyes, Al masticated what Old Bart had just told him. It was something he already knew. Natsuki Subaru was beneath that black shadow. No, Natsuki Subaru was at the center of everything. If so, in that case, Al had to raise his face with the resolve of having his molars broken. If Natsuki Subaru was there, Aldebaran needed to follow him. Al, you told me to live wiser, old man. Old Bart. Yeah, right. That's what I believe. Al. But I don't agree with it. Old man, your way of life ain't a wise one. It's a cunning one. I don't want to be a cunning adult. Boom. A powerful noise was heard, not from outside, but originating from right beside Al Baso. He had slammed his own fist into the floor, the pain and momentum of the slam raising his body. He rested his uplifted body against the wall, having somehow managed to stand up, knees trembling, heart frightened, spiritually wounded all over, even though he had not even fought. And yet, Al, this ain't the time to sit around. Won't be able to look my parents in the face if I do that, will I? Standing up with his hand on the wall, Al bared his teeth inside his mask. Hearing of his dogged determination amidst blood-curdling cries, old Bart raised a long, bushy eyebrow, sending a sharp look out the window, closing one eye to Al's howling back. "Old Bart, your enthusiasm's good and all, but you really think we got a chance to win against that thing?" "Al, no fucking way. No one can win against that. Even if I tried 10,000 times, I couldn't win. Winning against that thing. Only Natsuki Subaru can do that." With a large swing of his arm, Al turned around with a bang on the windowsill. Looking at the monstrous old man directly in the face, Al stepped forward, both his eyes blazing in a conflagration. "Al. Old man. Old Bart, whoa, you're getting fired up. I'm just gonna tell you, if you want me to lend you a hand, I gotta refuse. Al. I don't want it. Instead, just turn me back, you shitty geezer." Old Bart. "Al, if you want time to run away, then I'll make some. So give me my authority back." Stretching his stubby right hand straight out, Al bellowed that towards Old Bart. Old Bart's breath caught in his throat as he heard Al's cry, a mixture of a bestial roar, of a mournful lament, and of a fiery sense of purpose. Then, giving a slow sideways shake of his head, the monstrous old man, Old Bart, "Well, if you're gonna go to the trouble of playing the martyr, I can't argue with you. The boy won the game in the first place, so I gotta keep my promise." "Al, bro, won, Old Bart. That's right, that boy actually caught me in a game of tag. It was a real big deal, in my opinion." As Old Bart said this, Al went out to meet him face to face, Old Bart greeting him with a wave of his left arm. Having heard what Old Bart had to say, Al felt a single note of relief and admiration ring out over his pulse, ticking like a bomb. At a time when even the sound of the wind caused Al to stiffen in fright, Subaru had carried out his task, going head-to-head with Old Bart, and managing to ultimately pull off a win against him. Surely, having accumulated defeats that could not have happened merely once. "Old Bart, oh, I just want to hear one thing out of curiosity." Suddenly, a hoarse voice interrupted the beating of Al's heart, and he looked at the other man silently. Displaying his teeth, Old Bart smiled towards the unwelcome look in the other person's eyes, as he gently placed his outstretched left hand on Al's chest. "And then, Old Bart, how do you intend to challenge an enemy you can't win against, even if you try 10,000 times?" "Al, pipe down, you shitty geezer. I'll go and die even if it's 1,000,000 times. Abel. The one who has inherited the commandment to prevent the great disaster, the one to become the new stargazer." The moment this was pointed out, Tarita's world was rocked, dramatically so. The great disaster's rampage was causing the demon city to shake. Earthquake-like roars could be heard without end. But the reason for the illusion of collapse beneath her feet was not that. It was what the unmasked man in front of her, what Abel had pointed out, which gouged her heart of hearts. Medium. Stargazer. Standing by Tarita's side as to gently support her unsteady body, Medium muttered that unfamiliar term as if to confirm what it was. It was a term unknown to her, and one she did not need to know. In reality, had Tarita continued to live peacefully within her hometown in the forest as a simple member of the people of Shudrak, she would have never had any to associate with it, even. "But, Tarita, Medium, Abel Chin, I have no clue what's going on. What are you talking about?" On behalf of Tarita, her voice quivering, Medium lashed out at Abel. She had been shrunk, yet she remained steadfast nevertheless, her thin chest puffed out as if to protect Tarita, as she glared straight at Abel. "Medium, what's that stargazer thing you're talking about? Why is Tarita-chan becoming that?" Abel. A stargazer is one who has taken on the role of foreseeing the future, based on the alignment of the stars and their guidance. No, calling it a predestination rather than a role would be more accurate. Medium. Are you putting it in such complicated words on purpose? Abel. That is not my intent. Abel, hearing Medium's words as she frowned and struggled to understand, gave a small sigh. After that, putting Medium aside, Abel called out to Tarita once more using her name. Tarita. Her shoulders hitched involuntarily. Abel, looking directly at her, spoke. Abel, the reason why I was ousted from the imperial capital in the first place is closely related to the Stargazers. Tarita, you should be aware of that matter. Right? Tarita, be by the matter you mean. Abel, of course, that the ruin of the Empire was foreseen. You knew that. That is why you wished to murder me in the Budheim jungle, Tarita. Tarita's cheeks tensed up, and she lowered her head due to Abel's matter-of-fact statement, crossing his arms. The shock of being called a stargazer nearly overshadowed the fact that Abel had pointed out something that could not possibly be overlooked. He had stated it with certainty. Tarita was the hunter of the jungle. Did she regret missing her opportunity to shoot him down? When put into words, Tarita. Since when? Abel. Tarita. Since when have you known I was after you? Medium. Tarita-chan. Face turned downwards, Tarita raised this question without being able to look Abel in the eye. Hearing Tarita's words, a voice of utter shock leaked out of Medium. Of course it did. From hearing her question, it was evident that she had no margin to deny Abel's pressure. It was a confession of the truth. Tarita had attempted to kill Abel with her archery. Abel, the Stargazer's foreknowledge. Commandments are, for the most part, shared among fellow stargazers. It was to be expected that my pursuers would come at me after I escaped the imperial capital, aware of that commandment. In addition, Tarita. In addition, Abel, that I would rely on the people of Shudrak, based on knowledge of the throne's mechanism, could be conjectured. In all probability, there is an assassin amidst the Shudrak. Tarita. Abel. I only obtained definite proof of the assassin's existence, however, when you targeted Natsuki Subaru, mistaking him for me. Hearing Abel's line of reasoning, Tarita grasped the hem of her clothes tightly. That was true. Tarita, living in one end of the empire, possessed no way of knowing the countenance of the Emperor of Wallachia. All she knew was that black hair and black eyes were characteristics of his outward appearance. Never would she have thought that multiple owners of such unusual features would appear in the forest on that day. At the same time, Abel, your reaction to seeing the two of us, me and that one, trapped in the village's cage, was remarkable. For a pawn of the observers, your nature is a far too honest one. Tarita, Abel, you accompanied me in both the capture of Geralt and the journey to the demon city that followed, but you were not at all willing to follow the commandment. Why is that? Tarita, Abel. Why do you refuse to obey that commandment? From what I have heard, a stargazer's predestination is not something one can resist even if they are aware of it. I do not believe you have the will to resist that predestination. Had she that sort of strong will of self-discipline, Tarita would not have accompanied them on this journey in the first place. Abel's judgment was harsh, but correct enough to draw blood. Tarita did not possess the strength to abandon her own commandment. If that were possible, she would have abandoned a burden of the sort much, much sooner. For certain, she knew that, if she did not obey that commandment, the great disaster would destroy the Empire. Medium. Oh my gosh, I don't get it at all. Tarita carried on in anguish while Abel continued on in pursuit. Sandwiched between the two, and yet kept out of the loop, Medium exploded. She glared at Abel with her blue eyes, spreading both her arms in order to shield Tarita behind her back. Medium. I don't know anything about Abel Chin being targeted, or that it was Tarita-chan who targeted Abel Chin. First of all, if Tarita'd have had her mind set on it, Abel Chin would have been killed by now, right? Abel, you, learn to watch your tongue. Medium, right. Abel Chin, can you run away from Tarita-chan? The shape of Abel's mouth took contours of loathing after Medium spoke her words filled with vigor. He could not deny her words, but doubts on this front had been posed to Tarita by Abel already. In other words, just as Medium had stated, she could have done it if she wanted to. So why hadn't she? That was Tarita. Because I couldn't find a meaning to it. Abel. What reason do you require, beyond saving the Empire from ruin? Tarita. I didn't even know that you were the Emperor, or how you were chased out of the Imperial capital. That's because, to me, as a stargazer, I am. The anguish that had been locked away at the back of her chest for so long finally began to overflow with the opening of her mouth. And what had unleashed the anguish she had been unsure of how to put into words for a long time had been none other than Abel's hounding, but before she could clearly put it into words, Medium. "No!" a wide-eyed Medium exclaimed, and Tarita and Abel's attention quickly shifted upward. Right above, black darkness covered the building directly above where the three stood. No, that was not it. It was not just sable darkness spreading, but rather a huge black arm, endowed with 5 fingers. It stretched itself upright, then swung down on the building from directly above, as if attempting to smash the 3 people present at this place. No, as if attempting to grab them with its huge hand. Tarita. HK. Medium. Abel. The moment she witnessed its approach, all extraneous thoughts disappeared from Tarita's mind. The scene of verbal assault from just before vanished into thin air. Tarita moved as her instincts dictated, embracing Medium in front of her, carrying Abel on her shoulders and leaping directly backward. With that, she attempted to escape the gargantuan black arm's range. Not enough, however. Caught by the falling fingertips, they were helplessly snatched away from this world. I will not allow that to happen. However, just before the titanic arm reached Tarita and the others, a huge mass was wedged with great violence overhead, between the 3 of them and the giant arm, tightly entangled in emerald green thorny vines. The castle walls had been torn apart and seized. With tremendous centrifugal force, it became a dome that protected the group of 3 in which Tarita was included, trying to intercept the falling giant arm. Naturally, the limb was not something that would be halted by anything of the sort. Once the huge black arm touched the wall, the latter came undone as easily as candy, disappearing in a second like a leaf being devoured by a winged insect. However, I won't tolerate any further disorder in my city. HK. A woman clad in a kimono dived right under the disappearing castle wall. The beast ears on her head all perked up, kicking her long legs upwards, propelling the wall towards the gargantuan arm. A wave of pressure broke through, beckoning the collapse of the building it focused on. However, the unfathomable might of the woman's kick caused the gigantic arm on the other side of the wall to bend, halting the erosion. But it only stopped for a moment. Still, that one moment was enough. Tarita. HK, we're safe. Narrowly escaping the giant arm's range, her heels grinding into the ground, Tarita exhaled. Released from her arms, Medium and Abel also landed on the ground. The 3 of them looked up to see the building that had been their perch earlier being swallowed up by the shadows. Medium. Yorna-chan is... Abel. She's safe. Though it looks like we are being pursued even more than we were a moment ago. Jerking his chin, Abel answered as Medium cast her gaze all around her with a worried look. At the place her glance was directed to, jumping around while being chased by the shadows running amok, was the kimono-clad woman who had just let loose a potent blow. Was she Yorna Mishigur? That transcendent force was worthy of qualifying for the 9 divine generals. It was understandable that Abel would wish to have someone like her on his side. A person as powerful as her could easily accept a destiny that would determine the course of the world. Unlike Tarita, there would be no hesitation if the time came. Abel, you saved me once more, Tarita. As if seeing through Tarita's indecision, Abel examined the kneeling Tarita. She was unable to calm her breathing down, for reasons aside from her exertion immediately prior. However, Abel would spare no quarter to Tarita, either physically or mentally. Abel, had you not extended your hand, I could have lost my life without any effort on your part. And yet, you saved me. Was that because you cannot fulfill the commandment you have received without getting your hands dirty? Tarita, that's wrong. Abel. Your conduct is inconsistent with Medium, but more importantly, thank you for the help, right? Once again, Medium came to Tarita's rescue, rendered speechless after the accusation of inconsistent behavior. Medium, her beautiful golden hair disheveled, was thrusting her finger at Abel right before the latter's eyes. The difference in stature between the two was visible in her gesture. But even so, Medium did not let go or yield her claim. Medium, Abel-chan, you and I would have died if Tarita-chan hadn't saved us, no? We gotta thank her first of all. Tarita-chan, thank you. Tarita. Medium, then. Back on track. What's up with that, Abel-chan? What do you want to have Tarita-chan do? Medium looked back and thanked her, then quickly turned to Abel. Her questioning was delayed somewhat by the exchange between Abel and Tarita, with the former sighing that Medium could not keep up with her understanding of the situation. Abel, I already conveyed that to Tarita. I do not require that you understand. Medium, if I don't understand, I'll just keep disturbing you till I do, okay? How about that? Abel, in order to quell the great disaster, I must lose my life. That's the future the Stargazer has seen, and the commandment bestowed upon Tarita. Medium, I got no idea of what you mean. Why would that big black shadow calm down after Abel-chan's death? That's so weird. In response to Medium's persistent pleas, Tarita bit the inside of her cheek. Certainly, she could understand the foresight that the Empire would be spared from destruction as a result of fulfilling that commandment. How exactly would that be brought about? Tarita was unsure. However, that being pointed out only made Medium realize Abel's ruthlessness. Abel, is it not odd? But Tarita's conjecture was stalled by the echo of Abel's words that followed. Baring her teeth, Medium voiced out, odd, in vehement protest, to which Abel, covering his mouth with his hand, once more repeated it. Odd. Abel. Tarita. Tarita. What is it? Abel. The commandment you have received, to take my life to avert the Empire's ruin. Are you certain of it? Tarita. HK, being directed a question to again, hesitantly. Tarita nodded her head. She had been told that the commandment she was unable to execute was necessary. But after ascertaining this, Abel once more spoke. If so, Abel, would that not be what you know as destruction? Tarita. Abel, you know of the divination that a great disaster would bring about the ruin of the Empire, but you hold the belief that that thing and the great disaster are one and the same. Are you certain of that? With that question, Tarita's thoughts began racing, trying to discern its meaning. What could one call that entity that evoked dread and horror? The black shadow gradually spreading from the heart of the demon city. If not the great disaster. Time and time again, a nightmarish spectacle was displayed to her repeatedly. Every night, a nightmare, urging her to not forget. Over and over again, brought Tarita visions of the coming doom. That thing was certainly a manifestation of that, however. Tarita, is that the great disaster or not? Abel, you have not obtained knowledge of it, is that so? Then perhaps some other Stargazer has. Tarita, some other. After that sentence, Tarita's eyes began moving frantically. Although Abel had stated Stargazers were connected to each other, Tarita was an exception. No, exception was not the correct word. To begin with, they were different from the get-go. That was why Tarita had no idea about the existence of other Stargazers. Tarita. If she were to have an idea about that Stargazer, it would be the person she had encountered just a few moments ago. Tarita. That delicate man who did not let go of his carefree attitude. That obnoxious person who had not even given his name. Was so well informed that he had called Tarita the disgrace of Shudrak. He knew of Tarita's sin, perhaps due to the connection between Stargazers. What had he? The Stargazer said it upon laying eyes on the great disaster. If she recalled correctly, the man had stated, Tarita. That, it was outside his responsibility. Abel. Truly. Was that what the Stargazer said? I see. Medium. Abel-chan. Hearing Tarita leaking that expression, dumbfounded, Abel nodded, then turned away, frowning her eyebrows at that. Medium wrapped around Abel as to go towards his front and peer into his face, and once she did, Medium's round eyes widened, startled. The reason for her surprise was evident in Abel's immediate reaction. Abel placed his palm on his own face, covered by the Oni mask, and fixing his stare solidly on the heart of the demon city, where the great disaster, or rather, where the all-consuming jet-black mass continued its rampage. Abel, the Empire's ruin, is it not that great disaster? With this murmur, Abel then cleared his throat slightly, letting out a short exhale. To Tarita, who was unable to see the expression on his face, it had nearly sounded like a laugh. Abel, if so, there is no reason for you to stumble along the way. I shall have you disappear from the board, you interloper. Chapter 58. Those with no place to turn to. Tarita first began being tormented by nightmares related to a commandment 3 years prior. Up until then, Tarita had lived a life wholly detached from a commandment. Of course, she had also been completely ignorant of the existence of stargazers. Once people heard the word commandment, what would come to mind? Fate and destiny. The inevitable trials and obstacles in the walk of one's life. When it comes to thinking of such, there was a clear difference between those and a commandment. Things that were unavoidable. Very much like the falling rain when walking on unsheltered roads. The people of Shudrak, too, had an understanding of something such as inevitable events. Putting it in honest words, it could be said that death was the most inescapable fate among all. Old age and illness, hunger and injuries as well. Things associated with death were the curtain of destiny that would arrive without exception, something difficult to avoid. No matter the person, one could not go against their destiny, nor should they consider that they should defy it. When a compatriot of theirs died, they prayed and sung, so that their soul would be welcomed into peace. Singing, feasting, and seeing them off was the way of Shudrak, a value Tarita believed in. Her older sister Mazelda was an outstanding Shudrakian. Although she was not as prominent as her sister, Tarita had also inherited the blood of a lineage that continued to carry the role of Shudrak chieftain for generations. Being a Shudrakian was an unquestionable truth for Tarita. Following the teachings of Shudrak was only natural, something not to be questioned. Tarita had never been good at mulling over stuff. She was not one to be bothered with things, nor did she wish to add to her own worries. She had believed that her life would be one of following her older sister's footsteps alongside the people of Shudrak, her own people, who shared her blood and her own path, from beginning to end. That was to be her fate, her destiny. Hey, Tarita, I was chosen to be a stargazer, and I have a commandment to fulfill. That was until the one closest to her, her soul sister, confided in her. Abel, the Empire's ruin, is it not that great disaster? The man in the Oni mask stared straight ahead at Tarita, her resolve shaken, wobbly on her feet. The writhing jet-black thing visible from a distance was instinctively recognizable at a glance as a great disaster. However, the man, Abel, ridiculed the notion of being afraid of it. Abel, if so, there is no reason for you to stumble along the way. I shall have you disappear from the board, you interloper. Abel stepped forward, stating clearly and with much grit that it was something undesired. At that very moment, the small medium shouted, "Wait! Wait!" from beside him. Grabbing the hem of Abel's clothing, she halted his movements with all her might. Medium, you're suddenly really determined, aren't you? But that's too dangerous for you, Abel Chin. Abel, fool, it is clear what needs to be done. If that were likely to be the great disaster, I would lament that the preparations were beyond insufficient. If that is not the case, however, medium, then what? Abel, then it is merely a sideshow before the real deal. There is no time for such entertainment. As far as that is concerned, we shall promptly put an end to it. You too shall become aware of that if you observe it from a distance. Jerking his chin, Abel indicated the great disaster to Medium after her question. But, much like she was unsure of his intent, Medium frowned. Back and forth, she took glances at Abel and the great disaster, sizing them up. Medium, I don't understand a single thing you said. You've got a bad habit of putting on airs, Abel Chin. Abel, are you holding me responsible for your lack of intellect? Medium like, I said, if I can't grasp the point of this, then I'm going to get in your way. Abel Chin, you're just getting in your own way. If you were smart, you'd realize that. Abel, stomping on the ground and puffing out her cheeks, Medium would not let go of the hem of Abel's clothing, perhaps thinking that he didn't have time to ponder over Medium's defiance, it being one of her strengths. Abel let out a small sigh, and then, Abel, if you have not noticed, that girl, Yorna Meshiger, Kafma Irelux, and the people of the Demon City are struggling desperately to stop that great disaster. Medium, bad habit of yours again? Abel, that thing has a will. It has a clear, obvious human will. Abel spoke and Medium tilted her head. Will? Tarita, standing behind Medium, also raised an eyebrow at the latter's question. That great disaster, the embodiment of the end of the world, possesses a will? Furthermore, Abel labeled it the will of a person. Where could such a thing exist there? In the first place, the idea of considering that thing as a living entity was one she could not even conceive. The figure which was whittling away at the world with all of its entirety, bubbling away, writhing, spelled the end of the world itself. What in the world could Abel have seen that had made him conclude that it possessed a will? Just when Tarita and Medium arrived at that very same question. Abel, earlier, that thing reached out to you people. Medium, huh? Tarita. Abel's seemingly unexpected words made both of them let out dumb noises. Medium happened to have no idea of that, but Tarita felt a faint discomfort. When she'd snatched the two of them away from the shadows that had come swooping down, Tarita had sensed it as well. That, from that abhorrent jet-black thing, there was something akin to a slight attachment. Abel, most likely, it reflects the will of the one struggling deep inside it. Seeking salvation, it keeps reaching out its hands. Behold. Before Tarita's astonished gasp, Abel now extended his hand as to indicate the great disaster. Tarita and the others, drawn by the gesture, looked at it, and now understood Abel's point. Sitting at the center of the demon city in place of the collapsed crimson lapis castle, the great disaster spread unrelenting destruction and demise to the surrounding area, expanding, but that which the darkest of shadows extended to as to reap it. Bringing its demise by taking it unto itself were not buildings nor the very earth, but human beings. And that, too, Medium. Louis Shan and Yorna Chan are the only ones being attacked. Tarita had the same impression as what was contained in Medium's faint mutter. As they watched the fierce battle against the great disaster from a distance, they could easily see the bias in the shadow's aim. The two main targets were Yorna, who was unfolding a fight across several fronts, and Louis, who was evading the shadows she had attracted with instantaneous movement. Even Tarita was impressed, her eyes opened wide, by Louis's incredible movements, but wielding destructive power, Yorna's offensive and defensive abilities were a testament to her transcendent strength as one of the 9 divine generals. But the man from the Insect Cage clan was no less capable, demonstrating suppressive abilities comparable to those of Yorna, keeping the damage caused by the great disaster at a minimum again and again by use of his vines of thorns. And yet, the only attacks that flew in his direction, and in the direction of the building-throwing residents of the Demon City, were basically akin to stray arrows. Medium. If it's targeting Louis Chan as well, it means it's not going in order of who's stronger. Abel taking into account strength and strength only, she is not too far behind Kafma Irelux. But, assessing it from a bird's-eye view, it is self-evident. It possesses a will, meaning it only makes sense for me to move. Tarita. What is you? So sure about that. Abel, it is a given. There is no way that thing is fond of me. Let us say that it is reaching out hands as if to cling on to someone. Then the likes of me are not fit candidates for such a thing. Tarita found Abel's disinterested manner of speaking a baffling, puzzling thing. She understood Abel's thought, defining the existence of the great disaster of being something with a will. However, it was peculiar that, using that as a basis, the great disaster's selection criteria would be clear. It was as if Abel knew to whom the will of the great disaster belonged. Abel. It is Natsuki Subaru. Tarita. HK. Medium, huh? As if to push Tarita's doubts and Medium's lack of understanding out of the way, Abel trained his line of sight at the great disaster as he asserted that. Viewing the two staring motionless and in shock, Abel gave a deep nod and continued. Abel, It was something that overflowed from within Natsuki Subaru. Then, it is no wonder that his will intervened. All along I had regarded him as a man of numerous secrets, but this is beyond my expectations. Medium. Wait a minute, Abel-chin. You're saying that's Subaru-chin. Abel, strictly speaking, it is something that permits Natsuki Subaru's will to be reflected. I'm not saying that it's him, or something serving him. Either way, the result is the same. Medium. Abel-chin, why do you seem to be so calm about it? Medium. Her round eyes wide in surprise, complained in a voice that made it seem like she was about to cry. Looking down at her small figure, Abel's black eyes on the other side of the Oni mask narrowed, just like an adult, troubled by the tantrum of a child. Abel. Do I look calm to you? He let that thing overflow from inside him, and my whole plan fell apart. Reconsideration is required for this, and yet I do not possess the time for that now. And yet, you say, I look calm to you? Medium? No, that's not what I'm talking about. It's not that. It's Subaru-chin's calling out for help, right? But even so, you're so calm about that. Why? Abel. Would cuddling up with that thing and its suffering bring the situation at hand under control? Unfortunately, reality is not so accommodating nor benevolent. Medium's fervent words, however, failed to sway Abel's heart of iron. That was because he was a cold man, incapable of understanding people's hearts. No, he was a man that regarded the human heart as unimportant, but who at the same time, he was a man who could separate his priorities. For those who stood at the top, like politicians and leaders, it was a quality that must be possessed. The same would be required of Terita, who had to assume the position of chieftain. But Terita, for me, she was unable to think in the same way as Abel did, nor could she have his decisiveness, much less. She was also unable to head-on say that she hated something if that was the case, just like Medium. Abel, I have no time to argue with you here. I shall take my leave. I must converse with Yorna Mishigur. Medium. With Yorna-chan. But how? Stating that he could not spend any more time answering her questions, Abel attempted to step forward, but Medium interrupted him, her gaze testifying eloquently to the difficulty of proceeding. Having declared the place he was going to, Abel, in his attempt to talk with Yorna, would find himself in the front lines against the mad rampage of the Great Disaster. The battlefield where a split-second decision from those transcendent people could mark the difference between life and death. It was evident that Abel would only endanger his life, were he to step forth. In fact, he would not even be able to make a move that would change the course of the battle. Terita's whole body froze at the thought of a move that could change the course of the battle. Or, perhaps, it was an option available only to Terita. Only Terita had the means to appease the disgusting harbinger of death. That was the Great Disaster. The only one aware of the commandment bestowed upon her for the sake of repelling the Great Disaster. Terita. Medium. I'm going to go to the front too. Abel. What? At the prospect of such a big decision, Terita's body shuddered. To Terita's side, Abel's voice was filled with doubt as Medium declared so. Black eyes flickered as if peering into the heart of the little girl restraining herself. Abel. What are you thinking? To begin with, have you even been listening to me? The only grounds on which I shall be taking my leave is because I believe that thing is not fond of me. If you go there, Medium. I got that already, so I'm not going with you. I'm going where Lewis-chan and Yorna-chan are fighting. I want Subaru-chin to find me. Abel. Medium. If it is as Abel guessed, Subaru-chin will reach out to me, right? If that's the case, Lewis-chan and the others will have a teeny bit less trouble, won't they? Maybe that way Abel-chin won't be targeted either. Abel, to begin with, I am less likely to be targeted. Medium. Maybe then it'll be even less likely, right? Stepping forth firmly, Medium emphasized her own bid. For a moment, it was clear that Abel was considering Medium's proposal in earnest. As per her words, if the Great Disaster reflected Subaru's will, then it was highly likely that Medium would be targeted. However, Medium remained as a concern, her stature still diminutive, her mobility still hampered. Even if she were to take on the role of attracting the attention of the great disaster, there was a good chance that she would be swallowed up by the shadows without being able to fulfill her role in any significant way. If that much were to happen, it would generate a mental turmoil to those around her. He didn't think that none other than Tarita herself would be able to tolerate mediums without batting an eye. Energetic, full of life, and unafraid to be around others, Medium was one of Tarita's favorite companions. She would be incapable of facing her brother, Flop, either. In that case, she wondered if she, in her current state, would be able to face anyone. Abel? Denied. Medium? Abel? Chin? Abel, I considered it for a moment, but in your condition you would not be able to fulfill the role of a decoy. The impact of your death on those around you would be a greater concern. I cannot accept such a gamble. Adjacent to Tarita at a standstill, Abel dismissed Medium's proposal out of that very same concern. However, gnashing her teeth out of anger, Medium's eyes transmitted a lack of satisfaction. At this point it was quite possible that she would disregard Abel's opinion and leap on to the battlefield and raise her voice toward the great disaster. And amidst that sort of perilous situation, then I'll protect Lil Miss Medium. You shouldn't have any complaints then, right? Stepping over the rubble, the voice of a newly arrived figure interrupted. At the sound of the familiar voice, the group of three, all in their own worlds, turned to look at the person speaking to them. The blue dragon sword hanging from their thick right arm and an ugly rag covering their face, they possessed a suspicious appearance, although the sense of them being a particularly powerful person had never been there, for some reason. At this moment, in this place, the man standing there was brimming with a fighting spirit so striking that it was almost too much to look at. Al, Medium. Al Shin, you've gotten bigger? And back to normal? Al. Right. I just happened to run into the old man coming back. I didn't have time to go back to the inn to get my helmet, so you'll have to overlook this clumsy presentation for a tad. Medium. Not at all. So cool, but if Gramps is there, barring the rags wrapped around his face, Al had returned to his original state. Medium's voice seemed sunnier due to his words, which made her look around restlessly as well naturally, as Medium was in the same state. She would opt for returning to her normal self. But, Al appended with, sorry regarding Medium's situation. Al. Sorry. I couldn't bring the old man along. He said he'd be wise about it. Medium. I see. I get it, but I'm glad. Even if it's just Al Chin who's back. Have you stopped being so scared now? Al. Being scared. That's something that ain't gonna stop for the rest of my life. Medium switched instantly from having her eyes downcast for a moment as hope was taken away from her. Hearing her words, Al lowered the tone of his voice, shaking his head. His voice was filled to the brim with unconcealable fear and anxiety. In the face of that great disaster, everyone held instinctive fear. No one could condemn them for that, whereas Al harbored true fear. However, whereas Al harbored no feigned fear of the sort, Al... Still, I gotta do it. Bring it on. Oh, inevitable fate. Medium. Al Chin. Suddenly, Al raised the clasped blue dragon sword overhead. Medium looked impressed by his determination. Meanwhile, a small snorting sound interrupted their conversation. Abel. For a trembling, shriveled abomination, you sure talk big. That old Bart Dunkelken should have no ability to inspire others. Al, and you'd be right. The old man just said a lot of things that pissed me off. It wasn't that lil shit that made me stand up. Abel. Then what did? After having been rendered unmoving, how will you convince me that you can be included in my future plans? Al. Abel, kept like that by Medium seizing the hem of his clothing and being held back, asked that of Al. Those cold eyes of his, piercing his Oni mask, were probably still thinking of the victory that had to be grasped. How would Al be able to convince Abel to add him to his ranks here? With Abel turning his gaze towards her, Tarita had trouble breathing, unable to imagine how he would convince him. Under the watchful eyes of Tarita, Abel, and finally Medium, Al. Sorry, but I ain't gonna waste my words to convince you, Abel Chen. Abel Ho Al. The only master I got is the sexy cute princess. The reason I've gone along with you like this is so that I can give bro some assistance. So that's what I'm gonna do. Feel free to work my moves into your equations however you want, Abel-chan. Declaring so with a defiant attitude, Al shouldered the blue dragon sword. That brisk and clear decision made Abel's Oni mask-covered face tense slightly. But even if the answer was not in accordance to his own thoughts, Abel had neither the power to drive Al away nor a relationship valuable enough to hold him back, exactly as Al had predicted. No matter what, Abel would have to formulate a plan with the assumption of Al's presence. Abel, if your sanity returned, then what is merely returned is just a bothersome clown. How do you plan to fight it? Al. Trade secret. Well, I ain't gonna let you die, Lil Miss Medium. And don't worry, I'll protect you too, Abel-chan. Medium. I'll chin. With the great disaster's rampage right before his eyes, Al's reply was far too reassuring. What in those words had caused Medium to open her eyes wide was the surprise that Al had recovered from what Abel had described as a disgrace, becoming an embodiment of honor. Consequently, Medium strongly nodded, and Medium, I'll do my best with Al-chin. Abel-chin, is that fine with you? Abel, from the beginning, the presence of you two was not part of the plan. Medium, thank you very much. Just the apparent fact that we weren't included among those with fighting power makes it feel like we're getting special treatment. Shrugging at Abel's answer, Medium lined up with Al, who stepped forward. Only then did Medium's hand part with Abel's sleeve at last. Waving his released arm, Abel released out a small exhale, then turned to face the great disaster. And then, Abel, Tarita. Ah, Abel, if you prefer to target my back, so be it. But take in mind, ultimately, you will have no choice but to make the decision of whether or not to follow your commandment by yourself. Rather than turning towards Tarita, he let her hear that from over his back. And then, Abel's steps proceeded in the direction of the battlefield. Medium and Al, both of whom were facing in the same direction as he was, also seemed to be accompanying him in his advance. Tarita. HK. Only Tarita was unable to move forward or backward. She could only see off the backs of those three people. The words that Abel had just said to her kept echoing in her mind over and over again, as if a reminder to herself. To just shoot down Abel's back by knocking an arrow to the bow in her hands would be an uncomplicated affair. But if she could take the plunge into an uncomplicated affair without batting an eyelid, Tarita would not be so worried. Tarita. Obey or disobey the commandment. Biting her lip with force, Tarita cast her head downwards while holding back the heat slowly rising in her body. She was unable to muster the resolve to take aim with the arrow in her grasp, or the courage to spit out the thoughts rooted in her heart. Amidst the demolished demon city, dominated only by the continued violent tremors and roars, Tarita looked downwards, similar to how, one certain day, she was swept away, ridiculed by the stars, while she guarded against the encroaching jet-black darkness. A tempest swept fiercely within Yorna's heart. Yorna. Swinging her kaseru, the purple smoke produced served as a barrier that halted the offensive of the great disaster, restraining its expansion. At intervals, parts of the city would be fired, akin to cannonballs, in an attempt to inflict even a single piece of damage to the great disaster. By repeating this over and over again to deal with the extending shadows that would dispossess her of her life from just a graze, she would devote everything in her mind and body to manage it as best as she could. However, she would not keep up these increasingly ineffective actions for long. Yorna. HK, what are you becoming so faint-hearted about? To object to the timidness that had entered her own heart, Yorna curved her beautiful lips. Regardless of its effectiveness, she held no intention of withdrawing the caustic words she had left Abel with. This city belonged to Yorna, and those who lived in it were under her protection, the last stronghold for those with nowhere else to go. They could not afford to lose it. Yorna. Child. Abruptly, copious amounts of black corruption poured down, targeting Yorna. Before Yorna could deal with it, a small shadow appeared and rushed over, moving towards her waist, and in the blink of an eye, the world changed immediately afterwards. For nary a moment, There was the wobbly sensation of her head shaking, but upon seeing the ground a number of meters to her side becoming gashed right after that violent assault, Yorna grasped that she had been protected. The one to pull that off was a blue-eyed girl, her golden hair pulled back in a bun. Lewis, her slender shoulders violently heaving up and down. Lewis, her lovely face having taken a grim color, glared at the great disaster motionlessly, with round eyes widened in grief. What she was looking at was not the great disaster itself, however, but what was within it. Yorna, you're worried about that child, aren't you? Lewis. Whoa. A short reply to Yorna's words, and Lewis's figure once again bounced like a ball and headed for the great disaster. Lewis was jumping around the top part of the great disaster. That bubbling, amorphous great disaster, in which there was nothing that looked like a head, but if there was one, she was jumping around the part that corresponded to it, attracting its attention, aimed at Lewis's petite body. Nearly 100 shadowy arms were shot out in succession. Avoiding all of those, Lewis's contribution to preventing the spread of damage was immeasurable. Were it not for her, it would be hard to believe that Yorna and the residents of the Demon City would have been able to contain the great disaster on their own. That only made it all the more horrifying. Kafma, use that. Little girl. Lewis. Oh. Assisting Lewis to break through was the wielder of thorny shrubs extending from both arms. Kafma. Offering the vines of thorns, which boasted significant suppressive ability as a scaffolding, he adroitly supported Lewis's evasive maneuvers. Of course, those thorns late to retract would be swallowed by the great disaster, but Kafma seemed to not be affected by this. As could be seen by the earnest look on his face, his mute yet masterful performance would resume playing an active role. Behind Lewis, Kafma, and Yorna in their battle, the residents of Demon City continued to resist the great disaster, albeit on a lesser scale. Those with flames lit in one of their eyes were under the influence of Yorna's soul marriage technique. Their power increased. However, there were individual differences and limits to how much the level of one's strength could be raised. Moreover, Yorna's soul marriage technique had the disposition of favoring the weaker ones. It was a tool that enabled the weak to face the strong, not a substitute for the strong to face something stronger. That was nothing more than the difference in the quality of one's soul, something Yorna was unable to influence in any way. Therefore, Yorna. And yet, it's only been a few minutes. It seemed as if an endless amount of time had passed, but only a few minutes had gone by since the great disaster engulfed Crimson Lapis Castle, when Yorna and the others began their all-out battle. Nevertheless, the wear and tear on Yorna and her group was not negligible. That was what it was like, being smack dab in a place where you were always overly anxious of fatal injury. That probably marked the difference between those considered true warriors and Yorna Mishigur, a woman who just so happened to be endowed with power. Were she a true warrior, she would challenge this great disaster that could erase her entirely without any discretion and wrest out a win. However, she did not consider herself that blessed of an existence for such. That self-awareness was a strong point of the leader of the Demon City, named Yorna Mishigur, and thus, Haya. With a vigorous call to arms, a fresh fighting force entered the battlefield, which seemed to be tilting towards dire straits. A girl of petite build, wielding a cleaver in her hands, charged in with a momentum such that the words "launch in" served as an apt descriptor. The intrusion of the little girl, launching herself in with her long braids, dancing in the air, all while maintaining a lively atmosphere, lead everyone on the battlefield into a state of bewilderment. Yorna included, of course. Just what would happen with the entrance of a lone girl on the battlefield? All that could be seen was a little girl who was displaying foolhardiness and whose bravery would be her downfall. Moreover, she was not the sole odd intruder. Let's go, Little Miss Medium. Let's battle proudly. So barked a masked man that landed behind the girl, carrying the blue dragon sword. He was one of the people who had visited the castle tower as messengers the previous day, but unlike that time, hiding his face was not a helmet, but rather a mask of cloth, and the way he held the blue dragon sword was bizarre. For some reason, he had the blade of the blue dragon sword tucked close to his own neck as he broke into a run in such a perilous stance. One mistake, and just like that, he would inadvertently cut off his own head. In any case, the battlefield's atmosphere froze due to that passing party of two, which evoked only bewilderment. However, that congealment only affected the defenders who were aware of this melee. The great disaster, apparently devoid of any will, was unsurprised by these reinforcements. Nonetheless, the fact that, perhaps having a sense of what one may perceive as annoyance, the majority of the shadows cast by the great disaster lashed out neither upon Yorna nor Lewis, but rather at the girl who had just rushed out, almost as if, in a state of emergency, she had to protect them. Yorna made a sudden move, but Al, to the right. Step on the scaffold and jump. Place the tips of your feet on the rubble. Then up you go. Medium. Yoria. There was a shout from the masked man, and the girl bounced in time, raising an enthusiastic voice. Doing as she had been told to by the man, the girl jumped to the right, stepped on a piece of rubble, and flew forward. Once the girl's foot reached the rubble ahead of her, she used the strength of her fingers to fly upward in a big leap. In turn, the shadow caressed, scraped, and circled the places the girl had moved to. The girl, however, barely managed to dodge it, achieving not being harmed. Yorna. This was the same scene she had witnessed at the tower as of the previous day, when messengers had partaken in a bout proposed by Yorna, and were targeted and attacked by the Emperor, or rather, by a man dressed as the Emperor. Alongside the group, he commanded. That masked man had escaped the crisis by directing his allies to take preventative measures against Kathma's thorns and Olbart's attacks. Aside from that, the man seemed to have no special abilities. Was it just tremendously good intuition? And no reason beyond that? Whereas she viewed the latter to be most likely, she could not reach a conclusion as to why that would be. Exactly. Even so, the situation had changed. Medium. Al Chin. What's next? Al, don't rush me. I'm a nervous wreck. Hey, tattoo bro over there, give me a hand. I'll tell you what to do. Obstruct that thing's movements. Uthma. I refuse. Why should I follow someone as suspicious as... Al. Up there. Spread the vines wide. Kathma. What? Much like how he'd been called out by the little girl, the masked man, who had been referred to as Al by the little girl, now called out to Kathma. Kathma was naturally reluctant to follow the other party's command, as his competency was unknown, but the jet-black shadows that surged in concert with Al's cries proved that this was no time for quarrels. Thorn vines spread from Kathma's arms as he bent down in haste and raised his hands above his head, as the great wave of shadows changed course to stream along the briars. Of course, the vines of thorns could not totally withstand those all-consuming shadows, yet Kathma had saved his own life with that single second earned. Bursting into a gap and having escaped that hardship, Kathma glared towards Al. You? Kathma, can you read the movements of that great disaster? Al, we have a bit of a connection. Are you ready to hear what I have to say? Kathma. It is unavoidable if for the sake of reducing damage, but I will not tolerate thoughtless words. Al, you're more flexible than I thought you'd be, thanks. With Kathma openly admitting his superiority, Al chuckled sarcastically and stepped forward. Then instructing the girl and Kathma again, the blue dragon sword still trained on his own neck, he began taking command of the front line against the great disaster. And adjacent to that struggle, Yorna Mishigur. Yorna, you are about to join the unexpected combat forces of Al and the little girl. Yorna turned her attention toward an Oni mask making its way over, treading over the rubble, in the direction of Abel. Few minutes had passed since their parting earlier, but he was not a man of such an affable nature that he would change his mind in such a short time. In the first place, the disconnect between Yorna and him was not the kind of thing that could be easily wiped away with the passage of time. That sort of turbulence seemed to lay in the background, and, as if in support of Yorna's thoughts, Abel, abandoning the demon city. Have you cooled down enough to consider that suggestion? Blithely and ruthlessly, Abel once again threw a proposal at Yorna that had been discarded once before. Of course, cooled was a word unfitting of a mind aroused with fighting spirit. As long as the situation and their relationship remained the same, the answer on Yorna's side would not change either. Deeming arguing as pointless, Yorna turned her back on the cold-blooded emperor. Abel, You stated this was the last place for those who had no place to go, no place to stay. Yorna. Abel, my notion of it as worthless sentimentality remains, but allow me to correct your mistake. Yorna. My mistake? By that inexcusable argument, Yorna's attempt to return to the battlefield was halted. It was absurd. Yorna being mistaken in regards to the demon city of Chaos Flame. This was Yorna's city. All of its residents were Yorna's beloved children. That towards them, Yorna would hold misconceptions or anything of the like. Yorna. Just what exactly am I erring in then? Abel. It is not to this city that those weeping cling and rely on. It is you, Yorna. Abel. The demon city was originally built on desolate land, a city composed of the leftovers of warfare. The crimson lapis castle was erected as a symbol, but the true symbol has always been its tower, namely you. Once more, Abel's eyes were fixed on Yorna, as he concluded so, her eardrums struck by the power and the true meaning of those words. Yorna's cheeks stiffened. She understood the logic, but it was very much lip service. Whether Yorna was a spiritual pillar for the residents of Demon City or not, the fact remained that when it rained, they needed shelter, and when they were hungry, they needed something to eat. Whatever a city could provide, Yorna could not provide alone in comparison. Yorna. Or do you believe that these children would say that they would endure odious things, such as enduring an empty stomach or getting wet in the rain as long as I am there? Abel. They would, Yorna. Abel. Do you believe everything under your wing is a suckling baby? A baby? Grumbling for comfort? Waiting to be fed milk? That is not my opinion. Due to Abel's figure as he replied, Yorna quietly gulped. Immediately afterward, a violent booming sound erupted behind them, and pieces of debris wrapped up in the maelstrom of the great disaster flew towards Yorna and Abel. One of the fragments landed right next to Abel, who stood still, as the impact struck the slender man, ripping the Oni mask from his face. Yorna. HK. His pale face had become uncovered, and blood was running down his forehead, having been slightly grazed by a splinter, yet his countenance did not waver in the slightest. The handsome man picked up the Oni mask that had fallen by his side, clutching it in his hands. Donning his true face, Abel, nay, Vincent Felicia, stared at Yorna. Abel, the populace is foolish. If it does not hurt, they forget to resist. If they have no enemies, they do not even arm themselves. They know not how to unite without disaster, and they are so afraid of death that they avert their eyes from it. Yorna, Abel. And for all that, it is that weakness and foolishness that makes them. Them. The Empire rules its populace by means of iron and blood, and in the Demon City, your way of being has served as guidance for the inhabitants' own. Consequently, cutting off his words there, Abel then turned his gaze in some other direction. The place towards which his eyes had been lured was to those who had Yorna's love lit in their eyes. The form of the inhabitants opposing the great disaster. Resolutely, they continued fighting valiantly to protect this city. No, Abel, for your sake, they shall endure hunger and the rain, and, for the day when the sun shall rise again, for the day their stomach shall be full, they choose to desire with you. Consequently, Abel, abandon the Demon City. Their destination is the same as yours, and the only place they can turn to is yourself. Yorna. Abel. Or do you lament that you cannot do that? Do your own desires and those of the ones who struggle for you not overlap? As he voiced this, Abel wiped the blood from his forehead with his sleeve, putting the Oni mask once more on his face. Yet again his expression was concealed by cognitive disruption, but the words declared just before penetrated deep into the depths of Yorna's heart, becoming a thorn that would not fall out. From the moment Yorna read the missive, she understood that Abel knew what she desired, but for that to come out and be used as a reference at this juncture was far too barren of compassion, and that void of compassion was a quality desired in the Valachian emperor of the current generation. It was for that reason that taking all the necessary measures was, Yorna. If we abandon the Demon City and escape from that great disaster, what shall you do? That thing may drink this city dry. But it may not stop there. Abel, are you attempting to size me up this late in the game? You get what I am saying fully. Abandoning the demon city, and allowing the great disaster to do as it pleases. Just what was the true meaning of those words? Abel responded to Yorna's query with sullenness, jerking his jaw. That gesture of his indicated the great disaster itself, or rather, the base below the raging great disaster. Put into other words, there laid the site of the crimson lapis castle, where the great disaster had first made its appearance. Abel, do the same as you did when that thing swallowed the castle. But now, for the demon city. The swallowed castle was not enough to blow it away, but your beloved demon city will be a different matter altogether. From a distance, the wind fluttered the hem of his outfit, piercing black eyes gazing upon the great disaster that laid ruin upon the city. Yorna's scheme to minimize the spread of the damage as much as possible, along with Kafma, the city dwellers and other unexpected contributions of military strength, appeared to be manifesting some effect. However, that would not last for long either. To an undeniable extent, the threat that was the very darkness of the great disaster was overwhelming. Perhaps in ancient times people would personally witness such things, and, resigning themselves for the end of the world, left behind legends to pass on their fears to the survivors. The most extreme of these was the Witch of Envy. This great disaster was another, just like the former. But the great disaster that would destroy the Empire, it is a disaster of a different sort? It is? It is? Oh no, this could be an issue, no? That it happened like this wasn't foreseen. I feel like forgetting my place and complaining to the stars myself. With arms folded, standing still at an overlook, was a man, Vincent, and looking at the same sight to his side was the blue-robed stargazer crouched down. Along their journey the man had not even chirped as to give them advance warning, yet had yelled out, "Ah-te ani-harate." That's outside my responsibility in regards to the thrashing great disaster, as to dodge any and all blame. However, one of the few virtues of the stargazer was that he would not lie about what he had seen. So for a stargazer to be so bold, this disaster, and the ruin of the Empire foreseen by the stargazer, had to be a different problem. In other words, oh, comin'. Geez, I was rushing quite a bit. Ubilk, my old man Olbart, behind Vincent who squinted in thought. An old man with a faint presence appeared. The stargazer was first to call the name of the elderly man, of Olbart, who nodded his head with an aye. Shooting a sideways glance at Olbart lined up next to him, Vincent's eyebrows scrunched in a scowl. Vincent, did you leave your right arm somewhere? Olbart, just as I'd expect, you're quite perceptive, Your Excellency. Actually, I keep my right hand tucked in Your Excellency's breast pocket. Well, at least it'd be funny if I did. It was swallowed by that great shadow. Ubuk. I see. Sounds like quite the painful experience. Olbart. Yeah. 'Twas painful. Even at my age, I was about to cry and whine like a lil kid. Embarrassin'. With a flutter, Olbart ranted and raved as he waved his right hand, which was missing from the wrist down. Leaving Olbart and the stargazer's charade aside, Vincent once more looked upon the battlefield. At the former site of the crimson lapis castle, the great disaster stirred. Plus, there was the city's strength pushing it to keep it at bay. The measures necessary to repel the great disaster were already being relayed to Yorna. So after this, Olbart. But is it all right for Your Excellency to just casually stick around at this place, Vincent? It is of no importance. To the words of an Olbart tilting his head, Vincent responded quietly. It was his role to transmit the plan to Yorna and persuade her. In return, Vincent had to carry out the role as Vincent would. Therefore, Vincent, that move has already been made. The move that should be made as Vincent Valaksha, Emperor of Valaksha. Chapter 59. Tarita Shudrak? Hey, Tarita, I was chosen to be a stargazer, and I have a commandment to fulfill. The one to confide in Tarita was another of the people of Shudrak, Mariuli. All Shudrakians were born and raised in the Budheim jungle, and that was where their lives would come to an end. Hence, all the fellow villagers in the settlement were like family, and Mariuli was no exception to that. For Tarita, however, Mariuli was a special and close friend. The reason for this was that she and Tarita had been born on the same day. Soul sisters who had raised their birth cry in the same place. A belief of the Shudrak was that the souls of children born on the same day were connected. The connection was considered stronger than the one between one's mother and sisters. They were treated as the very half of themselves. It was an ancient Shudrak custom that soul sisters were connected by a deep and profound bond. Kuna and Holly were likewise soul sisters, having been born on the same day. When thinking of the friendship between those two, the existence of a bond that transcended that of blood could be keenly understood. The beautiful Shudrak, the woman named Mariuli, her black hair dyed a pink color at the ends, was Tarita's soul sister. She was gentle and calm, someone with good chemistry with Tarita, the latter someone anxious and shy. Tarita also consulted her soul sister about her real sister often. She would ask her to listen to her anxieties and her lack of confidence in her ability to support her older sister, who would eventually take over as chieftain of the tribe. Any conflicts or embarrassing insecurities she had, she could naturally confide in Mariuli. So when Mariuli told her she had a secret to disclose, Tarita was happy to be asked for advice, feeling compelled to repay her trust. And so, she spoke. She had been chosen as a stargazer, bestowed with a commandment to fulfill. Mariuli, to fulfill the commandment is a stargazer's important role. It's a great honor, Tarita. Tarita. Well, I don't understand. What are the heavens telling you, Mariuli? Mariuli. It's not the heavens, Tarita. It's the stars who tell us. The stars assign us a role to play. A very, very important role. In fact, I wasn't going to tell anyone, but Tarita. Mariuli, you are my soul sister. Looking over to the smiling Mariuli and her trust, Tarita was unable to say anything. It was merely a topic that her soul sister Mariuli had confided in Tarita, trusting her. The thought of revealing it to anyone but herself was not one that Tarita possessed. Besides, that sort of thing which seemed like an obsession could quickly be forgotten as a passing delusion. It was truly a passing delusion that really did not need to be taken seriously. By believing this, Tarita averted her eyes from the matter of Mariuli, but changes manifested themselves, slowly but surely becoming anomalies. And then, one day, when Tarita and Mazelda returned from hunting, Mariuli, who was taking care of the village children, was singing an unfamiliar song. That was bizarre. The people of Shudrak in the village could be split into two roles. One of those was the role of the hunter, those who left the settlement and made it their profession to hunt prey. Mazelda, Tarita, and many other Shudrakians belonged to this group. The role of the others was that of a guardian who would stay in the village, raising the children and defending the settlement. Mariuli, she belonged to those with the role of guardian. Her hunting skills never improved. Her ability was so ruinous that should she draw the bow, she would miss all shots out of 100. However, she was an excellent cook and seamstress, and her strong points were in singing songs and telling stories of the past to the children. Henceforth, it was not surprising that Mariuli was singing. Mariuli was an excellent singer, and at feasts, everyone would beg her to sing. Tarita, on the other hand, was useless at most of a guardian's duties, and was not very good at singing either. Truly, the two were halves of one person, or else they would not be able to fulfill one whole individual's worth of work. And yet, Mazelda, I can't remember hearing Mariuli's song before. Tarita, sister, Mazelda, but it's a good song. Pleasant. Stopping to listen to the same song, Mazelda paid no mind to the abnormality. The same went for the others, Kuna and Holly. They all noticed that Mariuli was singing a song they did not recognize, but they did not think twice as to its significance. Only Tarita was fearful and apprehensive about the source of the song. It was Mariuli who had spoken of the stars having informed her of the role she should perform, such as the commandment. Surely, she would not say that even that song had been taught by the stars. Mariuli. No, Tarita, that's a misunderstanding. I didn't learn it from the stars, I just sang a song I already knew. Tarita, you know the song, Mariuli? Yes, I know the song. Not personally, though, another stargazer does. Tarita, I don't understand what that means. It was not the answer Tarita had feared. In a way, however, Mariuli's answer had gone beyond what Tarita had feared. This stargazer remark was proof that she had not forgotten the tall tale that had come out of her mouth. It was proof that the fantasy still perdured. No, it was proof that it was getting worse. However, due to Tarita not understanding anything of what she spoke on the subject of stargazers, Mariuli made a lonely face. Because it had seemingly betrayed her trust, Tarita agonized due to something impossible for her to understand. After that, the honeymoon period with Mariuli's stargazer continued. She would spend her days demonstrating unfamiliar knowledge, singing unfamiliar songs, telling unfamiliar stories, and fulfilling an unfamiliar commandment. It was a Mariuli that Tarita did not know. Always she would discuss everything with Mariuli. There had never been a time in her life when Tarita did not seek Mariuli's advice on a decision. The same was true for Mariuli, even regarding her daughter's name. Yet Mariuli's attention was always on the sky, seemingly prioritizing something other than the people of Shudrak. Something aside from Tarita and her daughter. Her life slowly and gradually became trapped by the stars, bound by the commandment. Someone who was not a star, was placing wisdom in her. Suspecting this, Tarita had even attempted to indirectly pry around her surroundings. However, with her role as guardian, she never left the village. There was no opportunity for her to gain knowledge of the outside world. It was really as if the stars were whispering to her. Tarita, are you the one who's misleading Mariuli? Looking up at the night sky, she inquired to the stars that could be seen through the gaps in the treetops. The stars that spoke to Mariuli, however, did not speak to Tarita, to whom she was connected by soul. Unfamiliar knowledge, the songs no one had ever heard, a commandment one must fulfill. Tarita, give me my soul sister back. Drawing her bowstring with force, Tarita took aim at the brightest star in the night sky. As soon as she released the string, a sharp arrow roared up into the night sky, and naturally, it fell down aimlessly, not hitting anything. The stars refused to acknowledge even Tarita's rebellious will. The stars did not speak. They did not hand down commandments. Then, what exactly had changed Mariuli? She could not understand it. She did not even know who she should let hear this lament. All the troubles and sufferings that she could not express had been heard by Mariuli. Then, who should she turn to listen to her worries and sufferings caused by Mariuli? She was certain that her older sister would not comprehend. Her older sister was strong and composed. That she could dwell on anything or stand still was inconceivable. Besides, the horror of confiding in her older sister was larger than that of just not being understood. The current Mariuli was antithetical to the teachings and to the way of life of the people of Shudrak. Would Mazelda, now the chieftain of the tribe, approve of that? Or was it possible that she would banish Mariuli from the village because of her dangerous ideas? Some had been driven away from the tribe in the past, unable to return to the jungle ever again. She did not want to lose sight of Mariuli, even if now Mariuli had changed from the one whose soul Tarita's own had been connected with. Therefore, Tarita kept her anguish bottled up within her chest for a long time. And then, Mariuli. What should I do, Tarita? I'm a stargazer, and yet... And then the incident of that day, the same as the nightmares she saw every night, truly began. Sensing the change in the state of the battle, everyone on the battlefield began acting in their own way. As the situation was irreversible, no one was falling behind, their faces alert as a result of their nerves being on edge. The great disaster raged on, the rampaging shadows engulfing and consuming the surroundings, chipping away, magnifying demise. However, none of those who had steeled their hearts to resist the disaster faltered. That was the hard-earned reward of those who had overcome the very first obstacle. There was a condition for mounting a challenge on the great disaster. They had to be warriors. That meant that they must possess the strength to fight. Simultaneously, it also meant that they must possess a heart able to oppose it. If either strength or heart were lacking, one could not stand on the battlefield as a warrior. Conversely, as long as one could prove that they held both of those, there would be no other obstacles in their path to challenge the great disaster. Louis, you. Raising a soundless voice with clenched teeth, Louis continued evading the shadow's onslaught. She had neither any attachment nor a connection to Chaos Flame, no stake in whether the city would be destroyed or not. If the city were to disappear, it would not bother her in the slightest. Albeit she appeared young and frail, she was endeavoring her utmost to survive the great disaster, but for other reasons. If that conferred Lewis with strength, with heart, no one had the right to hold her back, and that was not limited to only Lewis. Medium, wielding a barbarian sword with her small frame. Al, holding the blue dragon sword against his own neck. Kaphma, mobilizing all the power of the insects within his body, and the residents of Demon City, one of their eyes ablaze. All those held a determination to not retreat against the great disaster equal to that of Lewis. Each of them had their own, different reasons for taking on the great disaster that was destroying the Demon City. For those that had made it past this first hurdle, the great disaster behaved in a simple manner, and, despite its danger, it was not too complicated to deal with. The great disaster was not a living thing. That was the greatest factor. The great disaster was no longer a disaster of that nature. Instead, it could be said that it was a phenomenon of destruction itself, shadows that chipped away at everything they came in contact with. An amorphous figure, bubbling and writhing, that did not allow one to be sure an attack had been successful. However, that was all there was to it. Al. It doesn't even have the brains to respond to our attacks or to change the way it acts. Running across the battlefield using debris as footing, Al stared intensely at the great disaster while issuing directions to those around him. Although there was no way to erase the panic leaking from the core of his body, via a show of bravado and with his grasp on the situation, he was able to give his mind some respite. Respite for Al to think. The behavior of the great disaster was, to put it simply, predictable. It would shake off or absorb anything that drew near, and would wriggle and engulf its surroundings to cause further damage, were it to go undisturbed. However, the defensive forces, Al included, would not permit the great disaster to proliferate further. By driving attacks in or by dispelling its attention from the goal of the overflowing shadows through becoming bait themselves, they would generate a pause on its engorgement, wasting its time. Repeatedly, had the great disaster been a living being, it would have learned, taken in how to react and change the tide of the battle. Or else it could have brought forth a change of its behavior because of emotional aggravation, which certainly should have generated a change in the course of the battle. But because that did not come to pass, even this fighting force was able to hold it back, albeit barely. However, Yorna, all of you, get ready to move back. With a single stomp, the earth shattered, and the billowing shockwave split the great disaster's gargantuan body in twain. Of course, not long after that the great disaster squirmed, quickly reverting to its original state. But it was the absolute suppressive ability of the Demon City's mistress that allowed her to inflict a discernible level of damage. The one who had performed that deed, Yorna Mishiger, her thick-soled Geta producing loud sounds, blocked the shadows which came surging forth like waves of the rough seas, as if to sweep the earth and everything on it away. Medium. Yorna-chan. Yorna. Stand down. Though it is frustrating, we'll do as that man says. Medium. You mean Abel-chin? As they conversed amidst the storm, Yorna's slender jaw went up and down in a nod in response to Medium's question. Her almond eyes regarded a handsome man wearing an Oni mask, standing atop a hill overlooking the battlefield. Even if he did not have the ability to join the fight, he was not running away. Still present, perhaps because of some pride. In any case, the plan he had elaborated via the perceptions circling in his mind had been conveyed to Yorna, and she had adopted it as her plan of action. Then, Yorna, I'll allow this city to be swallowed up, and then I'll blow it up from within. Aside from this, there's no other way to nip the buds of that disaster causing this debauchery. Kaphma, can you do it, Yorna? If one castle isn't enough, then it's just a matter of using one city. But if that's not enough, then I'll have to be made empress and use the country. Kaphma. As one of his retainers, I must admonish you firmly for such a thing. Having heard Yorna's plan, Kaphma yelled at her, red-faced due to her unnecessary comment. Still, the honest warrior of the insect cage tribe changed his expression at once and nodded his head in assent with an understood. That was probably because he had realized that Yorna's decision to abandon her city was a choice that brought pain akin to cutting her own body. Kaphma's short answer falling upon her ears, Yorna's eyes were cast downwards slightly, followed by a charming, delicate smile. Yorna, There's no need for your concern. With me and those who love me, a city like this can be established. Me and them both have that solace. Yorna, putting her hand on her chest and stating as much, had no objection. In fact, just how much power the ace up Yorna's sleeve would demonstrate was unclear, but he fully understood that, aside from it, there was nothing else that could tip the scales against the great disaster right now. Henceforth, medium. We're all gonna have to fight our way back together, as fast as we can. Those brief words asserted by medium were the cue for the final gambit in the Battle of the Demon City to be carried out. The nightmares she had every night started on one chilly night, under a moon pale and freezing cold. After professing to be a stargazer, Mariuli had gotten to the point where she was revealing unknown knowledge. Her brethren did not care where this knowledge came from, but Tarita's fears grew day by day. However, she could not disclose the anguish she carried to anyone. Mariuli had never told anyone aside from Tarita that she had become a stargazer, not because of self-interest, but rather because of the simple bonds between the two. There were vows and secrets, which were only exchanged between fellow soul sisters. Kuna and Holly, who both had a strong sense of belonging to the Shudrak, certainly also had their own secrets, which they had not told their other brethren. In Mariuli's case, that would be her role as a stargazer, which she had confided to Tarita. Plus, it was nigh unthinkable that a soul sister would let slip a secret, confided with such faith, to others, and thus Tarita's anguish continued to gnaw at her heart, unable to share it with anyone else. However, those days would come to an abrupt end, in a way she had not conceived. That would be Mariuli. What should I do, Tarita? I'm a stargazer. And yet, Mariuli's words came as a shock to Tarita, who became so stunned that she was unable to move. Because what had come out of her mouth were not merely her frail laments, but also fresh, red blood, which drenched the front of her chest. Her body had not been healthy to begin with. The reason she had toiled as a guardian instead of a hunter was not just down to her inexperience in hunting skills, but also the frailness of her body. Back when she was a kid, she would often be bedridden due to illness. But as she got older and those bouts grew less common, everyone must have let their guards down, assuming everything with her would certainly be all right. And despite that, the demon of ill health had been slowly gnawing into her very core, to a point of no return. Mariuli kept puking up blood over and over again, her face white as a sheet. Anyone could clearly see that her body was growing more haggard by the day, and that the light of her life was starting to flicker out. Thus, the rest depends on Mariuli's willpower. Tarita. Tarita, big sister. Spend some time with Mariuli until her last. That's the duty of a soul sister. Making her drink an infusion, Zelda left those words behind which weighed on Tarita. The duty of a soul sister, that felt just like a commandment spoken to her by her big sister, no different to that of the heavens, saying that she must carry it out. Other Shadrakians who had known Mariuli for a while, such as Kuna and Holly, each exchanged some words with her. They then took their leave, leaving behind a few words for Tarita. Everyone understood that this was their last chance to talk to Mariuli, and the one who would see Mariuli's end with her own eyes would be none other than Tarita, her soul sister, who had been born on the same day as her, but would die on a different one. Mariuli's young daughter, who still could not comprehend what was going on, clutched her mother's hand and softly rubbed her own cheek against hers. Prompted by their surroundings, mother and child finished their last farewell without a semblance of understanding. A farewell between an innocent daughter who held no doubts in her belief that she would see her again tomorrow, and her mother who lay on her deathbed. Mariuli. Good night. Mariuli finished giving her farewells to her waving child, as well as to her brethren who had spoken to her in turn. Now faced with her own death was something special. There was no doubt that Mariuli, who Tarita believed in and loved, was strong at her core. However, Mariuli, what should I do, Tarita? I still haven't fulfilled my commandment, and yet, Tarita, Mariuli, I still haven't finished it. Why, me? As soon as she was left alone with Tarita, the tension broke audibly. Mariuli's face turned even paler than it had been. What she was worried about was not death looming before her, nor the future of her child, but rather something incomprehensible like the whispers of the stars. Mariuli's eyes were filled with tears as she despaired, wondering why. But Tarita was the one who despaired first, even before her tears and expression. Tarita, you're still going on about that. Mariuli. Tarita, Taridments or whatever. Nothing of the sort exists. Absolutely not. You're Mariuli of Shudrak. There's nothing more to it than that. What more do you want than that? Live as a Shudrakian, die as a Shudrakian. That should have been the most important thing. The biggest priority. So, what needed to be done in order for Mariuli, one of the Shudraks, to die as one was Mariuli, meaning for having been born. Tarita, Mea, name, Mariuli. That's what I want. Mariuli's words, which even at a time like this saw worth in the commandment, pierced through Tarita. Born like a Shudrakian, live like a Shudrakian, die like a Shudrakian. Upon being asked what could she desire further, she replied by telling her she desired the meaning of being born. She had a daughter, she had Taret, she had the Shudrak, and yet, she said she desired meaning. In that very instant, she, Mariuli, had renounced the blood flowing through her, dismissing it as meaningless. She had betrayed her blood, and declared that she found worth in the whispers of the stars, which were nothing but a sham. Of all things, this kind of betrayal was one very difficult to forgive, as far as Tarita was concerned. So, for that reason, Tarita. Enough already, Mariuli. Tarita, I'm your soul sister. How can you even speak about the meaning of being born in front of me? As if she were saying she couldn't bear to hear any more of this, Tarita displayed her intentions using her cold blade. She had drawn out a dagger, its tip quietly pointed against Mariuli's pale throat. Tarita hoped Mariuli would be brought back to her senses, making her withdraw her words with how sharp and frigid the blade was. Naturally, it could be that these threats would not get through to Mariuli, given she was on death's doorstep. However, Tarita could not conceive of any other way. Henceforth, only this method remained. Even so, that was the greatest mistake Tarita had made in her life. Mariuli, right, Tarita. I had you. Tarita, huh? Her face white as a sheet, Mariuli focused on Tarita. The hue of her eyes seemed different from what Tarita had ever known of Mariuli, and that made her body tense up. That very instant proved to be a fatal one. For Mariuli. Tarita. Mariuli. Mariuli's thin hand pressed firmly over Tarita's, pushing down the blade pointed at herself. Tarita immediately tried to resist but was prevented from doing so due to her momentary confusion and by how atypically strong Mariuli felt. The blade was one that opposed the thick pelts of beasts. With how sharp it was honed, the blade sliced through Mariuli's body like it was water, shedding blood. There came a sickening sound along with a sickening sensation. There, she knew that the tip of her dagger had fatally torn into Mariuli's chest. Tarita, we need to get you patched up immediately. Mariuli. No, Tarita, you have a role to play. Tarita, please stop saying these foolish things. This isn't the time for that. Mariuli, listen to me. Tarita. Hka. She uttered a scream that felt like she was spewing up blood. No, she literally was spewing up blood. Her chest had been torn into by the dagger, the light of her life growing ever dimmer by the moment. However, Mariuli's arm would not let Tarita go. As blood foamed from the corner of her mouth, her eyes bored into Tarita, clinging to her life, which she was about to lose at any moment. She spoke while forcibly digging her nails into her. Mariuli, after 1,000 nights have passed, you'll come across a traveler. Tarita, Mariuli. Traveler is an ally of the great disaster that'll bring this land to ruin. So, you must kill them. Tarita, Mariuli. Mariuli must kill them. Tarita, Mariuli. Her voice, filled with anguish and mixed with the coughing of blood, robbed Tarita's arms of their strength. But before she even knew it, Mariuli's unbelievable strength fizzled out. That was when she should have stood up and called for someone. No, It was too late to do that. It was too late for everything. The Grim Reaper had already placed its fingers around Mariuli's soul, and it was about to be taken away. Delaying that for even a second was mere wishful thinking. Mariuli. A traveler, with dark hair and dark eyes. Kill them, Tarita. Mariuli. Stop the great disaster, Tarita. That's my duty. I can't fulfill it anymore. So please, Tarita, my soul sister, Tarita, you're still saying the... As she shed blood, Mariuli used the last of her strength. For this entreaty, and for that, for the very first time, Tarita hated her. All this time, Tarita had been desperately trying to keep her in check, due to how they were connected in soul. And yet, she had ignored this altogether, and brought that up in her very last moments. It was so despicable. Those words struck Tarita in her very heart. Hearing Tarita's tearful voice, Mariuli's eyes flickered slightly. And just like that, strength ebbed away from Mariuli's body, and her head slowly slumped down. Mariuli. Ooh. Tarita. Mariuli. Mariuli. Tarita Mariuli. At the very end, a weak, hoarse breath escaped from her. And that was her last. There lay Mariuli's body, limp and with no pulse, a dagger still stuck in her chest. Tarita remained stunned for a few seconds, then quickly ran out from the cabin, in an attempt to call her big sister and the others. However, Tarita threw open the cabin door and tried to run off outside. However, she stopped in her tracks. Sitting there was a small silhouette that should not have been there. Perhaps she had been worried about her bedridden mother, or perhaps she had felt a bad hunch as a child would. Whichever one it was, the young girl, who had what it took to become an excellent hunter, had shown her qualities on a night in which she should never have done so, slipping past the eyes of the adults. The young girl, Utakata, was staring at Tarita, who was soaked in her mother's blood, shedding tears upon tears. The shadow of the great disaster rampaged on, and a cataclysmic earthquake fractured the demon city from the inside out. Yorna's decision reached all residents of the demon city, for each and every one of them to abandon the land that had become their home. A bitter decision had been made. For them, this was the very final place that had welcomed those with no other place to go. That had permitted them the freedom of not having to run and hide. The loss of all of this, how could one not lament it? However, Yorna, if there's life, I'll save it. For the sake of witnessing a new demon city with our own eyes, we must be quick, without delay. Since the mistress of the demon city, the last stronghold of the helpless, had announced it, the people believed that they could rally and rebuild their home. They started running, turning their backs to their land, the home they were accustomed to. Living in, ruin engulfed, pulverized the demon city. The responsibility for that lay within the great disaster, its scale ever enlarging. The shadows it wielded grew in density, the wriggling jet-black mass swelling exponentially before their eyes. The increase in both its size and the number of shadows utilized going unchecked signified that the great disaster posed increased danger. As the area covered by the wave of destruction widened, the earth itself and the cityscape being gouged out, Yorna was astounded by the great efforts a certain meritorious person was undertaking to keep the human casualties at a minimum. Lil Miss Medium, back off. That's enough. You won't make it if you stay there any longer as you are right now, Lil Miss. Time noon. Medium. So frustrating. But, thank you. Trusting the judgment of Al, shouting so. Medium, carrying the barbarian sword, fled at once. A barrage of shadows shot out in pursuit of the young girl's back, which were blocked by a wall of thorns of vine that sprang out from the side, allowing the girl, whose petite body had played the perilous role of a decoy, to escape. Al, thanks for the save, Antenna Bro. But it's about time you... Wathma. About time. Are you going to tell me to retreat? If so, then I, Kafma Irulux, will not listen to such talk. Al. No. You know, I do consider you a that, but I really mean it. Character who'd say Kafma. What are you trying to say? Al, Whatever. Shrugging his shoulders, Al shook his head loosely at Kafma's angry bellow. As a result of going without Kafma's support, the battle against the great disaster would have been much more precarious. Although Al was grateful for his assistance, his hot-headed disposition was annoying. Anyway, Al... Fox, babe, Yorna. I'm not pleased with the way you're calling me, but I got it. At the voice Al had cast her way, Yorna nodded in assent. From the center of the city to the outer gardens, the operation to withdraw from the great disaster had reached its climax. Yorna's decision to abandon the demon city had been made known, and the evacuation of a significant portion of the population had been completed. Just as they had decided, they would then let that which had swallowed the demon city, the great disaster, feel its retribution. If only there were some mistake about it, and there was no necessity for that. Yorna, is there perhaps a lingering attachment? The great disaster suddenly reaching its limit, collapsing and vanishing beginning from its edges, or a weak point being suddenly exposed, allowing an attack just on that one spot. Such convenient miracles would not happen. They understood it without a hitch. The great disaster was a calamity that would continue on inexhaustibly. Were it to go unstopped, it would not cease with the demon city alone. Much, much more would be caught up in its destruction. To prevent this, they must sacrifice their precious demon city. Yorna, closing her eyes for nary a moment, she hesitated, regrets flashing through her mind. Even in the history of the ability called the soul marriage technique, Yorna's own was unique. In essence, the mass of souls that an individual was able to carry made no difference whatsoever, no matter how big the difference between them was. However, Yorna, because of certain circumstances, was in possession of a soul thousands of times more voluminous than others. It was not a power she desired. If she were upfront about it, she even wished to relinquish it. It had been useful in getting the position she was currently in, but she had not anticipated that an opportunity in which she was required to make use of it would come knocking. No, rather, it should be stated that she had avoided thinking about it, hence why it had taken her so long to make a decision when the time came. And that, Yorna, that man. Having been seen through by him, Yorna looked over her shoulder at the figure of a man wearing an Oni mask, watching on in the distance, standing in the outer gardens of the demon city, a place that could no longer escape destruction. The man with his arms crossed did not waver in the slightest. Perhaps his emotionless gaze was because he regarded the sacrifices necessary to halt the great disaster as a foregone conclusion. Even so, the fact that he had stayed there, unmoving, to see the conclusion with his very eyes was perhaps the way of the man to display humanity to Yorna, urging her to make a decision. HK, that idiot. A moment later, as she resolved to give her all to her opponent, the great disaster, Yorna's eardrums were struck by the sound of cursing. Turning towards its origin, then seeing that it had been Al, and following the gaze from behind his mask directed to the great disaster, Yorna understood what he was swearing at. A small body kept bouncing all around the great disaster, kicking debris and keeping it in check. Louise's, her golden hair dancing, her white attire stained with dirt and dust, her shoulders heaving up and down heavily, her whole body drenched in sweat. The girl continued mounting an assault against the great disaster. Louis's goal was merely one: to find the black-haired boy who had been right where the great disaster had sprung. Yorna, that child. Because she had not found the means to rescue him, Yorna had agonized while coming to this conclusion. It was equally as painful as abandoning the demon city, or perhaps even more, bringing pain akin to cutting her body. Once this plan came to fruition, what would happen to what the great disaster had absorbed? Perhaps if that were returned, the black-haired boy would be included. But Yorna knew that had a pup's chance to happen. For that reason, she also knew that Louis's dogged struggle would end in futility. Kafma, we have to bring that girl back. Al, you gotta be joking. Leave the brat alone. In the first place, she's... Kafma. What about that girl? Al. She's a... HK, shouting at the sight of Louis bouncing about. Kafma glared at Al. Showered by Kafma's sharp glare, the latter choked on his words, seemingly holding some thoughts on Louis. Yorna wanted to save Louis. As long as Louis's desire could not be fulfilled, Yorna wanted to at least save her life. Perhaps she would be happier if they died together. That was what Louis possibly desired from the boy, absorbed by the darkness. Al. Shit, for fuck's sake. Why do I gotta worry myself stupid 'cause of her? I'm gonna resent you, bro! Shouting this wildly, Al started running with vigor that did not betray the tone of his voice. At his destination was Louis, constantly leaping from side to side against the great disaster. Louis was agile enough to not let that jet-black monster set its sights on herself, however. Al, I can see through you, Louis, dodging the rain of debris. The aftermath of the Shadow's actions pouring down on him, Al wrapped around Louis as if he knew how she would move, then snatched the girl's body in an underarm carry. With the two as they were, still grappling with each other, the pair narrowly avoided a storm of shadows aimed at them. Al had unbelievably protected the two in a close cut, just barely escaping the range of the attack. Louis! Oh! You, oh! Al, go to sleep. Louis, All the while, Louis struggled about in Al's arm, trying desperately to reach out in the direction of the great disaster. However, Al drove a callous blow with the hilt of the Blue Dragon sword, and Louis's head fell, limp. And with that, Al lifted Louis's small body, then initiated a sprint, turning his back to the great disaster. Al, antenna. Kafma. It's Kafma Irilux. In response to his urgent call, Kafma's vines unfolded an escape route for the fleeing Al. The great disaster intensely pursued Al, attempting to corner him as he dashed towards the thorny shrub's path. However, while they produced a path for Al, the vines also created barriers to the great disaster. Al, carrying Louis, ran across the battlefield in a tremendous combination of offensive and defensive cover fire. Then, Abel. Do it, Yorna Mishiger. In a final move, a shout urging for decisive action was raised from behind, and Yorna thrust her hands out in front of herself. The gesture itself was meaningless, very much like when the castle was swallowed. It was merely a gesture for Yorna to make known how much she was willing to sacrifice in order to achieve this. Yorna, I do not love you. With those few words unto the great disaster that had swallowed the majority of the demon city of Chaos Flame, Yorna's soul exploded. Its potency was certainly as if the very city had crashed down. The impact of the explosion produced something akin to a blast wave, and a tremendous gale blew the demon city up. Rocked by the shock wave, all that composed the demon city was broken, crushed, obliterated. Amidst all this, the great disaster at the nexus of the shock wave was engulfed by the destruction, and was certainly likewise destroyed. With that, by a single blow unleashed in exchange for the city itself, the great disaster was negated. Abel, was it not enough? Amidst the unrelenting tempest and the lingering plumes of smoke, the voice of a quiet man echoed. Realizing that this was the voice of a man who never turned away, even in a situation where nobody could help but face down, Yorna, her body losing strength, held her breath. It had suffered a blow into which she put her utmost, yet nevertheless, the presence of wriggling darkness remained on the opposite side of the columns of smoke. It had connected, but it was not sufficient. This end result made her grind her molars. Yorna, Before she resolved to take action to paint over her disappointment, Yorna's voice escaped her. The reason was simple. Something had acted faster than she did. However, the inextinguishable embers of the great disaster were not that something. That Yorna, Tanza, had been the small figure of a deer girl leaping out of the blown-up inn's basement. Utakata. U saw it. Ma stabbed herself with Ta's hands. The testimony of Utakata, Mariuli's daughter, the young child who had witnessed the whole affair, was the deciding factor. Mariuli's body had been pierced by Tarita's dagger. The latter did not even make any attempts to wipe off the blood she was drenched in. To anyone's eyes, this horrifying spectacle would appear as if Tarita had murdered Mariuli. However, Mariuli's daughter of all people disproved this view, annulling Tarita's disgrace. Killing their own kin disgraced their soul, forbidding them to return to the same soil as the spirits of their ancestors. That was which the Shudrak abhorred above all else. The disgrace of the Shudrak. Utakata's testimony denied this suspicion. Additionally, Nizelda, the way she was stabbed. If Tarita had stabbed her, she would have aimed for a spot that wouldn't have brought suffering. It wasn't my sister's doing. The way the blade had pierced the body and, even more importantly, the location of the wound. With just one glance, Mazelda was able to determine that Mariuli had stabbed herself. The same thing was also noticed by other more perceptive than average Shadrakians. Those among the most perceptive, those who were not, were convinced by Mazelda's verdict. They did not conclude that the chieftain, Mazelda, was trying to cover for her biological younger sister, Tarita. Rather, it was the opposite. Only Mazelda had never attempted to defend Tarita. Not because of a lack of sisterly affection, but because Mazelda was a Shadrakian among Shadrakians. Their strong Shadrak blood was the basis for Mazelda's judgment. It was decided that Tarita was not at fault, and that Mariuli, having taken the dagger from the former, had committed suicide using it, perhaps in an attempt to escape the agony of her illness, or perhaps to leave her death in her own hands, rather than the demon of ill health's hand. From the Shadrak's point of view, the latter option would have been seen in a better light. But Tarita. Aye, that Mariuli D. It was none other than Tarita herself who did not see it that way. Tarita had drawn her dagger to shut Mariuli's mouth, to prevent her from speaking words she wished not to hear, to prevent her from leaving any more curses behind. Without Tarita's imprudence, then, Mariuli would not have died in such a manner. And above all, Tarita, a commandment. On the verge of death, Mariuli made Tarita listen to the commandment bestowed upon herself. Until then, Mariuli had never explained the slightest thing about the contents of the commandment to Tarita. Although she had told the latter, it had been handed down to her. Only on her deathbed did she let Tarita hear it for the first time. Tarita, great disaster. The commandment was to avoid destruction, and that destruction was the great disaster, so had Mariuli explained. The implementation of countermeasures to prevent it was Mariuli's commandment. Tarita, a traveler, with dark hair and dark eyes. Would there truly be a thing such as a traveler who would appear 1,000 nights from the present? How could the death of the traveler stave off destruction large enough to even be called a great disaster? But until the very end, Mariuli had believed in the commandment, in a stargazer's duty. Going without fulfilling it wholly made her feel as far as her life had been meaningless. That it was meaningless, that it was absurd, was something Tarita could assert without doubt. How many times had Mariuli's words, Mariuli's kindness, been salvation to her? Due to her existence, Tarita had been spared from being crushed by the inferiority complex she held towards her own elder sister, worthy of bearing the name Shudrak. Devoid of her support, Tarita would not exist as she did this day. This, too, was Mariuli's achievement. Tarita would not permit anyone to state that it had been meaningless. Above all, Mariuli had Utakata, the child she gave birth to after a painful pregnancy. Tarita. I won't let anyone say that all of it was meaningless. Biting her teeth with force, she raised her eyes to the night sky. The sky, replete of heavenly stars, had not changed. They did not confer Tarita with any of their teachings. Of course not. The stars spoke not. Mariuli's mind was trapped within a delusion. Even so, even if she had sought salvation in that delusion, even if she had sworn a vow, Tarita, these stars, or whatever, I wish they would shatter. Simultaneously with directing her hatred towards the night sky, however, Tarita beseeched this. As Mariuli had whispered, a traveler would come to the forest. Mariuli's soul, ruled by despair and regret, would continue to wander, unable to finally join with their ancestors' spirits. Without severing that despair and regret, her soul sister would not meet redemption. What had happened in those final moments was a secret that the still young Utakata could not know. It was a secret that even blood relatives should not meddle with. Only soul sisters should. Tarita, surely my arrow, would shoot the traveler dead, severing Mariuli from her lingering attachments. For that end, she waited and waited and waited without end for the traveler's visit, and finally, one day, Tarita drew her bow at the sight of her much-awaited traveler. Subaru, Rem! The shot set loose from the bow drawn tight missed its target, and the dark-haired, dark-eyed traveler leapt to the protection of the girl at his side. Having fixed her aim towards his heart, Tarita's heart sprung mightily, as she clenched her molars. After 1,000 nights, a black-haired traveler had made their appearance in the forest. Struck by a shock akin to her heart being frozen over, Tarita knocked an arrow to her bow, and became a hunter. Calmly, coolly, the tip of the arrow was steadied, aimed at its target, but her soul was bellowing in fiery applause. Bellowing. 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 It was bellowing. The moment the dear girl jumped out, all sound vanished from the world. The tremendous shockwave just before that, with the great disaster at its center, caused the world to literally shake. The force blown the very city itself away, and a violent explosion holding the energy to stamp out the great disaster. Their entire bodies were engulfed in the violent winds of the shock. It was enough for them to hold the conviction that any existence engulfed in a shockwave thousands, tens of thousands of times more powerful than this one, would be shattered into pieces. However, overpowering even that conviction, the great disaster survived this destruction. Though it could not be said that to be alive and well, Tarita, having become a bystander, aware that she was shaking as she knelt on one knee, sensed the presence of the great disaster having escaped annihilation from beyond the plume of smoke. Louis, Medium, Al, the people of the city, they were watching this desperate resistance, unable to decide how she should be, unable to confront the commandment she had continuously been controlled by, and recollecting Mariuli's face stained with the color of blood, Tarita was unable to move in the face of the great disaster. Everyone carried out their own role, leaving the worthless Tarita behind. Just as Yorna Mishigir, the ruler of the city, struck a blow at the expense of her beloved city. Just as the dear girl, seeing that the blow was insufficient, jumped out of her hiding place. Tanza, running fiercely, her right eye alight, was the girl in a kimono, the messenger who had made her appearance at the inn. At the destination of the girl who had introduced herself as Tanza was the great disaster on the other side of the fluttering plume of smoke. Tarita did not understand just what in the world she was going to do. However, Yorna, don't. Reprimanding her shaking legs, Tarita understood Tanza's aim and resolved by chance upon hearing Yorna's reaction, screaming towards the back of the girl running past. Tanza was risking her own life to challenge the great disaster by means of some technique. Yorna, with a guess as to what she was doing and because of her love for the girl, tried to stop her. But to stop the young girl would mean missing a golden opportunity to destroy the great disaster, whose movements had been arrested by a single blow with the demon city as a sacrifice. Or perhaps if Yorna, one of the 9 divine generals, was so inclined, she may be able to perform the clincher against the great disaster and drive it away in some other fashion. But was that really true? Tarita, HK. Cursing herself for trying to harbor such wishful thinking, Tarita gasped quietly. Casting her sight to her surroundings, Tarita longed for the means to change the situation, for a chance to make a move. She even hoped that someone other than herself would take action. However, the wreckage of the blown debris, and the people who were tossed and scattered by those, had no strength left to deal with this situation. Only Tarita did. Only Tarita, who had hesitated to participate in the frantic offensive, trying to weather the passing of the storm, was in possession of options at this point. And then, Abel. Tarita. Tarita turned her gaze at the faint call and saw the figure of a man standing up on a hill. Abel. Blood flowing from within his oni mask, his dark eyes looked fixedly at Tarita. Rather than utilizing language, he silently pointed his finger towards the heavens. To look to the sky was not what he was conveying. Abel indicated the heavens, or rather, the stars. Namely, the commandment. Being told to choose, Tarita was forced to make a decision. Tarita. The blood-stained Mariuli's final moments, and the commandment to kill the dark-haired, dark-eyed traveler were resurrected within her mind. Were she to execute it, they would escape the great disaster. Mariuli's soul would be freed from its shackles. Consequently, Tarita quietly, and without hesitation, drew an arrow from her quiver, and, putting it on her bow, took aim. It was a hunting procedure she had repeated thousands upon thousands of times. It transformed Tarita from a frightened, bewildered, and foolish girl who was unable to do her job into a hunter. If she were told something as high and mighty as to choose a method to save the world with, this would be how she would elect to do it. All along, Tarita's answer to the proposition of the heavens, to the whispers of the stars, had long since been decided. In other words, Tarita, I don't even know what sort of thing a commandment is. The bowstring was released, and the nocked arrow flew furiously through the air, cutting through the wind, and it did not miss its mark. As it pierced the leg of a tall woman who was about to get up and break into a run, with a startled cry the woman fell forward and stumbled over. Impatience and surprise etched on her white face. The woman reached out her hand in grief, raising her voice. Even in a world where all sound had vanished, Terita understood very well that this voice was calling out the name of the girl pushing onwards towards the great disaster. Even so, she had made her choice. Disobeying the commandment entrusted to her soul sister, she allowed the young girl to achieve her greatest wish, pushing on to stake her life. Tanza, Yorna-sama. Kicking off the ground just before she burst into the opposite side of the cloud of smoke, the girl's lips invoked that name with loving devotion, and then, her petite body was swallowed up by the great disaster that awaited her beyond the wisp of smoke. A monumental second shock, an extreme explosion comparable to the Demon City's own, blew the great disaster away this time. Chapter 60. The planting of a tumultuous seedling. Vincent. Yorna Mishiger must abdicate the Demon City in an attempt to destroy the great disaster. The soul marriage technique might succeed in this, but there is no guarantee. Tanza. Supposing the Demon City were offered, and it's not enough. Vincent. If that does come to pass, the great disaster, with no way to stop it, shall threaten to engulf the entire empire, or perhaps even more, spreading outside its borders, with the Demon City as its epicenter. Tanza, Vincent. Tanza. Yorna-sama will not approve of giving up this city. Vincent, this is not a situation for sentimentality. Regardless of whether you want it or not, the city shall be abandoned. In the first place, it is not up to me to persuade you to do so. Tanza. You believe he can convince Yorna-sama, Vincent. If he cannot, everything shall turn to dust. If he must, he shall undertake it. That is the type of person he is. He has maintained that way of being since forever. Tanza. I don't understand. If you know that much, and are so sure about him, what do you want from me? Vincent, you should already be aware of what I intend. You are young, but you are in a position to be utilized plenty by the ruler of the Demon City. Tanza. Vincent, in case the great disaster is not destroyed, Yorna Mishiger shall suffer tremendously. The Demon City shall be used against a great disaster that has yet to develop fully. But if that does not suffice... Tanza. Vincent. Ansa Yorna. Sama. For Yorna Mishigur's sake, the most magnificent among all, a lady akin to a compassionate mother. For that far-away love I am to die a martyr's death, I assume. Vincent, it is a grand undertaking, Tanza. I do not need consolation nor compliments. Except Yorna-sama's tears. Yorna, don't. Tanza ran with Yorna's voice behind her, the latter reaching out her hand, shouting with a pained expression on her face. Pitching forward, Tanza nimbly kicked the ground, her right eye blazing red, her young body filled with strength that even heavily armored Imperial soldiers would be unable to match. She was no exceptional fighter, nor did she excel in magic or special techniques. Still, no one could stop her current self. The reason for that was that she was aware of being loved by Yorna, more loved than anyone else was. She supported Yorna by her side, was given affection, spoken to, helped, thought of, prayed for. To love Yorna, and to be loved by Yorna, were the necessary qualifications to receive the maximum benefits of the soul marriage technique. Yet, Tanza's love for Yorna was not out of self-interest. One may perhaps say that love requested naught in return, speaking with a know-it-all look. However, Tanza believed in that. She believed that the feeling of loving someone was in itself a reward. The thought of that person, and the beating of their heart, was the reward for love. Then Tanza had to reciprocate it, with all of her little body, in return for what she had received. That was exactly, Tanza, the reason why I was given this life. The first time Tanza was granted audience with Yorna, having been driven away from someplace else, she was far too young. Concealed behind her kind older sister's back, unable to do anything besides looking up towards Yorna and her dignified conduct. But, for the first time in her life, she had been promised that she could live her days without being threatened by anyone. Believing in that promise, she had thoughts more than fleeting about spending her days with her older sister. The second time she was granted audience with Yorna, having had her older sister stolen by horrible things. Tanza snapped at Yorna in desperation. However, Yorna did not reproach her. On the contrary, she listened sincerely to Tanza's pleas, and even helped to avenge her lost sister's death, even if she would be stigmatized as a rebel in return. Why should she not love her? A kind person, who had given so much love and compassion to Tanza priorly. She wept at the death of Tanza's older sister, regretted being unable to keep her promise, and apologized to Tanza. Why should she not love her? Tanza. In front of her, she could observe a horrifying, writhing black mass of stagnation gathering behind a plume of smoke. The city beloved by Yorna had been destroyed, and yet her stubborn persistence remained unshattered. Tanza was not intimidated by the darkness that made everyone wish to avert their gaze from itself. If fear was a reason to falter, then that was not what ruled Tanza's heart. Accordingly, Tanza jumped forward, using the debris as footing, pushing headlong into the flickering great disaster. If she turned around, it would become a lingering attachment. She knew it would in turn become a curse. But Yorna, Tanza. Hearing the one she loved calling out her name, Tanza's gaze was directed behind her back. There she saw Yorna lying on the ground, reaching out her hand. A single arrow had painfully pierced her leg. She understood that the person wielding a bow far away from her had been the one to perform that deed. Were it not for that arrow, Yorna would have rushed towards the great disaster, towards Tanza. Tanza was thankful to the arrow's shooter, as she could not have done anything as drastic as that. And then, Tanza. Yorna-sama. Her lips moved. Whether the words that followed reached Yorna or were inaudible, she would not know. However, in that moment, just like she did every day before sleeping, every time she woke up, had she even the slightest of time, she offered a prayer. May you, my beloved, be in good health each and every day. The light blew away everything, white, scorching the retinae of all. As the light faded and the seared eyes gradually regained their capabilities, all beings witnessed the end of the demon city. The ground zero of the explosion had caved in, as if a circle had been gouged out, and, at the center of the demon city, where the crimson lapis castle should have been located, a titanic hole had been opened wide. It was as if a giant's arm had dug up the large pit, a literal mark that proved the existence of a fearsome entity that had swallowed up the entirety of the demon city. And the disaster, which had been defied by the forces of concerted battle, had vanished abruptly. It was the result of the trump card played by Yorna Mishigur, the mistress of the demon city, and all those who had participated in the battle knew that the final push had been performed by the little girl who had staked her life. In other words, we were saved by that girl. I am deplorable. A man so muttered as he peered into the bottom of the gaping hole. Stretching out the vines of thorn he wielded. Kafma Irilux. There was no falsehood. Probably, those words were true from his heart. As typical of a warrior, a cut above the rest, this honest young man who adhered to the philosophy of the Empire reproached himself for having allowed others to correct his own shortcomings. And making it all the more aggravating was that a young girl's life had been spent to cover for that. Kafma. Originally, I am at odds with you and your people. Now that things have settled down, I see that the truce should end here, and that we should turn towards that. Then, you'll fight us, Afma? We should not. Looking back at the big hole behind him, Kafma shook his head at the question. Facing Kafma was Medium, her barbarian sword, too large for her small frame, carried on her back. The query of the battered girl covered in mud was a shining ray of light, even amidst the devastation. That beautiful beam of light was what Kafma believed necessary to keep things from deteriorating. At any rate, the end result was that the demon city of Chaos Flame had been destroyed, and no building could be found standing straight. From here, the survivors' struggle to pull through would commence. Of course, Kafma's role as a general of the Empire was to deal with those refugees and with Yorna Mishigur, who would lead them. Kafma. Right now, I am traveling as the bodyguard for a very important person. First and foremost, I must give priority to meeting up with said individual. Everything else is trivial at this point. Medium, trivial, trivial, you say? I think putting it like that is awful. Hafma. And no, that's not what I meant. Receiving an objection for being unscrupulous, Kafma flinched slightly at Medium's barbs, but a somber voice called out to her just like Kafma. Lil Miss Medium, offering him some timely help. Looking toward them, slowly coming their way, was a one-armed figure. That's just that guy's own concern. He's saying he's got more important things to do, so he won't fight us. So let's settle it with that. That about right? Afma. I cannot say anything myself. I will leave how you interpret that up to you. Hey. Hey, plenty of people like you around. You know, roundabout like you here, big bro. Shrugging his shoulders in exasperation, the one-armed man, Al, stood next to Medium. Looking up at him, Medium's eyes widened with an ah, and then, once she pointed at his face, Medium, Al Chin, you actually managed to find your helmet. Al, yeah, somehow. It was lying in the vicinity of where the inn was, so it was a blessing in disguise. I just needed to find it, since I knew it wouldn't break. Medium, you mean, it's tough? Al, yeah, I mean, tough. No one in this world can break it. As he declared that, Al wrapped his fingers on the jet-black helmet he donned. Medium nodded her head with a, really? In reply. But Kafma shot a sharp look at Al. Noticing the look in his eyes, Al tilted his head, asking, what do you want to do? Al, your opinion's that you don't want to fight us, right? Of course. Same goes for us. Or perhaps I should say that we're all too worn out for that. Kafma. You directed us brilliantly during that battle earlier. Why did you know how the great disaster would move? Al trades secret. If I don't tell you that, no truce? Kafma. Afma, no. I will not retract my statement. Shaking his head, Kafma responded to Al's answer with genuine sincerity. He then dusted off his tattered cloak with his hand, turning his back on both Al and Medium. He turned to what he had stated was a very important person. Kafma, I cooperated with you this time because of these developments, but you and I are enemies. Lest you reconsider, we will see each other on the battlefield. At that time, I will not stay my hand. Al, even if you didn't tell us that. Medium. Same goes for us as well. Thanks for helping us. Kafma, I only did what I was supposed to do as a general of the Empire. With these words, Kafma spread his transparent wings across his sturdy back and flew away in one swift movement, the beating of his wings producing a loud noise. Medium and Al watched his back as he moved away, a cloud of dust and smoke enveloping him as he kicked up dust. As Kafma disappeared from sight, Medium. Al Chin, thank you so much. Really, thanks. You saved my life. Al. Well, it's a win-win situation. If it weren't for your persistence, that big thing's assault would have been much more lopsided. There would have been a lot more dead people. Medium. Dead people. Hearing Al's answer, Medium gently lowered her eyes. Looking at Medium casting her gaze down with a heart-rending expression on her face, Al fiddled with the seams of his helmet's visor with his fingers and said, Al, I know you don't know what I mean, and I know it's not much consolation, but if that kid, if Tanza hadn't done that, we would have been wiped out. For sure. Medium, maybe, we could have tried harder. Al, nah, that way wouldn't have worked out. Experimenting with that went up in smoke. The dejected Al's words really made no sense to Medium. However, she would have been lying if she said it was not comforting. She understood that Al had said something for the sake of consoling Medium, so it was a genuine consolation. Medium. Thanks, Al Chin. Al. You're welcome. The words Al responded with, once again made no sense to Medium. Have you finished settling your mind on what needs to be done, Yorna Mishigur? Yorna? Is that you? Piles of rubble. The broken remains of buildings and an unfathomably large hole had been created in the aftermath of the fierce battle. While Yorna stood on top of a hill, surveying the spectacle of scars that remained as a result of the demon city of Chaos Flame going to all-out war against the great disaster, a man appeared beneath her. Abel, his face hidden behind an Oni mask, inquired as to her feelings in a tone of voice audibly devoid of even a hint of emotion. Unhurriedly, Abel made his way through the rubble, desiring to see the same scene as Yorna. However, without inserting any emotion into his voice, he spoke. "Abel, what I can offer you is exactly as I wrote in the missive. Let us hear your answer. Yorna, is that really what you should say when looking at this tragic scene? Abel, will comfort provide shelter or pity a refuge? You and I both were born amongst the haves, part of those who chose their duty. As such, a second from us is not of equivalent value to a second from others. Yorna, to not wish for comfort nor for sympathy, he was someone who had chosen that way of being. Understanding that, Yorna held back from rebelling against his attitude. Most importantly, Yorna would gain nothing by antagonizing him here for emotional reasons. Yorna, I've already lost too much today. Abel, the city, its citizens. It would be a mistake to add the time you took postponing this matter to those. Yorna, she was, Tanza. Abel, Yorna, the beloved child who sacrificed herself to save us at the end. Her name was Tanza. With these words, Yorna pulled out the abidome from her kimono and showed it to Abel. Abel threw her a sidelong glance as she scrubbed it in a circular motion, questioning her intentions mutely. The outer corner of Yorna's eyes lowered slightly due to that questioning gaze. Yorna, this abidome was fashioned from the horns of that girl's older sister. When mourning over her sister's corpse, Tanza made it for me. And aside from that, Abel, Yorna, both these hairpins and kanzashi are tributes from my beloved children. These are the marks of those children who have been driven away from their homes, those children who have nothing, and gave of themselves to repay me. The colorful ornaments, the hairpins, the kanzashi were all tributes from the residents of the demon city. Some had removed their scales, some had gathered feathers, some had polished their horns and fangs, only to then offer them to Yorna, their way of life and gratitude giving them form. To Yorna, they were more valuable than any precious gem and treasure, and for having been given such things, she felt that she had to live up to their love. And yet, Yorna, I cannot afford to make any more mistakes in my promises. Abel, sooner or later the departed Vincent Valaksha and his group shall begin moving. They shall not make a move here given the situation, but it is only a matter of time. There is no time to spare. Yorna, what will you do regarding the place where my children go to? Abel, we shall have no choice but to use the fortress city as a base at first. Along the way we shall seize other towns and add them to our banner. With you and the inhabitants of the demon city, it is possible. With the loss of the demon city's faculties, it was necessary to find a place to receive its stranded residents. Abel's proposal was a forceful, absurd thing that forced the unreasonable upon others. But Yorna had similar priorities. To save those she loved, that was Yorna. And aside from that, Yorna, are you sure you're truly prepared to fulfill my wish that was in your missive? Abel, I do not intend to speak of it twice. However, you must ponder it over carefully. Yorna, ponder it over? Abel? Which do you prioritize, your long-held wish or your own love? With Abel, whose emotions were not visible, Yorna could not tell whether his words, or rather what seemed to be his advice, were given out of favorability or unfavorability. But Yorna, struck by his words, pulled a kisuru from her belt, fixed its crooked tip with her finger, set it alight, and let the purple smoke waft out. Below, Yorna's loved ones were probing the broken city, gathering their lives, the parts that sustained them, preparing for what would follow. It was up to Yorna to give them shelter, and be the light to show them the path towards tomorrow. To give Abel the benefit of the doubt, and drag Vincent Valaksha, no, the fake who acted as him, off the throne, and make him fulfill the promise in his missive. And on the contents of promises to be fulfilled. Yorna, Shouldn't it be that parents die first, Tanza? And so, the beloved child who had decided her own destiny vanished, just like the purple smoke in the fleeting wind. As she observed the purple smoke rising from a distance, she greeted the man in the Oni mask as he walked out from underneath it. The one being received, Abel, gave a small snort at the sight of Tarita standing stock still there. Abel, if you are preoccupied with the leg you shot through, then it is nothing more than just needless worry. The wound has already begun to heal. It shall recover fully by tomorrow. Tarita, I'm glad for that. It's not what I was worried about, though. Abel, ho? As Abel had stated, no physical discomfort was visible in Yorna's posture as she stood on the hill. Her kimono and disheveled hair, seen from the back, let off a sense of exhaustion, but her right leg, shot through with an arrow, gave off a different aura. That, in and of itself, was possibly a benefit of the secret arts she manipulated. However, the result of inflicting the wound was heavier than the wound itself. Of course, Tarita was well aware of that weight. Tarita. At that last moment, having been entrusted with a choice, Tarita herself had left the decision to an arrow. If she were to follow Mariuli's commandment as a stargazer, Tarita should have shot Abel through the heart with that arrow. It was true that this was the most promising possibility among Tarita's options, although it was hard to imagine what sort of causality would lead this to quell the great disaster. But considering that Mariuli, who was so dear to her, had turned into an existence unbeknownst to her, solely obeying the stars, it was a decision not any different to one of cutting one's own life short. At the very end, that was the one point that had made Tarita settle on that decision. Tarita detested the stars that had changed Mariuli. Thus, she did not follow the stars. Perhaps just following the commandment would have meshed well with Tarita's personality. Someone comfortable with being told what to do, with being shown the way, with being at the beck and call of others. However, the meeting between Tarita and the stars had been a bad one. If the stars had spoken to Tarita from the beginning instead of Mariuli, Tarita may have lived for the stars, but that was not what had happened. Therefore, Tarita. At that moment, I pushed the back of that dear girl who ran without hesitation. As a result, the girl somehow gave birth to the light that would then destroy the great disaster from within. In exchange, the young girl's life vanished, and the amount of damage done to the land where the demon city once stood was not negligible. It was possible to declare, however, that she had been able to protect that which she wished to protect. Abel. Yet in spite of that you do not appear so pleased. Tarita. I was right, wasn't I? Not following the commandment and not shooting you. Abel, as if I, in the position of the one not being shot, would tell you that you should have taken the shot. How correct or wrong your decision was is not in the scope of the things I should speak of either. As cliché as it may sound, the rightness of your choice can only be proven by your own actions later on. Tarita. Those words, I don't think they belong to you. Abel, correct. From Iris and the King of Thorns, a quote from a classic. Having spoken of a matter Tarita did not understand, Abel shook his head sideways, stating, you needn't comprehend it. He then surveyed Tarita from top to bottom. Abel, you may possess some trepidation even now, but you seem to have gotten over it to some extent. Now, what shall you do? Tarita. I don't know for sure. I just want to go back to that city and have a conversation with my sister and my people. I would like to talk to the daughter of my already late soul sister. Abel, a soul sister, which left a commandment to you, huh? That clarification as to why you yourself are not a stargazer does make sense now. An increasingly abominable bunch. Tarita? Abominable? Abel? You are not who I was speaking of. I understand your general plan. Abel turned his head around in response to Tarita's mutterings. A large number of people marched into the streets that had become ruins, gathering household goods that had escaped damage, as well as materials that could be used for some purpose, and began prioritizing what was needed in order to stay alive. Tarita was struck by the resilience of the way of life held by those from the demon city. Recalling the origins of the demon city, they were probably accustomed to being persecuted, oppressed, and losing. Even taking that into account, that was. However, Tarita. Those people, Are you going to drag them into your fight? Abel, indeed. Involuntarily, Turita felt daunted due to that short, definitive answer. There was no hesitation. Abel observed the people trying their best in the devastated land, yet stayed consistent with his original purpose in coming to Chaos Flame, putting his heels together with a noise. Then, though Abel Chan's opinion might be right, I wonder if the people around him are going to obey so quietly. Even the Fox Babe might have a hard time being on our side emotionally, right? While expressing a reasonable opinion, Al joined Abel and Turita. He had been out of sight for some time, but judging from the way he had set his familiar helmet back on his head and languidly walked toward them, it seemed that something aside from his normal size had been recovered. At Al's side was Medium, who looked up at Abel with her round blue eyes. Medium. I feel the same way as Al Chin. I'd be happy if Yorna Chan was on our side, but after what happened with Tanza Chan and the city, I'm not sure she would want to be a part of this. Abel, are you saying that Yorna Mishigar shall not follow us, those who have brought along the fee, existence at the center of the catastrophe? That idea is an overly sentimental one. She has already made up her mind. Medium. Really? Abel Chin, you didn't tell her something awful again? Abel, regardless of how heartless they are, I shall say what needs to be done. My intentions are clear. Medium's cheeks puffed up at Abel's refusal to deny the question she had posed. In fact, from what Turita's ears had picked up, the exchange between Abel and Yorna had not been emotional, but it was far from being gentle, calm, and cuddly. Still, the reason why Abel did not doubt Yorna's intentions like he did was because, Al, you're prepared to take advantage of Miss Yorna's weakness. After all, if she doesn't walk the same path as us, she can't protect the city's residents, who've got nowhere else to go, right? Medium. Good gracious. Again with your heartless words, Abel Chin. Abel, what other choice do they possess? The only other option remaining for them is to stick with their meaningless obstinacy and die a dog's death. Medium. There's no other way, but there's another way to say it. Why don't you get that? Abel directed a frigid gaze towards Medium through his Oni mask, the latter pressing him for an answer by raising her voice. Turita was fairly certain that Abel would make a callous judgment regarding Medium's complaints, but her emotions were close to Medium's. However, as long as he followed the covenant between the Emperor of the Past and the people of Shudrak, Turita was unable to abandon Abel and cut off their relationship. The likes of allies by sentiment held no significance on a very real battlefield. Al, you're right to be angry, Lil Miss Medium. However, I personally don't dislike Abel's idea of using whatever he can. I wouldn't have any objection if Lil Miss Yorna came with us just for utilitarian purposes. Medium. I'm telling you, I've got many objections with it. I hate you too, Al Chin. Al. There's a pain in my heart from hearing that Lil Miss Medium hates me. That aside, cutting off his sentence there while keeping Medium, who was glaring at Abel and himself, at bay, Al cast his gaze around, turning his attention toward the large hole in the center of the demolished area. Once that movement captured Turita and the others' attention, and, turning to it as well, he voiced, Al, let's talk about one of ours, about Bro. Everyone? As Al broached the topic, the parched air grew tenser ever so slightly. It was a topic that they all knew must be talked about, but at the same time, it was a topic that they were all feeling a bit uncomfortable about, wondering what to say. At any rate, Medium. Subaru-chin, where have you gone? Medium's somber muttering spoke of a damage of smaller proportions wrought by the great disaster. Compared to the fact that one of the larger cities the Empire took pride in had completely disappeared, and the fact that the lives of 2 emperors had been endangered, that damage could perhaps be said to be quite trivial. However, for the group that came to the Demon City, it was damage that could not be overlooked. Medium. Yorna Chan said that the shadows overflowed from Subaru-chin. Al. Old man Olbart said that as well. He was smiling even though his right hand was gone. As someone with a long history of having one arm, it was unbelievable. Turita. The old man's attitude, you mean? Or was it what he said? Al. It's frustrating, but here, it's the attitude. As to what he was saying, I'm certain it's true. With a click of his tongue, Al said that he trusted Olbart's testimony. Tarita also did not have a good impression of the monstrous old man. But it was also true that he had no reason to lie. As long as what he had stated matched up with what Yorna said, it was probably true. Suddenly, what came to Tarita's mind was the memory of Mariuli's last will and testament. A traveler, with dark hair and dark eyes. Upon first sighting Subaru in the forest and aiming for his life, there had been no doubt in her mind about him. Later, once she learned of Abel's existence and identity, him being trapped in the village, she believed that she had misjudged her opponent without a doubt, but Tarita, what if it had been Subaru, and not Abel, the one responsible for the great disaster foreseen by Mariuli as the stargazer? That could be why the great disaster had overflowed with Subaru at the center. Such doubts kept nagging at Tarita's heart. Abel. There is one thing we must unify our views on. Tarita's anguish was put aside as Abel held up a finger at the center of the group. Having caught their attention, Abel surveyed the faces of Medium, Al, and Tarita respectively, then declared, Abel, from your way of speaking, that thing's Natsuki Subaru's survival is not something you hold doubts on. Do you believe in earnest that he survived that wretched scene? Medium. HK, of course, in dying something. Abel. Do not say anything such as not wanting to think about it, even if it is difficult for you to accept. Things that are meant to happen shall happen. The life and death of others walks a fine line. Medium. Abel Shin. Abel's matter-of-fact tone clashed head-on with Medium's emotional insistence. As for Tarita, her sentiments here, too, leaned towards Medium, but she was not hopeful that Subaru could have survived, as he had been at the heart of this catastrophe. Perhaps it was because her daily life was spent hunting, coming into contact with the life and death of living beings. The people of Shudrak were brave warriors, but even routine hunts were deadly. Sometimes, beasts would fight back in their death throes, and her companions would lose their lives. People died easily. Whether those people were important or not made zero difference. Tarita, unfortunately, Subaru. Al Bro's alive. Medium. Al Chin. Shaking her head, Tarita tried to express her condolences, but her statement was interrupted by Al's words, full of conviction. Hearing them made Medium's face light up. Naturally, Abel turned his eyes, which seemed to be in a foul mood, towards Al. Abel. Clown. How can you be so sure of his survival? Al. Plain and simple, it's 'cause Natsuki Subaru's that kind of guy. Or rather, Abel. Rather, Al. The world hasn't been destroyed. That's my basis. Tarita could not fully stomach the rationale and the logic that Al laid out. It seemed the same went for Medium, who also tilted her head with a look of incomprehension. Abel, too, cut him down in one go, telling him to quit being a fool verbatim. Abel. I do not possess the leisure to listen to your nonsense. If you wish to be a clown, do it around Priscilla. Al. I'd love to do just that, but unfortunately the princess ain't here. Speaking of that unfortunate fact, I'd like to ask the same of you, Abel-chan. Abel, what is it? Al. What do you think, Abel-chan? Do you believe Bro's dead? Touching the chin of his helmet, Al inquired Abel as to the latter's thoughts. His opinion, however, seemed to be set in stone. He was the one who had originally started the questioning in such a tone, questioning their sanity for believing Subaru was still alive. Naturally for him, the belief that Subaru, who had been within the great disaster, had survived. Abel. Since that was not the great disaster, a role for him to fulfill remains. If he possesses the ability for that purpose, it would be premature to assume he is dead. Tarita. Huh. Medium. Abel Chin. But what Abel actually declared was the opposite of what Tarita had expected. The answer made Tarita become speechless, and even Medium, who should have obtained the answer she was looking for, rounded her eyes in surprise. However, Abel, not meeting the gazes of Tarita and the others, turned his body immediately after, and slowly walked away from that place. Glancing at each other's faces, Tarita and Medium then followed him. Al followed the backs of those three as well, leaning his head in befuddlement. Medium. Abel, what do you mean? Explain already. Abel. What is it you need an explanation for? Medium. Everything. You were talking like Subaru-chin was dead until just a moment ago, that's why. Abel. I just said that if you believe he survived, you need to present me with an argument other than an emotional one. I do believe he has a reason for surviving. That is why I think he survived. End of story. Medium. Tube. Abel's answer, bereft of kindness, made Medium go red in the face and express her dissatisfaction. That too bore no effect at all on Abel. He did not even glance back. Abel's feet, with the three of them in tow, finally stopped after walking for a while. They did so right in front of the gargantuan hole made by the now scattered great disaster, where the demon city once stood. And there, there, crouched at the edge of the hole, was a small girl, Louis, hanging down her head. Her white clothes were completely stained with mud, and she was feebly shoveling soil with her bare hands. Her hands were filthy from the dirt, but it was also noticeable that they had been stained red due to the bleeding of her broken fingernails. Medium. Louis Chan. In a panic, Medium rushed up to Louis and embraced the girl from behind. Even with Medium's embrace, Louis's hands still would not stop. Pawing away at the ground, or pushing aside debris, the girl kept searching for something. No, not something. Tarita. She's looking for Subaru. Al. For better or for worse, I guess. It doesn't leave a good taste. As they watched the back of the petite Louis, Tarita and Al each exhaled their own thoughts. Unbeknownst to Tarita, Al's attitude toward Louis had become terribly irritated. However, Al had been the one to protect Louis from the final strike, the one that blew away the great disaster. So, Tarita could not quite decipher the relationship between the two in that regard. Prodding into it now probably would not make anyone happy. She had a vague idea, but Tarita acted as she had not listened to the topic that had been delved into. Abel. Stop it already. Digging through the dirt and looking underneath the rubble shan't help you find what you were looking for. Louis, As Louis was hugged by Medium, Abel stood behind her. Turning her head to see the gaze of the Oni mask directed at her, Louis made a face that was not quite one of anger, nor one of sorrow. It seemed to be both condemning Abel and appealing for him to not stop her. Abel did not care if it was the former, and even if it were the latter, it would reach deaf ears. So, he cocked his chin in the direction of the large pit to Louis's side. Abel. Discovering him shall require much effort of you. At the very least, he will not emerge even if you paddle through the dirt alone. Furthermore, you are not even aware of where he was blown off to. Louis... Abel. You may search like the simpleton you are, but you shall never find him. You would do good to recognize that. Louis. Abel's cold-blooded words caused Louis to turn red and open her mouth in vehement protest. From her vigor and look of anger, it was evident that she would never give up looking for Subaru, and that she was keen that she would find him without fail. And then, Medium. Abel Chin, is there a way to find Subaru Chin? Louis, Medium. The way you just said it, about how Louis Chan can't find Subaru Chin alone, do you have a better method in mind? Or doesn't it exist? Do you have one? While Medium posed a question to Abel, looking into his eyes, Louis grew more excited as Medium embraced her. As Louis's vigor subsisted because of Medium's words, Abel shut one eye and Abel, you are not very perceptive, but you have good instincts, don't you? You and your brother are like two peas in a pod. Medium. Of course, because Big Bro and I are brother and sister. More importantly, answer me properly. Is there a way to find Subaru Chin? Is there? Expectations swelled and Medium threw out the same question over and over. Sighing at Medium pitching forward, Abel paused for a beat, then added, Abel, it is not anything as proper as a search method. The original aim would not be to find someone who has disappeared but to secure a pretext to stir trouble in the imperial capital. Medium. Make it easier to understand. Abel. If that plan works, you and this girl's wish may come true. After all, the whole empire shall search high and low for that one person. Tarita, the entire empire, looking for Subaru. You say, picking up on an intriguing part of Abel's words, Tarita's eyebrows frowned. Like Medium, Tarita was not the most perceptive of people. The only difference was that Medium would say out loud that she did not understand what she did not understand, while Tarita would keep it to herself. In any case, Abel's explanation, which he had attempted voicing in an easy-to-understand manner, was not quite grasped by Tarita due to her lack of knowledge beforehand. However, Louis, oh. The intent behind those words had been only conveyed with certainty to the one whom it had been addressed to. Louis, who had been on the verge of a violent outburst, relaxed in Medium's arms, and, staring at a motionless Abel, she cast a question without the use of language. In response, Abel nodded, voicing, "Of course," although he probably did not know its exact meaning. "Al, so we're gonna do. How can we implement this plan to find Bro?" Abel: "Nothing so difficult, just spread the word." Medium. Abel responded to Al's question, and Medium glared sharply at him again. Then, Abel sighed, as if anticipating the hounding that would follow from Medium, and resumed with, "Abel, that Vincent Valachia's illegitimate son, a black-haired, black-eyed abomination, is seeking his father's position, precisely like a reenactment of Magrize's guillotine. On the same day, at the same time, in a certain place." HK. They forcibly pushed their soaking wet body up, pulling themselves nearer to ground, to which their fingers were just barely clinging to. There would be no returning if they were to let go of this feeling, even for a moment. This person was literally in a struggle to the death. No, more like in a struggle for their life. The pitch-black water, which offered no refuge, sapped away their body temperature and stamina something fierce, so many times making them feel like they would breathe their last. They were unable to distinguish whether this was a dream or reality. They felt as if they had been bitten over and over again by a large fish lurking beneath the water. They felt like they had drowned, all the while tasting blood, the inside of their lungs being filled with acrid water, unable to breathe. There may have been some times in which they had passed out from a hypothermia or lack of stamina, their life being snuffed out amidst sleep. And so, while repeating that, piling that up, floundering, like so, finally they... Babuah! They forced their body up onto the shore while coughing out water they had swallowed. This was tough, anguishing, and heavy. From the bottom of their heart, they wished that they could utilize both of their hands to make things easier. However, they could not do so. Opposite to their right hand, which had clasped the shore, wrapped around their left arm, there was something which they could never let go of. They had failed over and over before they had understood its identity. They had ended up letting go. However, once they understood what it was, they absolutely could never release it. And so they had piled up so many mistakes. And yet, they had not given up. Before they did so to themselves, they pushed the one wrapped around their left arm up onto the shore. Though small in size, they were still heavy. The fact that the one doing the carrying was not in perfect condition, and that neither of them were dressed for swimming, was unfortunate. Even more so regarding her, since she was wearing a kimono, and those had more cloth to them than normal clothing, meaning it would soak up more water. They hoped she would forgive them for removing some of her kimono en route, to make her lighter. Something had also sharply dug into their flank and nape upon pulling her towards themselves. The reason for that had been the splendid antlers sprouting from her head. With this pain, they would prefer that she would interpret this as putting the two of them even. All that was left was... They pushed the girl up to the shore, and now all that remained was to muster the last of their strength, and get themselves onto the coast as well. However, perhaps because the thread of tension was cut once the girl had been put on the waterfront, they were incapable of procuring that last strength to muster, and their hands only clawed fruitlessly at dry land. Their wavering head and the ringing in their ears chided them, conveying to them that they could not remain as they were. It was the omen of their consciousness fading, and losing their consciousness here meant death. If the tension were cut and their willpower to accomplish anything were severed, they would be stuck repeating dream and reality to obtain this luck once again. Anything but that, they thought, struggling in earnest more and more and more as to revive their consciousness. Their consciousness grew faint. Eventually, their hand let go of the shore. Oops, careful. At that moment, as they loosened their hold on the shore and once again sunk into the water, someone held onto that hand. Firm, Slender fingers gripped their wrist, pulling their plummeting body up onto the coast. Their face rose from within the water as they gasped for air, and right before losing consciousness, they looked at the other person. Just who was it that had caught their hand, however? Nah, let's not have that. You're on the verge of losing consciousness at any moment, right? That'd be a tad shoddy if so. Having gotten this chance, I'd rather kick things off in a more dramatic fashion. Of all things, the hand opposite to the one holding onto them came to cover their eyes as they attempted to get a look at the other. What they observed was no more than the wrinkles of the other person's palm, the hand of an unknown someone with palm lines that were unusually long. With that as the last thing they saw, their consciousness faded away. However, nice job swimming all the way here. Really such a strange coincidence, walking wherever the wind took me got me here. My, real nice, isn't it? Caught by their fading consciousness, that cheerful voice accompanied them all the way until its end. That voice, almost akin to a high-spirited thunderclap. Don't you just get the feeling that a grand tale's gonna begin with that unanswerable question? Their consciousness, Natsuki Subaru's consciousness, was lost without answering. Chapter 54b. Covering the blue sky, the piercing blue sky cast a majestic gaze down on the activities of the people beneath. Brilliantly twinkling white sun, big white clouds flowing slowly. A lukewarm breeze caressed their neck and ruffled their pale blue hair as they breathed deeply and quietly, feeling the world with their entire body, realizing that they were part of it. It was a quite pretentious phrase, and it felt as if someone had spoken an exceedingly difficult thing. However, having been told that this was what was required of them at the moment, they put it in practice first, and cast doubt on it later. They had requested to be taught on their own volition, to boot. These were still the early days as well. Their temperament was not so short as to make them resign from those lessons. Although, I cannot lie about my impatience. Gently placing their hand on their own chest, they awaited the inhaled air to exert its power within the lungs. They could not quite tell whether this feeling would nurture them from inside. It was frustrating, and it made them feel hateful of their own petty nature to seek instant gratification. No, maybe it was not that it was in their nature to desire immediate results, but the reason was rather the situation they were placed in. Not their own, but that of someone not present, who was endeavoring to fulfill their role elsewhere. There you are. And then, a voice called out behind them to their quiet, meditating backs, reminding them of the breath they had been holding. As they exhaled the air that had built up in their chest, they looked back, seeing a small figure running up to them. It was a young boy with fluffy pink hair. He was such a precarious child with a lovely face, cherry red cheeks, and dazzling white bare legs in short trousers. The boy, who looked about 11 or 12 years old, smiled as he made his approach. Boy, Priscilla-sama wants to see you. I would like you to come with me. I understand. Thank you very much for taking the trouble. Schultz-san. Schultz. Absolutely not. This was not something that would merit such gratitude. Carrying himself modestly, his cheeks being dyed by delight, the corners of Schultz's mouth slackened due to the circumstances, but the matter he had brought along was an errand. The two could not just keep talking and smiling with that in mind. On that note, he tensed his relaxed cheeks and nodded with a small exhale. And then, so, shall we go together? Schultz, yes, of course. I will join you, Rem-san. Bouncing up and down, Schultz saluted them with a hand to his head, and the girl, Rem, somewhat surprised by Schultz's vigor, nodded, and the two of them headed towards the one who had beckoned her. Towards Priscilla Bariel, Rem's provisional master in the fortress city of Geril. The fall of the fortress city of Geril. About 10 days had passed since that terribly absurd operation had been carried out, resulting in the capture of the city with minimal human casualties. Fortunately, there was little chaos in the city, much thanks to the ability of Zikr Osman, commander of the Imperial soldiers, and the leadership of Mazelda, whose influence did not diminish even after handing over the role of chieftain to her sister. The presence of those two exercised authority on those endowed with military might, preventing disorder and tragedy from occurring beforehand. Of course, not only those able to fight were present in the city, rather the overwhelming majority of those present would be the townspeople, who were divorced from any martial matters. However, even if they did not fight for a living, Geralt's townspeople were still very much in the thick of the action. Initially, reports of strong contempt for Zikr and the Imperial soldiers had been rife, as they had been deprived of real authority after the city hall had been taken over with little to no fight. However, such complaints by the townspeople were soon drowned out. That was because, Priscilla, it is the custom of the Empire to follow the strong. It should have been obvious to everyone that my actions were more righteous than those of people who only parlor. Rem. That's Priscilla. Those are the words of those unworthy of being heard, or perhaps of those who bow their head, bearing the tempest, crying aloud when the wind ceases, demanding that their abodes be repaired. Is the word such a person worth anything? Rem, no matter how you slice it, that sort of extreme is unfair in my opinion. It was not merely a simple standpoint, but a way of speaking of someone that looked down at another party from a higher position. In response to this way of sealing off one's escape route, Rem calmly retorted in response. There was a pause before her answer, and then arrived a slight scoff. Priscilla? You insult me as a coward? I see you are quite daring, Rem. Rem? It would be reckless if my life were at stake. But Priscilla San isn't someone that short-tempered. Priscilla, you dare measure me by your own standards? Rem. Because I don't have anything else to measure others with, for starters. Crimson eyes stared her down, yet Rem steadfastly refuted it. For Rem, who had lost her memories and had no real past, everything she saw was new. Every action she took was an unknown experience. To dread something that may incur Priscilla's displeasure as a result would mean being unable to take a step forward. What was certain to her current self, whose existence had begun approximately 20 days prior, was that, for these last few days, Rem had been able to spend time with the woman in front of her without losing spirit. Therefore, Priscilla. What a petulant thing to say. What an uncute girl. Stating so, she buried the hatchet, not betraying Rem's expectations. Albeit Priscilla operated in absurd ways for reasons beyond Rem's understanding occasionally, her impression of Priscilla was basically that she was a rational woman who kept her boisterous remarks to herself. Priscilla sat upon a luxurious chair, resting her chin upon her hand, with a book open in her lap. She appeared quite picturesque, behaving as if she were the master of this palace, or perhaps mansion, albeit this was only a temporary abode. Priscilla, currently sojourning in the fortress city, had seized the largest mansion in the city, leisurely spending her days there. The mansion was, barring the city hall, the largest building in the city, a luxurious waste of space that could accommodate 20 to 30 people. Of course, there had been some protest from the original owners of the mansion regarding the seizure, but it was settled in the way of the Empire, the way of barbarism, accompanied by some shedding of blood. In other words, for each side to force the acceptance of their claim, the use of force. Rem. Quickly, Rem directed her gaze to one corner of the room. In the room where Priscilla had summoned and gathered those in a position of servant, another person aside from M and the smiling Schult was present as well. This man was the one who had brandished a sword in the duel over the management of the mansion. Heinkel-san. Heinkel... No, it seemed like you were looking at me in some kind of meaningful way, so I thought something was wrong. The man who responded to Rem's call in a low voice made a sullen face due to the repeated questions. With that, he scratched his own red hair wildly. Heinkel, it's no big deal. I was simply stunned that you were such a reckless girl, talking to Miss Priscilla like that. Rem, after being called daring, I am now reckless. Is that so? But that really isn't the case. Heinkel, it just looked that way to me. Don't be petty about it. With a small click of his tongue, the man waved his hand, scratching his head at Rem's answer. The man with fiery red hair, a well-built, tall figure, and looks whose innate manliness became spoiled by his stubble, was a man named Heinkel, one of Priscilla's subordinates. After Priscilla had arbitrarily decided to remain in the fortress city of Geralt, Heinkel and Schult flew in from their original headquarters. Together with the man in the helmet With Al, they made up Priscilla's followers. Schult. Of course, Rem-sama is also one of us now. Henkel. Don't decide that on your own whim, Pipsqueak. This woman is friends with one of Miss Priscilla's enemies. Not only is she not on our side, but she's also a potential enemy. Schult. Rem-sama. You were our enemy? That's on hold. His perfectly round eyes widening in surprise. Rem responded to a panicking Schult raising a commotion. Heinkel's way of putting things was extreme, but that Rem's position was complicated was something that could not be denied. Rem, having lost her memories, lacked the awareness and the information to confirm her affiliation. Of course, that which contributed most to establishing Rem's tenuous standing was Rem. Him. She knew that black-haired boy's presence, Natsuki Subaru's presence, someone who had left the fortress city to fulfill his appointed role, was something that brought certainty to Rem's vague position. However, Rem's feelings were that she could not lend an ear to his words, nor accept them so meekly. The reason as to why Rem could not accept his actions and words was the horrific miasma that surrounded Subaru's entire body. No, right now that was not the sole reason. The miasma certainly did hinder Rem from taking Subaru at face value, but she had already recognized that there was nothing deceptive or malicious in neither his words nor his deeds. The reason for not accepting him so docilely was that Rem's own foundation was unstable. Who she was and what kind of relationship she had with Natsuki Subaru and the others, she wondered. If she were unable to face it, Rem's frozen time and halted feet could not move forward. Although Rem wanted to face Subaru in order to solidify her existence, in order to face Subaru, she had to solidify her own existence. It was already a dilemma, akin to being lost in a maze with no way out. Priscilla, you appear to be experiencing plenty of turmoil. The crease between your eyebrows is clear evidence of that. Rem, that is true. I'm trying to put Priscilla-san's advice into practice, but... Priscilla, what is it? Rem. Priscilla-san's conversations are always so difficult to understand. Her eyes cast downwards. Rem, bearing shame, explained that she herself was the reason for her own ignorance. Speaking in riddles, Priscilla's choice of words was esoteric and difficult to understand. More importantly, Priscilla was quick-witted, and on top of that, she rarely held any consideration for others. The nature she possessed pretty much resembled that held by Abel, or perhaps it should be rephrased as them having the same nature, rather than them being similar. Perhaps both Priscilla and Abel would be displeased if this were to be mentioned, so Rem would not bother bringing it up. Heinkel. Advice? What are you talking about, advice? Miss Priscilla advises this woman. Schult. Yes, Heinkel-sama, I am aware of it. Rem-sama is studying with Priscilla-sama, and she takes care of Priscilla's personal needs, just like me. Heinkel. Oi. Oi. Are you out of your mind, Miss Priscilla? What's in it for us? You're just helping our enemies grow. Henkel, who had not been told the details of the situation, was left blindsided upon learning of the contract between Rem and Priscilla. Striding up to Priscilla on the podium and pointing to IM, he then opened his mouth. Henkel, I thought you were just keeping them close to you as a lackey, so that they could give out information on their camp. Going out of your way entirely to simply be in an unfavorable position, there's a limit to games. Priscilla. Silence. Simpleton. Do you intend to order me around? Henkel. Priscilla. I have dealt you a number of painful blows, but you are a man who never learns, are you not? My hands are not free to beat you, because their task is to turn the page of this book. Tracing the cover of the book on her lap, Priscilla announced that to Heinkel with a glare. There was no specific anger in Priscilla's voice, but Heinkel gasped in reaction, as if he had been confronted with a sword, taking a step or two backward. Rem felt that Heinkel's fear was too exaggerated. Of course, she had witnessed Priscilla's prowess and swordsmanship defeat one of the Empire's mightiest warriors, one of the 9 divine generals, with her very own eyes. Even ignoring that fact, Rem felt on her very skin that Priscilla was a woman of unparalleled power. However, Rem, I don't think Henkel-san is that far below her, though. But Rem needed to preface that this was just from her point of view. However, during the seizure of this mansion, with a swordsman representing the owner of the mansion as his opponent, Heinkel had triumphed without dispossessing him of his life by snatching away his sword, before he could do anything about it. His pure fighting spirit and his superior swordsmanship were such that even if the Imperial soldiers in the area were to gang up on him, they would be no match to him. Nevertheless, Heinkel's fear seemed to be the pinnacle of overreaction. That said, Rem was an amateur, even at being herself. The strong may have a way of looking at things in the world that was impossible for I am to grasp. Anyway, Priscilla. Setting my eyes on this girl is merely a whim, but it was also on my whim that I picked up Schultz starving to death in a barren land, and that I summoned you when bloodied from your fruitless efforts. Schultz, yes, I was saved thanks to Priscilla Sama's good mood. I was very lucky, Heinkel. Are you really fine with that? Rapping her finger on the cover of the book, Priscilla declared that it all was dependent on her mood. Rem was overwhelmed, almost in shock because of those words, while Schultz happily boasted of his good fortune. Heinkel, too, seemed to be spared from the fear he'd had until then, but some wariness yet lingered in his eyes as he looked toward Rem. Perhaps he was the one with the most straightforward view of things. Rem. So, Priscilla-san, what is your reason for calling all of us? Priscilla, If it's just about looking after your person, why not just me or Schultz-san? There's no reason I can think of for Heinkel-san being here as well. In terms of division of responsibilities, Rem and Schultz were plenty capable of sharing the care of Priscilla's daily life at the mansion. Rem had become quite accustomed to living with a cane, and simple household chores were of no worry to her. Perhaps she did something such as partaking in these duties before. Since the work was divided in such a way, there was no reason for Heinkel being there. If she were to go even further, Rem. What exactly does Heinkel-san do? I only see him swinging his sword, drinking, or playing with Schultz-san. Heinkel. I'm telling you, I'll remember playing with that pipsqueak. Schultz, that is correct. Heinkel-sama often takes care of me, but it is me who has been approaching him because I want to. Heinkel-sama always seems to be lonely when he is alone, so I thought I would make sure he does not get lonely. Rem. Oh, I see. Schultz-san is very kind. Schultz. The question that had arisen in her mind was resolved, and Rem gently stroked Schultz's curly-haired head. There was a strange charm about Schultz that made Rem want to pet him like this. Of those within the city, Rem also wanted to pet Utakata, who would come by every now and then. Perhaps she simply wanted to dote on younger people, though. Heinkel. Hey, shit. I can't keep up with you. It's Priscilla. Just answer the question now. If you don't need me, I'll be at the tavern. Priscilla. It is about time for those who have left this city to arrive at the Demon City. Heinkel. Priscilla. If circumstances were to change, the likelihood that this opportunity would be made the most of is high. Do not lower your guard. The humidity in the air changed as Priscilla spoke this, resting her cheek upon her hand on the armrest. The parched, stale air was a sign that attention had been correctly applied to Priscilla's words. Heinkel's expression sharpened, and Rem felt as if she had been prodded in the chest. Only Schultz, Rem's hand on his head still, had shown appreciation for the group who had embarked on a long journey, saying, Al-sama, thank you for your efforts. Rem. If circumstances were to change was what Priscilla had prefaced her statement with, but at least for Subaru and the others who had departed, it would bring about definite changes, both good and bad. Negotiating with the only potential ally, this negotiation would certainly determine Abel's decisions from henceforth. Heinkel. This whole thing about this opportunity being made the most of, Miss Priscilla, is there something particular that you noticed? Priscilla? No. It is nothing so concrete. It is merely a rule of thumb of mine. Heinkel. Rule of thumb, is it? What is that supposed to? Priscilla. When great things move, they move all at once, as if the quietness that had prevailed up to that point were a lie. It is as if by design, all at once, akin to lined-up building blocks falling down in a row. There was a kind of ineffable compelling force in Priscilla's indifferent manner of speaking. Ultimately, it was a singular point about not letting one's guard down. Yet Rem took a deep breath and looked down to regard her feet again. If she were to get hung up about Subaru and the others so much as to neglect what was close to her, that would be like putting cart before the Galewind horse. To begin with, putting something such as getting hung up over Subaru into words yet again made her realize just how unpleasant the situation was. Riem. Whether he's around or not, he's a troublesome person. Schult, Rem-sama, is everything fine? Your face is somewhat red, Rem. It's okay. Something was just surging within me. I was seething, angry. Schult. It is not good to be angry. Rem-sama looks wonderful when she is smiling. The corners of Rem's eyes lowered due to Schult flapping his limbs and raising a potent appeal. Heinkel's face, on the other hand, became serious after Priscilla's admonishment. Heinkel. Miss Priscilla, if that's all you want to talk about. Then I'm going. Priscilla. Do as you like. You are free to indulge in alcoholism or spend your time in sloth. Heinkel. I'm not in the mood for booze. I'm going to go talk to the shaggy-headed commander at the city hall. Answering right back with an earnest look on his face, Hinkle walked out of the room with broad steps. Seeing him off, Rem then turned to Priscilla. Rem. So, what is it you're going to do, Priscilla-san? Priscilla. Are you concerned about mine activities? Rem. That is a given. I don't think that everything Priscilla does is correct, but... Still, Priscilla judged things with knowledge and insight that Rem did not have. For Rem, who possessed very little, this was a valuable resource to determine what to decide next. At Rem's remarks, which were extremely rude in a sense, Priscilla let out a laugh. Priscilla. So you are not planning to become a doll without a mind of its own? Well, there would not have been any meaning in having you at my side in such a case. Rem? Priscilla-san, Priscilla, guessing from the answer to my question, preparations shall be laid out by that simpleton. The general and the people of Shudrak may also be used accordingly. With that, I shall... Rem, Priscilla-san will. With a slight gulp, Rem waited for Priscilla's next words. Unknowingly, next to Rem, Schult also clenched his fists in anticipation, waiting for their master's answer. As she met the gaze of the two, Priscilla's almond-shaped eyes narrowed. And Priscilla, prepare a hot bath. Float the petals and burn the incense. Rem. Priscilla. What? Do not make me say it twice. I shall take a bath. Prepare the bathhouse as soon as possible. With a fluttering wave of her hand, Priscilla urged Rem and Schult to hurry up. Of course, Rem was incapable of hiding her bewilderment, letting out a W.A., but Schult saluted her in a snap. Schult. Understood. Oh yes, indeed. I will go and heat the water right away. After answering cheerfully just like that, Schult ran out of the room with great energy. Seeing off his small back, Rem then turned to Priscilla. Priscilla was still resting her chin on her hand, set to resume reading the book once again. Priscilla. Shall you not go? If left to Schult alone, I am sure he shall forget the plug and much hot water shall be wasted. Rem. I'll help Schultz-san. It's just, what are you thinking, Priscilla? Your skepticism is also a sign of your preconceived notions. Do you regard me as this world's observers, who can manipulate every event at will? I am. I wouldn't go that far, but, persuaded by facts and logic, the momentum of Rem's questioning deflated. Priscilla scoffed at Rem's behavior and continued, Listen, Priscilla. Everything in this world is made for my convenience, but that does not mean that everything shall follow mine will. Such tedium is not what I desire. Rem, having everything according to your will is tedium? Priscilla? Where is the point of facing tomorrow if everything that can happen is as written? Rem, do you desire a world where everything has been over since the day you were born? Rem. Upon being asked that by Priscilla, Rem shut her mouth in silence. Priscilla's words were again esoteric, so she barely comprehended the point of the conversation. To live one's days as desired meant never encountering the new or the unknown, and that was undesirable for Priscilla. However, Rem, as someone who can't perform many things properly, I will strongly disagree. Rem had seen Subaru off on his journey, remaining in the fortress city beside Priscilla. Underlying this was a desire for the Rem that had been lost, and a search for a way or a chance to break free from her current inadequate self. Priscilla's way of enjoying what did not follow her wishes was incomprehensible to Rem, who suffered from being unable to do anything the way she wanted, even if that made Priscilla give up on her, regarding her as an uninteresting woman. "Priscilla, I do not expect you to be like me, nor do I expect you to want the same thing. Do as you please." But Priscilla's reaction to Rem, who was even prepared to speak out of her pathetic conviction, was unexpectedly soft. Priscilla looked at Rem, eyes rounded in amazement, as if gazing at a helpless puppy. "Priscilla, the world is beautiful just as it is." Priscilla's quiet mutterings seemed to contain her true feelings without any compromise. Posteriorly to thinking so, Rem dismissed the idea as ridiculous, because if those were her true feelings without any compromise, they were far too grandiose. Priscilla loved and cared for things far too grandiose. Caring for and cherishing is the exact opposite impression I get from Priscilla-san. "Priscilla, did you say something?" "Rem?" "No, nothing of importance." Rem shook her head loosely. The fuzziness in her chest had faded slightly. Not all was clear, but that dark cloud that had just been there had disappeared. Indeed, Rem had just finished a step further into her self-analysis and... Schult. WW. Hot water? Hot water is overflowing. I am drowning. And so they heard Schult's urgent screams coming from the bathhouse of the mansion. Sure enough, Rem was reminded of Schult, the latter amidst an unexpected situation, and directed her face upwards. Priscilla's eyes meet hers, the former then jerking her white chin and commanding her. "Go, Rem. I won't move to your whim, Priscilla-san. Priscilla. But you cannot ignore Schult's screams. See, the victor is I." Rem's resistance to at least not being at her mercy dissipated, as if ephemeral. Because Schult's safety was at stake, no further defense was raised. Priscilla's advice, it had with certainty driven a wedge deep into Rem's heart. When things moved on a grand scale, they would pay no heed to every individual puny human. With nary a worry for those who embroiled into it, they washed over the latter much like surging waves. Rem believed she had experienced this firsthand. Having woken up without memories, the current Rem's memories started in an unfamiliar place, with an unfamiliar someone holding her arm. Running from that boy, coming across him once more, being captured by many Imperial soldiers after that, being rescued from within the smoke and flames, she now spent her days in this city just going with the flow. So much so that Rem believed that turbulence was just the word for what she had been through. However, the fact that even that understanding of hers was too naive was something that Rem would soon be made aware of. Priscilla-san?" Rem's brow creased due to Priscilla, who stood up after smoothly evading her hands. Enveloped by warm vapor, Rem was in the mansion's bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel. The principal reason for which Priscilla had requisitioned this mansion was the existence of this splendid bathroom. A bath that you could fill with hot water, stretch your limbs in, and be completely submerged in, seemed to have been made on the design of the mansion's owner. Nothing in the world could replace it. While in actuality Rem would be allowed to bathe in it only after she had finished assisting Priscilla with her own bath, she'd had such an experience with it that she could even understand Priscilla's feelings of wanting to hog it all for herself. At any rate, during her bath in the bathhouse, Priscilla stood up gently, distancing herself from Rem's hands which were washing her hair, and headed towards the bathroom's window. Priscilla-san, I'm still in the process of washing your body, so... What are you trying to do?" That question of Rem's seemingly fell on deaf ears, as Priscilla, her beautiful body generously exposed, opened the bathroom's window. Cold open air which could not compare to the hot steam entered the bathroom, and Rem unconsciously drew in her body. However, Priscilla's sudden actions did not stop there. She leaned her body over the open window and continued out towards the balcony outside the bathroom. "Rem, what are you doing? Others will see you. No matter if this is the top floor, you can't just... In a rush." Grabbing onto the cane and a towel, Rem pursued Priscilla, who had gone outside. Draping the towel over her slender shoulders, she admonished herself for believing herself adapted to her suddenness. However, ignoring Rem's introspection, Priscilla, with her gaze turned towards the sky, "Priscilla, it is the sky." "Rem, the sky. We're not so high up as to be there. Come on, before the water gets cold. Let's go back in. As she tried to pull on her arm, Rem's movement was interrupted. Priscilla turned around, having gently and smoothly pressed her finger onto Rem's lips. In front of Rem, whose eyes had unconsciously opened wide, Priscilla's blood-red pupils swayed, and Priscilla, "Look to the sky, Rem. It appears to be the end of this vacation." She did not understand that word. Her tone had not allowed Rem to hold any doubt. Her line of sight was simply carried up as if guided. And Rem too turned her eyes towards the sky Priscilla looked up at. Rem's blue pupils focused so as to see the same thing Priscilla had seen. However, the fact that she had definitely not failed to notice it was something that she could not enthusiastically declare. As for why, Rem, that's above the balcony? Overhead from Rem and Priscilla, basking in the wind, in the sky that the overly big sun was shining upon, there was a black spot of light floating there, slowly approaching. The black spot was a single one, nay, 2, 3, slowly multiplying. As their blurry shape became more and more distinct, Rem's throat unwittingly released a gasp, their numbers increasing. The true identity of the approaching black spots was, "Priscilla, hurry, and tell those below to make ready weapons. A flock of winged dragons is no laughing matter." Priscilla's advice, becoming more pronounced with reality, was something Em perceived with her skin, with her soul. At the same time, gazing at a city surrounded by tall walls from above, golden pupils narrowed, body entirely wrapped by the azure sky, traveling through a grand space like they owned it, an existence that cut through the wind, flying next to the clouds. This greatest of all the world's creatures, a swarm of flying dragons, the fortress city of Geralt. Putting the target city's name on their tongue, their seething, burning fighting spirit fired up the blood in their entire body. Responding to that rising fighting spirit, the spirits and enthusiasm of the flying companions surrounding them increased. The sound of neighing mixed with the flapping of wings in the sky, as their anticipation for the hunting time drew near before their eyes escalated. Whoever rebuked this as rashness would be nothing but a shame to the hunters of the azure skies. The dragons. Whoever did not have their blood boil from this expectation was a coward without the qualifications to be adjacent to the white clouds. Dragon. Kayarara. Understood. Let's do our job properly, as the senile old man said. The appeal rising from below their feet was the expectation displayed towards the hunt from the one whose back they borrowed. On the back of a flying dragon flapping its wings, the small figure of a person with arms crossed expressed their understanding of that excitement. Sky blue hair that met at the shoulders, and golden eyes that shone brightly. The florid dress that wrapped that seemingly dainty figure did not express in the slightest the ferociousness and savageness of that existence. At a glance, some could even describe it as a charming appearance. However, that was only till one laid eyes on the 2 black horns that rested atop that figure's head. Even in the Valachian Empire, where horned races were not few, laying eyes upon black horns was something that seldom, nay, never should come to pass, because that was nothing if not proof of an existence that should not be. Everyone, are you ready? The figure with black horns that should not be, their call beckoned innumerable neighing, the responses of the swarm of flying dragons, of the rulers of the sky, of the uncommentable swarm of several hundred. With the sun at their backs, crossing the blue sky, the embodiment of ruin advanced in droves. A catastrophe should they swoop down, shouts and screams would reverb in the air. All life would be extinguished, vanishing to naught. Strangely, at the same time, a great disaster laid waste to a far-off city. A catastrophe in a different form approached a city protected by a fortress. Before the curtain call of the absolute, inescapable, cruel hunt, that existence's golden eyes, those of Madeline Eschart, narrowed, her cheeks contorting into a smile. The flying dragon general, 9th of the 9 divine generals, having been ordered to destroy the city, passed her judgment. Madeline, tremble in fear, try and flee. You all have nowhere to run, for I, the dragon, have come. So she spoke. Chapter 55b. The cacophony of the fortress city. Time goes back only a little further before the attack of the winged creatures. Ugh. I messed up again. I really am no good at this. A boy walked down the street, shaking his head crowned with pink fluffy hair. The boy from the city's largest mansion, Schult was wearing short pants that exposed his white legs. With a sigh, Schult, looking downcast, held and opened his slender, soft, not too sturdy hands. Schult, still young, had already decided that, for the rest of his life, he would only have one master. Born in a poor village, Schult was reduced to a meager existence by the weight of the year's tax collection. Destined to starve to death on the side of the road after being evicted from his home. Hungry and thirsty, he ate mud and nearly made that the last meal of his life. But the radiantly beautiful sun came along and saved him. He had been saved by that way of life that scorched the whole world to the ground. And that posed as the reason why Schult existed right now. That was why Schult sincerely hoped to devote his entire current and future being to his benevolent master. And yet, Schult, I hate myself for not being able to help in any way. With a deep sigh. And even that sigh was weaker than the average person's with his lung capacity as rationale. Schult's head, chest, and heart were collectively aching due to his own inadequacy. Recently, he had been struggling to fulfill his important master's mandated tasks, even messing them up completely. To fill the bathhouse with hot water was a trivial task, but the water ended up overflowing. Plus the magic stone used to heat the water had been mishandled, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. He was still a newcomer to Priscilla's service, and that too had inconvenienced Rem, someone with faulty legs, and this time he really was fed up with how pathetic he was. Schult, Priscilla-sama and Al-sama both tell me that I do not need to rush to change. He was glad for the kind Priscilla's and open-minded Al's intentions to console him like this. But Schult hated himself for being unable to repay the two of them in any way. In this respect, Heinkel saw things in a distinctive manner compared to the two of them, and therefore treated Schult differently, seemingly being more understanding of Schult. Heinkel had also taught Schult to practice swordsmanship in a way different from how Al had done so, the former having stated that it did not suit Schult. Thanks to this, he felt that his biceps were more rigid than they were before. Schult, Henkel-sama's way of swinging the sword every day was better for me than Al-sama's way of taking 10 days off after one day of swinging. I can't tell Al-sama because I do not want to disappoint him. Regardless, with such signs of growth, Schult was also in a bit of a rut, and the heavens did not forgive Schult's naivete nor his complacency. Schult reflected on the fact that this had been what led to the fiasco at the bathhouse. By now, Rem was probably helping her master, Priscilla, bathe in the bathtub that had been refilled with hot water. Schult sincerely thought Rem could do anything, and he respected her for it. Schult, just like Ye-sama. Ye-sama, how are you? Suddenly, the memory of a cheerful and bright maid named Ye Tenzin, who used to work for Priscilla, was revived in Schult's mind. She was previously in charge of Priscilla's personal care, was always happily talking with Al, and was kind to Schult. Because of that, Schult was fond of her. But one day she had a family mishap and abruptly quit her job at the mansion to go back to the countryside. This left Schult with no time to say goodbye, making him feel quite desolate. The last one to see her off, Al, had told him to give Schult her regards. Perhaps Rem could fill Ye's shoes as the servant closest to Priscilla. If the kind and hard-working Rem did become that someone, Schult would be quite glad about it. She got along well with Priscilla, and he was certain Rem would enjoy it too. Above all, Schult. Everyone is so very happy when together with Priscilla-sama. His own personal experience underscored the magnitude of Priscilla's presence in Schult's mind. Rem, too, was perhaps at a moment in her life in which she would be troubled by many things. She was often gloomy and preoccupied with her thoughts. Even if Rem carried such a gloomy, troubled face, perhaps the sun that was Priscilla would make her brighten up. Ah, she was here. Schult, that would be me. With this thought in mind, Schult, who had been moving his head up and down, stopped in his tracks. The reason for that was that he had heard a familiar voice. In front of him he saw someone pointing in his direction. Right in front of Schult, walking down the street, pointing at him, was a young girl with black hair dyed pink at the ends. Next to the girl was a young man, and upon noticing Schult and the girl becoming aware of one another, he let out a cheerful, "Dear me." "Isn't that Butler-kun there?" "Princess Kun's not with you, is she?" Schult. "Priscilla-sama is at the mansion, Flop-sama. Were you and Utakata-sama in the middle of a stroll? It's rare for you to be called Sama. It's funny. The young man, donning a soft smile and waving his hand, Flop nodded with an exactly to Schultz's question. Utakata, the girl with him, also put her hand on her cheek, apparently deeply touched by the honorific Schultz had given her. Flop and Utakata were the first two people Schultz had met after arriving in Geralt. According to what Schultz had heard, Flop was a merchant who traveled from town to town, and Utakata was a warrior from a tribe called the People of Shudrak. Both were fine people with their own places to be. Flop. Oh, that's a rather depressed face you've got there, Butler-kun. I'm wondering if you've perhaps got a problem with your face, Schultz. Eh? That is amazing. Flop-sama understands. Flop. Oh, of course I understand. Most people have their worries. And my little sister, who may look like she has no problems at all, actually does as well. Utakata. Nidhi didn't seem to have troubles. Flop. She does have them. Surprising, isn't it? Putting his hands on his hips, Flop opened his mouth greatly and let out a burst of laughter. Seeing Flop's cheerful attitude, Schultz also felt cheered up somewhat. Flop, like Priscilla, was like the sun that brightened the world and their surroundings. Surely many colorful flowers would be blooming around Flop. Schultz, like a prince in a field of flowers. Flop. Ha ha ha. I'm nothing as great as a prince. I'm merely a peddler. So, Butler-kun, what sort of issue ails you? Why don't why don't you talk to me? Schultz. Are you sure? I thought you were on a walk. Flop's body leaned over, bending at the waist. Schultz was grateful that he would listen to him. Glancing at him was Utakata, supposedly taking a stroll with Flop. However, Utakata narrowed her widened eyes and shook her head, not looking bothered in the slightest. Utakata. Ooh, has time. Playing with Fu was just for killing time, so let's hear about Shu's problems. Flop. Exactly. Oh. Don't think of it as killing time. Every problem's important to the person suffering from it, so let's listen carefully. So, after a not-so-tough chest thump, Flop led Schultz and Utakata both to the end of the street, toward the edge of the curb of the flower bed there. So the three of them, putting their butts on the curb, started talking in the breeze. Schultz's problem, as aforementioned, was that of being useless. For Priscilla, he wished to be more self-sufficient, to be capable of doing more. Schultz. So, how did you, Flop-sama and Utakata-sama, become the great people you are today? Flop. Ho ho, I see. How did we become the way we are now, huh? What a philosophical question. Schultz. Philosophical. Is that so? At the smiling Flop's answer, Schultz braced himself at a hint of yet undiscovered wisdom. Without understanding what this philosophy was, could Schultz's concerns be answered? If so, he was willing to study that philosophy as well. Utakata. U became U, because Ma gave birth to U. Schultz. Ma, is it? That would be Utakata, U's mother. She was good friends with Taeya, but then she stabbed herself and died. Schultz. Is that so? As she recounted the story of her mother's death, Utakata swung her dangling feet. Although Utakata's attitude was a detached one, Schultz was astonished to hear of happenings that he had not expected. Flop, opposite of him with her in between them, patted Utakata's head gently. Flop. I see. Your mother did such a thing. That's a terrible thing, Miss Utakata. Utakata. It was harder for Taa than it was for you. Everyone helped U grow up, so everything's fine. I grew up just like that. Flop. Yes. Indeed, Miss Utakata's growing up very well. I'm sure your mother'd be happy to hear that. Utakata. Ma's dead, so she wouldn't be happy. You say weird things, Fu. While he stroked her head, Utakata regarded Flop with a curious look on her face. However, being patted on her head by Flop did not feel so bad to Utakata, and so, she did not try to stop his hand. Utakata's reaction was met with a quiet narrowing of Flop's blue eyes. Flop. Well, Miss Utakata's answer was very pleasant. In fact, if we're going to talk about how I became the person I am today, I believe my answer would be very similar. Schultz. Similar. So, Flop-sama, were you raised by the people of Shudrak in the same way Utakata-sama was? Flop. If that were the case, I'd be very pleased for having such a large family, but my family's dead. The only one I have left's my little sister, medium. You may think it's very sad and lonely. Schult. Is that so? Flop employed in his usual stride for the first half of his speech. Then his voice faltered a tad during the latter half. His eyes downcast because of his answer, Schult once again felt disappointed about himself. He had inquired both Utakata and Flop about some very insensitive things. Even Schult would be unable to give a happy answer to someone asking about the family that had abandoned him. He should have been more thoughtful before asking. Flop. It's nothing to beat yourself over, Butler-kun. You'll learn from this. And that's exactly what leads to the next part of my answer from earlier. Schult. From earlier. The one that is supposed to be like Utakata-sama's. Flop. Yes, exactly. Just like Miss Utakata. I've been influenced by the people around me to become the person I am today. Spreading out his hands, Flop smiled as if to show off his current self. His cheerful smile and reassuring tone of voice were both important elements of Flop's flopnesses. Were those also cultivated through the influence of others? Schult wondered. Flop. A long time ago, my little sister and I were living in quite the terrible environment. It was an orphanage, but there was very little food. They didn't pay us for our work, and the adults there would beat the children whenever they got into trouble. It was an awful place. Schult. That's an awful place. What is a child to do in such a place? Utakata. Burn it down. Schult. Burn it down. Flop. Ha ha. That might have been a good idea, but it didn't turn out so. Schult agreed with Utakata's suggestion of burning down Flop's harsh past, but Flop, laughing at their answer, had already moved past that. How exactly had they gotten past it? Flop. Well, it was thanks to someone else's help. There was a benefactor who helped us. That was my little sister and mine's family. They're dead now, though. Schult, they helped you. Is that right? I'm relieved to hear that. Flop. Do you understand me, Butler-kun? Schult. I understand. I was also saved by Priscilla-sama. Gently placing his hand on his chest, he felt through his fingertips that he was no longer a body with nothing but skin and bones attached. That was proof of what Priscilla had bestowed Schult with. To this day, Schult's toughness, strength, energy, and respectability proved that Priscilla's actions on that day were no error, and Priscilla would not be made to regret them. At the glint in Schult's red eyes, Flop chuckled a little, and, Flop, for the most part, I've got similar feelings. So, I'm in the process of trying to make my big goal come true. It's a hard road, but I want to keep going and not give up. Schult. I hope you do not give up. But please, be a little more specific. How are you doing your best, Flop-sama? Flop. I wonder. After mulling it over plenty, I'll tell you one thing, but not about me. About my little sister. I'm going to tell you about my little sister, who's taller, stronger, more energetic, and more skilled than I am. Schult. Oh, I see. The reason why Flop put his hand so far above his head was because his sister, the topic of discussion, was that tall of a person. This was not the first time Flop had mentioned his sister, but Schult had yet to meet her in person, as at the time he and Heinkel arrived at Geralt to meet up with Priscilla, Flop's sister had already left for another place. Leaving that aside, Utakata. Medee's big and strong. He's impressed. Flop. The best thing about her is that she's vocal and unafraid, and of course, she's also very skilled, which is something I, as her big brother, am very proud of. She's been working hard to become stronger. Schult, to be strong. Is that so? How virtuous. Undoubtedly, she had been working hard to become stronger, staying positive and never losing sight of her ambition. Schult tried to accept that maybe the key to progress was to keep trying one's best without losing spirit. However, Flop shrugged, saying, No, Flop. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But, by the way, medium got stronger is a bit more negative. Schult. A negative? What does that mean? Flop. It's simple. When I was beaten up by adults, medium, well, she always stroked my wounds gently. Speaking nostalgically of the past, Flop stated so, lowering the corners of his eyes. Schult was bewildered by the discrepancy between the gentle tone of his speech and the content of his words, however. Being told that stroking a wound from a beating was the beginning of getting stronger made zero sense. Schult, I am so sorry that you were beaten up. But, Flop-sama, what were you doing when your sister was gently stroking those wounds? Flop. Me? I was smiling. I was happy for Medium's feelings. If I didn't smile, she, the one being defended, would be worried sick. Schult. Flop. So, the first time I couldn't cover for her and she took a hit, she was surprised from the bottom of her heart. When she stroked the wound she received from being beaten, she felt pain. It didn't heal, nor did the pain go away. As regrettable as that is. Shaking his head loosely, Flop replied forlornly. Hearing Flop's answer, even the dense Schult finally understood his true intentions. He finally understood why his sister had desired to become stronger, and how had she managed to not give up along the way. Utakata. If you don't want it to hurt, you have to not get hit. Is this what Midi thought? Flop. Well, that's precisely it. A very simple and good answer, even though she's my little sister. Thanks to that, Medium's stronger, and our siblings' journeys become safer. Flop exaggerated his smile as he spoke, but to Schult, it looked a little different. Not only was it bright, but it appeared to be a proud one. Surely Flop was proud of his sister from the bottom of his heart. That was something to be envied very much. Schult, I want to be stronger too. Just like your sister, Flop-sama. Flop, I'm sure Medium'd love to hear that. No. She might be embarrassed. It's not often you get to experience being someone's role model. That sounds like a lot of fun. Flop smiled and gave his stamp of approval to Schult, the latter clenching his tiny fists. While listening to the exchange of those two, Utakata looked at Schult and asked, Shu? Utakata. If you want to be strong, will you practice with you? Practice the bow. Schult. Bow, is it? But I also practice the sword. I will do it. I will do both. That way I can be twice as strong. Flop. If you're able to do both, then it's exactly as you say. How wise. Raising both his hands to the sky, Flop joined Schult in his burning determination. Utakata, too, puffed up her nostrils and pushed out her chest at the promise of training together. Then showing Schult the bow on her back, Utakata, will work hard, like Schult, to become a master like... Schult. Well, I would like to meet Ta-sama too. Utakata-sama. Why do you want to become a bow and arrow master? Utakata. Ma said something. For you to kill a traveler. With a bow and arrow. Schult. I see. Wait. What? Because the answer was more extreme than he had expected, Schult's realization was delayed for a beat. To kill a traveler was what she had said earlier. But what exactly did that mean? Schult, having just reflected on the situation, wondered if it would be okay to ask for more details. And so, while Schult worried over it, he was deprived of the time for inquiring about it. Flop. Butler-kun. Nis Utakata. Schult. Utakata. Fu. Suddenly, a sharp voice called out to Schult and Utakata, and Flop's expression morphed. Schult's shoulders hitched because of the vigor, and Flop's hands gripped his shoulders stoutly. Then Flop pulled Schult and Utakata, sitting on the curb, closer to him, and shouted, Flop, the sky's starting to feel dangerous. Let's just hurry up and get out of here. And, at the time the flock was seen in the distant sky, Heinkel was at the city hall. The people present were the appointed commanders of the garrison stationed in the fortress city, General Second Class Zikr Osman and his men, who had originally been sent to the city but had joined Priscilla's ranks, or rather, the ranks of the man named Abel, to be precise, at the time of capturing the fortress city. And then there were the people of Shudrak, a tribe of hunters from the jungle, smaller in number than the imperial soldiers present, yet no less powerful individually, alongside the one who led them, their acting chieftain, Mizelda. When Heinkel visited the city hall, the two were in the midst of a face-to-face meeting to discuss the future. Though Priscilla had spoken of omens that were much like predictions, Heinkel did not believe that Priscilla had the power to foretell the future, but he also knew not to underestimate the power of the eyes of a being so far from the norm. Not only Priscilla, but those with special powers and destinies, had a higher perspective compared to ordinary people. Those that could gaze at the world from a higher place would witness a scenery different from what others would. Those who could see farther compared to an average person, or rather, compared to an ordinary person, would never be able to understand the latter. Heinkel had learned this painfully well over the past 40 years of his life. Therefore, he did not dismiss things without even lending an ear just because he did not understand them. This was also the reason why he did not dismiss Priscilla's words and went to the city hall. And then, Mizelda. The first to notice the anomaly outside the window was Mizelda, sniffing. Her face was as if she had a hunch about something. She was the former chieftain of the people of Shudrak, who had apparently lost one of her legs in a battle during the capture of the fortress city. To replace her foot, she wielded a stick like the tip of a cane attached to her right leg, which was missing below the knee. Every time she walked, the cane made a sound, and when she turned around, the same sound was also heard. The moment the profile of the rugged beauty Mizelda, owner of piercing eyes, stiffened, Heinkel and Zicker, who were present, instantly realized something was wrong and looked in the same direction. Then, upon laying eyes on the swarm of black dots coming in from beyond the sky, Zicker muttered to himself, "Zicker, a flock of flying dragons." Mizelda. "HK, Zicker, give word to your soldiers. I'll mobilize the Shudrak." Immediately after realizing the danger, Mizelda would have leapt with a tremendous kick from the roof of the city hall and over Zicker's wide shoulders. However, she had just lost one of her legs. Instead of leaping out the window, she skipped down the stairs and ran out in a great hurry. Caught up in her momentum, Zicker sharpened his blank expression and shouted, "Zicker, ring the bell! Enemy attack! They are coming from the sky!" His shout gave a kick in the back to his aides so they would alert the entire fortress city to the critical situation. After seeing the reactions of all of them, Heinkel also put his hand on the sword at his waist. Then, as loud and sharp as the ringing alarm bells, he clicked his tongue. "Zicker. Heinkel Dono. Priscilla Dono is... Heinkel. Miss Priscilla's at the mansion. She knew something happened. She'll be on the move soon." As Zicker turned around, Heinkel turned his attention to the enemy shadows in the sky. In mere seconds, the swarm had clearly darkened in color and increased in size, approaching the city at tremendous speed. There was nary a moment to lose. "Heinkel, assuming this is an enemy attack, do you have any idea who the attacker might be?" Zicker. "The number of flying dragons is extraordinary. The imperial capital does not have the strength to mobilize that many flying dragon riders, so there is only one possibility." "Heinkel, so what is that possibility?" Heinkel's words became rough, as time was being cut shorter by Zicker's roundabout way of talking. Faced with Heinkel's hounding him, Zicker paused for a beat, and then said, "Zicker, the flying dragon general, Madeline Eschart. She controls flying dragons. In other words, Heinkel? Shit, one of the 9 divine generals. HK." Heinkel scratched his head due to the mention of a familiar name. He was not an expert on the inner workings of the Empire, but he was the deputy commander of the Royal Guards of the Kingdom of Lugunica. Because of his position, he was far more knowledgeable about information regarding other countries than most people. He had at least heard the names and aliases of the 9 divine generals, the highest military force possessed by the Empire. It seemed that all of them were warriors with extraordinary abilities, and only the best in the kingdom, a group in which Marcos, the commander of the Royal Guards, was also included, would be capable of being a match to them. And, of course, there was the kingdom's most powerful person, the Sword Saint. But, Heinkel, didn't someone say something ridiculous like some guy fighting Reinhardt? The strongest swordsman in the Valatian Empire was said to be as good as good. Reinhardt. ... Of course, the 9 divine generals would possess their own strengths and weaknesses, but the thought of being attacked by a monster on the same level as that person was Heinkel's worst nightmare. Heinkel had no intention of coming to the Empire to begin with. He had simply gone along for the ride when Priscilla decided to go to Wallachia of her own accord. He had no interest in the existence or destruction of this fortress city. But, Heinkel, I can't afford to displease Miss Priscilla. Even if Miss Priscilla becomes the monarch, it'll all be meaningless if she drives me away. Priscilla was eccentric, and ultimately, he had no idea of what was in her mind. Whatever had brought it on, she had Heinkel on hand for now, but if he did not prove himself useful, he would be discarded of, and would come out empty-handed. That must not happen. Priscilla was now the only person who was a straw for Heinkel to cling onto. Heinkel, we don't have time for idle chatter. Let's get rid of the flying dragon flock. Zikra, you're here to oversee the whole thing. Zikra, I intend to, but what about you, Heinkel Dono? Heinkel. I'll do as I please. Unlike Zikr and Mazelda, Heinkel had no soldiers nor companions to lead. Even if he did, his title as Deputy Commander of the Royal Guard was merely decorative. He had stopped studying the basics of military strategy a long time ago, and more importantly, no one would listen to his instructions. So, from the beginning, there was only one thing that Heinkel could do. Heinkel. Immediately after making this decision, Heinkel, without hearing Zikr's reply, ran to the balcony of the city hall and leapt from there to the city below. He put his feet on the roof of a tall building, kicked off the rooftop, and then ran to the next building. He continued to leap repeatedly, bathed in the wind, as he headed to the top of the fortification surrounding the city. Jumping onto the towering fortress wall on the western side, where a flock of flying dragons was heading towards, he took a breath. Alarm bells had already rung across the city to warn of an enemy attack. Blended together everywhere in the city was disorder among the people, with the bellows of the guards urging them to evacuate as to suppress the chaos. Heinkel. Shit. The smell in the air changed noticeably, and the taste of spit on his tongue became bitter. As the presence of the battlefield, of blood and steel, drew nearer, Heinkel was forced to listen to an illusory, high-pitched ringing in the depths of his ears. In addition to Heinkel, Imperial soldiers had also rushed to the western ramparts. If Zikr's guess was correct, the attacker was one of the 9 divine generals. How were they prepared to fight against an opponent in the position of General First Class of the Empire? Did they not think that anything about that was wrong? Even more so if they were under the same banner? Or was it all fine, as long as they could fight? If they were to die fighting, would they be satisfied with that? Heinkel. Fuck all of them. Fuck all of them. A boiling, throbbing black heat poured out of his chest and into his entire body. Heinkel gritted his teeth to the point of creaking as he savored the dark heat that began in his heart, traveled through his internal organs and lower abdomen, then onward to the tips of his limbs and fingers. Heinkel's hand slowly reached for the sword at his waist, the sword bearing the name Astria, as he gripped the hilt tightly. And then, Heinkel, all of you can go to hell, motherfuckers. With a howl of unbearable rage, Heinkel's sword flashed out, and the thick neck of a flying dragon passing by spurted blood and split asunder. Alarm bells rang as the screaming of people running away from the city overlapped in a quite exquisite, yet also frightening way. The fortress city of Geralt having become a battlefield filled by auditory pandemonium. The army of flying dragons encroaching from the western sky, composed of no less than several hundred specimens of majestic appearance, had shattered the hearts of the residents, who had been reassured by the fact that the city was protected by walls on all 4 sides. If there was a weakness to these walls, which could withstand even the destructive energy of powerful magic stone cannons, it would be none other than terrifying beings able to bypass even large walls. Whether that be a being which could step over the walls, or a ruler of the sky that capable of flying over them. Undoubtedly, it was no exaggeration to say that on this day, the fortress city was being assaulted by its greatest, most formidable enemy. Flop. This isn't very good. Avoiding the main street in which screams echoed, Flop peeked out from an alley and frowned. A few minutes after spotting the flying dragons in the sky, things took a turn for the worse. Having yet again transformed into a battlefield much like had happened 10 days prior, the fortress city's brief respite was erased from its people's minds. This time, however, compared to what had transpired 10 days prior, this change was for the worse. At any rate, Flop. Husband Kun was trying to cause as little damage as possible, but this time, the opponent apparently doesn't seem to have that kind of consideration. Subaru had aimed to pull off a bloodless siege by the bold means of cross-dressing as a woman. Although this goal had been foiled by an unexpected intruder, the amount of blood spilled would have been incomparably greater if a plan other than Subaru's had been employed. The fact that the feelings of the fortress city's residents, alongside with those held by the Imperial soldiers stationed there, had not degenerated to an extreme degree, was something Flop wondered about. Perhaps that had been the result of Subaru's consideration. This time, however, the enemy seemed to possess no such chivalrous thoughts whatsoever. Schult! He! Schult screamed beside Flop as a terrifying roar and earth-shaking impact traveled through the air. It was no wonder. The enemy's assault with the flying dragons was just that severe and effective. Flop. Although they're just letting the flying dragons carry the rocks and then dropping them from high in the sky. What they were doing was simple and straightforward. It was just a primitive attack. However, though even a boulder the size of a human's head would cause serious injury, the rocks that had been dropping from the air for a while now were as large as 1 or 2 heads. The force of the rocks destroyed stone buildings, created huge craters in the streets. Of course, were someone to be hit, it would be a disaster one would wish to not witness ever again. Flop and the others had rushed into the alley, but they had no confirmation that that place was a safe one, fleeing underground, or heading towards someone that was simply strong. If a safe place existed, those would be it. Utakata. Me and the others are in the big building in the middle. Schult. Priscilla-sama is in the mansion. Flop. Oh, yes, of course. You're both very smart. I agree with you. The problem is, we're right in the middle of both those places. The called upon Mazelda and Zikr were reliable in their ability to defend the city. Although she was a fighting force of 1 person only, Priscilla's ability was comparable to that of the 9 divine generals. Flop was torn as to which direction to rush to as well. And while they were worrying, help! Uwa! Right in front of the alleyway where Flop and the others were hiding in, a figure fleeing down the street screamed, then disappeared. No. He had not disappeared. The man's body was snatched up into the sky by a shadow flying at great speed, taken away in one fell swoop. Apparently, the flying dragons in the raid had different roles and were divided into 2 groups. The ones from earlier, those that let large stones fall, and those that attacked directly. Or, more likely, there were flying dragons that had taken on other roles. Schult. Just now, that person. HK. Flop. Even if we wanted to help, we wouldn't be able to, and we can't bypass them either. If we get caught in the claws or fangs of a flying dragon, the 3 of us will be taken into the sky together. Utakata, Ujbo is here. With this, I can take down a flying dragon. Speaking enthusiastically, Utakata showed the bow and arrow in her arms. Had it been Holly, Kuna, or another adult Shudrak, Flop would have considered it. However, Flop, having once accompanied Utakata to bow practice, understood that her abilities were not enough for a real battlefield. Flop. You want the best for children, was it? I get it. With his eyes closed, Flop thought of the benefactor who had saved him and his sister from rock bottom. He always had a blunt and crude attitude, but in spite of that, his benefactor had never bent his principles. So, Flop wanted to be an adult he would not be ashamed of. They could not stay hiding and holding their breath where they were forever. Whether they went to the city hall or to the mansion, they needed to take some sort of action in order to get both Schult and Utakata to safety. Flop. I want you both to listen to me. From now on, I will. Taking a small breath, Flop attempted to convey his plan to them with determination, and in the moment in which the 2 children looked at Flop as the latter spoke. Oh, Kiriarara! With a blood-curdling roar of anger, something huge fell from the sky onto the street. What slammed onto the ground, accompanied by a mixture of angry screams and cries, was a flying dragon, black blood pouring from all over its entire body. With its wings spread out, the flying dragon would be 3 to 4 meters in wingspan. Desperately trying to escape, it flapped its wings, which had been broken from the impact of the fall. Thereupon, "Don't run away! Don't you dare, bastard!" The flying dragon fell to the ground together with the figure, who rolled vigorously and jumped on its back. He then thrust his sword into the writhing flying dragon, skewering its heart from behind. The screams of the flying dragon persisted for a long time. Then, it collapsed in place as it shed tears of blood. Then, having seen that the flying dragon's breathing had halted, those little shits, a red-haired man came down from the back of the dead flying dragon, his shoulders heaving up and down. Upon sighting him, Schult, who was in Flop's arms, shouted in, "Ah, Schult, Heinkel-sama, so you were safe! Henkel. On! The high voice of Schultz called out, prompting the red-haired man to turn around with a bad attitude. Immediately Schultz's throat caught. His words blocked because of the man's appearance. His entire body dyed bright red. Then the wide-eyed Schultz escaped Flop's arms, rushing to the man's side. Seeing Schultz, the man wiped his bloody face with his sleeve. Henkel. What the hell? It's you, Pipsqueak. Schultz. You are all red, Henkel Sama. Where are you hurt? Henkel. Hurt. Oh, if you mean the blood. It's just the dragons. If I'm hurt, it's merely a scratch. Schultz. Oh, really? Is that so? With a surprised look in his eyes, Schultz touched the bloody man's body to make sure, seeing that his attitude showed no concern for getting his hands and clothes dirty. The man looked down at the boy and sighed. At this exchange, Flop let out the breath he had held due to his determination from before and said, Flop, Butler Coon, I don't think you need to worry. He doesn't look to be putting up a strong front, and he isn't really hurt, right? Henkel, you're that weird man. You together with these pipsqueaks? Flop, that weird part is a tad offensive. But you're right, I was just running around with Butler Coon and Miss Utakata though. I'm relieved you're here. When Flop smiled at him, the man covered in blood. Henkel looked away. He was not embarrassed. That reaction was of being displeased. In fact, he even clicked his tongue. But it was true that he had slain the flying dragon, which had played a role in giving Schultz some peace of mind. Like Schultz, Henkel seemed to be one of Priscilla's followers, and although Flop had expected him to be able to fight on the grounds that he carried a sword, he seemed to be more skilled than one would expect. The tremendous amount of blood that stained his body vermilion could hardly just be attributed to the blood spurting from the flying dragon he had just killed. It was evidence that he had been exposed to blood spurting from multiple flying dragons. Schultz, we were going to head towards Priscilla-sama now. What about you, Henkel-sama? Henkel, to Miss Priscilla's? You'd be safer that way. But, Flop, there are very few places in the city that are safe right now. If our enemies are all flying dragons, I think it'd be a good idea to find a building with a basement and a place where spices are kept. Utakata. Spice, Flop interrupted Schultz and Henkel's conversation, while Utakata tilted her head at the part in the conversation she did not understand. Looking towards Flop, Henkel's eyes were similar, holding confoundment. It would not make sense to one unacquainted with the ecology of flying dragons. Flop. Flying dragons have a very good sense of smell. They can smell blood from a great distance. On the other hand, they don't like strong, pungent smells. So, if we sprinkle pepper all over our body, we may be able to avoid being caught by them. Henkel, you seem well informed, Flop. I'm a peddler who travels from place to place. Also, I happen to know someone who knew a lot about flying dragons. He may have been the person most knowledgeable about them in the Empire. However, he had often heard about the good side of flying dragons from that person, so he had not expected to face them as a threat in this way. At the very least, if the knowledge he had acquired was true, his plan to get covered in spices in order to escape the flying dragons should work. It was fortuitous for Flop and the two children that they had been able to join up with the capable fighter that was Henkel. But overall it was not fortuitous in this battle for the fortress city. Flop. I can't say it's a good idea to use Redhead San as our escort. Henkel, who could go toe-to-toe with flying dragons on his own, was a valuable asset to the city under attack by a countless number of them. No matter how the battle turned out from here on, he would be one of the factors to influence the outcome of the battle. It was not a good idea to put him alongside the three non-combatants. Therefore, Flop. We're going underground to escape the eyes and noses of the flying dragons. Could Redhead San accompany us to a nearby restaurant or warehouse? There, we can deceive their eyes. Or rather, deceive their noses. Once we do that, we can take care of the rest on our own. Schultz. Flop Sima. Schultz's face was aghast at Flop's suggestion, as if the idea of splitting up had not occurred to him at all. But contrasting Schultz's surprise, Utakata nodded and said, Utakata, U thinks the same as Fu. U and Fu will protect Shu. Don't worry. Schultz. Utakata-sama will. As well? Utakata nodded her head in affirmation, and Schultz's round eyes lowered. A few seconds later he looked up with a determined expression on his face and looked at Henkel. Schultz, I understand. I'll do my best with Flop-sama and the others. So, Henkel-sama, be careful of your injuries. Henkel. I've been thinking this for a while, but don't get yourselves all excited. Why should I suddenly start obeying what you guys tell me to do? Schult. Hey. However, Schult's resolve was purposeless. As Henkel frowned and bluntly stated this, he wiped the gore from his sword with his cloak. Indicating his surroundings with his chin, Henkel. Let me say this now. I don't owe this city anything. If I failed to protect this pipsqueak, Miss Priscilla'd probably be displeased, right? I'd rather avoid that. Flop. Bop. Wait, Redhead-san. Wait a sec. So you think protecting Princess Kun's mood's more important than protecting the city? That's... Henkel. Correct. Flop. The reply was so clear and definitive that Flop could not help but involuntarily let out a disappointed look. Henkel stared at Flop's face, his blue eyes glinting amongst the red filth covering his face. Henkel, I got something more important than this city. More important than someone's life. And it's not this pipsqueak. Miss Priscilla, who dotes on this pipsqueak, has something I need her to give me no matter what. That's what's needed to get that. Then I don't care how many people die. Flop. Redhead-san. Henkel. Besides, I'm not that much of a big shot. And neither are you. You need to know your place. There's only so much you can do. Don't try to reach outside of that. You'll only make a fool of yourself. Flop. Henkel. No one can be a sword. As he spat this out, Henkel's hand reached for Schult's shoulder. As Schult's slender shoulder was gripped by his hand, the young boy turned his moist eyes toward Henkel. The fright that filled those eyes. Schult. Henkel-sama. You look like you were in pain. No, not fear, but rather compassion. Henkel's cheeks stiffened slightly, bathed by the boy's earnest gaze, but it did not move his resolute heart. Henkel. I'm taking this pipsqueak to Miss Priscilla. You guys are on your own if you want to follow me, but don't make the mistake of thinking that I'll protect you. With that, Henkel grabbed Schult and turned his back on Flop and Utakata. He would step out into the street, heading toward the mansion where Priscilla was located. Flop was hesitating on whether he should heed his warning when... You're the one killing us, dragons? A moment later, accompanied by those short words, a falling shadow landed on the ground with a furious roar. A dense cloud of dust and debris was kicked up, as an intruder suddenly carved up a large hole in the ground. A small figure was standing with its short arms crossed in front of Henkel as he tried to take Schult away, blocking their path. It was difficult to understand who it was at a glance. What had just happened, and the impression that the figure gave, did not match at all. A small stature, a lovely face, blemish-free white skin, a sky-blue attire that enhanced their loveliness. As their appearance did not seem so different from Schult's or Utakata's, it was hard to believe that they had just appeared with a ground-shattering impact. However, what had happened was all that mattered, and no one could deny what had happened. The shadow that appeared narrowed its golden eyes, glared at the four standing in the street, and nodded. And then... You have shed the blood of us dragons, and so in atonement your blood shall be shed until there's none left. You fools. Chapter 56b. The Flying Dragon Cataclysm. The moment he saw the little girl standing amidst the plume of smoke, alarm bells went off in Flop's head. Not the real alarm bell echoing throughout Geralt, however. It was the clanging alarm of his own survival instincts as a living creature. So loud was its noise that it made his head ache. Quite frankly, Flop was unlike Medium. He was a man unable to fight. Attempting to train his body had brought him some degree of frustration, and he wished to not detract from his sister's role, which she had chosen in her own way after much thinking, upon realizing that she was actually causing her brother pain by stroking his wounds. Therefore he possessed no warrior's intuition, nor discernment. And yet, Flop. That girl's bad news. And then, he swallowed bitter spit as the little girl propped her leg out of the gaping hole made by the impact of the fall. Girl. A young girl of short stature. The pupils of her golden eyes narrowed, glaring at Flop and the others. She appeared to be 2 or 3 years older than Schult and Utakata, but the atmosphere she exuded was on par with that of Medium or Mazelda. No, Even more dangerous. It was almost like that of the imposing divine general that had dispossessed Mazelda of her leg. Flop. Redhead-san, do you think you can manage to create an opening? I want to let at least Butler-kun and Miss Utakata escape somehow. The one to whom Flop gave that suggestion to in the form of a whisper was Heinkel, also the one person who held any fighting strength in this place. Having demonstrated his swordsmanship by slaying the flying dragon, he would be more than capable of assisting in the protection of Utakata and the others, as opposed to having Flop become a meat shield. Ideally, it would be great if Heinkel were strong enough to defeat that little girl. Heinkel. HK? Flop, Redhead-san. Leaving his guard up toward the girl, Flop questioned Heinkel, from whom there was no reply. He was hesitant to take his gaze away from the threat before him, but working with Heinkel was the top priority. Having readied his resolve, Flop glanced at Heinkel to examine him. Heinkel's eyes were wide open in shock, his face pale with greasy sweat streaking across it. Schult. H. Heinkel-sama, are you all right? Heinkel? Flop and Schult took notice of Heinkel's unusual behavior at nearly the exact same time. Schult voiced his clear concern for Heinkel, and the red-haired swordsman's cheeks became rigid due to the youngster's words, an inarticulate voice escaping his throat. It was difficult to tell, from looking from the side, whether the response was because he was aware of the girl's identity. However, regardless of the question, there was one clear, unequivocal fact. That was, "Girl, what's with you? Are you scared?" The squinting girl's gaze was directed at Heinkel's legs as he stood there. His legs were trembling at both knees, so much so that he was barely managing to keep standing. What was present there, obvious to anyone who laid eyes upon him, was plenty of fear and trepidation. In other words, despair. Flop. Hey there, I've never seen you before, little lady. Would you mind talking to me for a bit? Having observed Heinkel's despair, Flop immediately shouted that out. Immediately, Heinkel and Schultz's shoulders hitched, and the girl in front of them turned her eyes filled with suspicion toward him. Her gaze alone would not kill him, but the oppressive sensation coming from it was such that it would not be surprising if it did. But Flop rallied his heart, loosened his cheeks, and spread his hands wide, producing a smile. Flop, I'm Flop O'Connell, a humble merchant. I'm in a rather difficult and bewildering situation. You seem to know more about it than I do, don't you? Girl, are you collateral damage? Then you're out of luck. Flop. Well, being out of luck's a phrase I'm not used to being told. I got a lot of things missing, but I'm proud to say that I do have luck. Why would I be out of luck? Girl, you may kill everyone in this city. That's what the senile old man said. Flop. Everyone in the city. The little girl jerked her chin, answering by gesturing towards her surroundings, to which Flop gave a strained smile. But, deep inside, his state of mind was far from corresponding to that of a bitter smile. He was more panicked than anything else. Would there be room for negotiation, given her objective was to annihilate the city's inhabitants completely? If only he could talk to the senile old man who had ordered her to do such a deed. Flop. From what I've heard, the senile old man seems to have made a mistake in telling you to wipe out the whole city. So why don't you double-check that with your friends and colleagues who have come with you, girl? There are no friends or colleagues. There are only brethren and enemies with I, the dragon. You are mocking this dragon. It appears you don't know fear. Flop. Mocking you. That's outrageous. I want to get along with you. For starters, I was just thinking about asking your name. Don't you agree? Schult. Yes, that is correct. I would like to know your name too. Mine is Schult. As the girl lay on verge of becoming ill-tempered, Flop clapped his hands, asking his allies for agreement. Schult, taking advantage of the situation, then said his name as he raised his hand. With Flop and Schult now having been introduced themselves, the girl wrinkled the brow of her pretty face, and... Madeline Eschart. I, the dragon, am of the 9 divine generals. Heinkel. 9D. Unassumingly, the girl, Madeline, introduced herself via her title, to which Heinkel became at a loss for words. His knees, which had been trembling ever since they had met, worsened further upon hearing her title, a corroboration of her strength. It was a miracle that he did not fall on his buttocks. Even Flop was unable to laugh at Heinkel. Heinkel's opponent, whom Flop had considered to be as dangerous as a divine general, turned out to actually be a divine general. And beyond that, Flop, Miss Utekata. Quietly, Flop noticed a change in the situation, invoking the name of the person who had caused this change. Utakata. The girl called upon by Flop stirred, focusing on Madeline in front of her. Retrieving the bow from her back, she prepared an arrow, aimed at Madeline. The distance between them amounted to 7 or 8 meters. Even considering her abilities, she would not miss. If that were to be called an advantage, however, that could not be farther from the truth. Utakata. That enemy is the leader of the flock of flying dragons. She's the same as I was before, and the same as TAA is now. Defeat that enemy, and the fight is over. Schult. Is that so? Flop. Perhaps Miss Utakata's conception is correct, unless there are other divine generals besides her. When Flop took a glance towards her, Madeline said nothing of it. Judging from her attitude so far, she was a child who would respond to the words being spoken. If they were to state something obviously wrong, it would be more natural for her to react in some way. In other words, Madeline was leading the assault on the fortress city. Utakata's view that defeating her would force the flying dragons to withdraw would be correct. The only problem was that it did not appear to be something that could feasibly be done. Madeline, you're a warrior. You're a warrior, and you won't run away. You're a warrior. Schult. Mean. Madeline? Yes, you're a warrior as well. Suddenly being pointed towards, Schult's eyes became rounder after being appraised as such. To Schult's surprise, Madeline pointed with her small hand to Utakata, Flop, and himself, describing them as warriors. Following on, Madeline's finger was pointed at the last one. Heinkel. Madeline. You're no warrior. Even though you slew a dragon, you're a coward. Heinkel. Madeline. Draw your sword, for I, the dragon, will strike you for every drop of blood that has been shed. As she said this, Madeline slowly took a step toward him, and so, slowly, Madeline's feet closed the distance headed toward the flying dragon killer Heinkel. Uncaring of being targeted by Utakata's arrow, Utakata hit her. Synchronized with that declaration of intent, Utakata's arrow was loosed, aiming at Madeline's chest. It flew straight at Madeline, but was caught between 2 fingers of Madeline's lifted hand. Madeline did not even look at Utakata. Her line of sight was trained straight towards Heinkel. Flop! Redhead San. Schult. Heinkel-sama. Realizing the danger, Flop screamed and Schult tried to pull on Heinkel's arm. However, Schult's lack of power was not enough to make Heinkel even twitch. Rather, faced with Madeline approaching him, Heinkel cleared his throat, shook off that arm of Schult's attempting to pull him away. Schult fell on his butt. Heinkel clenched his molars. Heinkel. Oh! Heinkel's sword hand gripped tightly, infused with force. His cheeks turned vermilion as he clenched his jaw and mandible, the blood pumping through his body, attempting to dispel the fright, making his legs tremble. Yet, despite that, Madeline did not halt, still closing her distance to Heinkel. Compared to a flying dragon, this little girl was incomparably smaller in size. Against the approaching petite child, Heinkel struck a blow with his sword. Heinkel. Oh? With a high-pitched clang, the sword tumbled from Heinkel's trembling hand. At the moment the full extent of his sword technique was to be unleashed, he was unable to raise his arm, letting his sword go. And, Madeline, after all, you're no warrior. Madeline's contemptuous words were driven into Heinkel's side, accompanied by a fist. The blow struck Heinkel's stout frame, and with tremendous force, the red-haired swordsman was blown sideways. His entire body slammed into a stone building, cracking the stone wall in the shape of his human form. The blow, that one hit, caused Heinkel's eyes to roll to the back of his head, also producing an intense gale. Regardless of having fired off a punch that produced a boom, that fist carrying energy not below that of the rocks being repeatedly hurled by the flying dragons at the city, Madeline's ire did not abate. Heinkel. Kah! As Heinkel slumped forward, Madeline's other fist smashed into his nose. The back of his head slammed against the wall, and as he ricocheted in return, a punt from the girl pummeled his torso. The impact went through him, causing the house behind him to collapse thunderously, exposed to that destructive power. Grabbing Heinkel's leg as it was engulfed in a plume of smoke, Madeline brutally threw him in the opposite direction. Henkel's body rumbled and tumbled vigorously as he fell back onto the ground of the street. The building across the street from the house that had just collapsed now gave him a firm welcome. Windows shattered on impact, the scattered debris showering down on Henkel like rain. The fallen Henkel did not even twitch as they left fine cuts all over his body. Flop. Were it flop, that onslaught would have been fatal. Besides flop, most people would have died to that assault. It was uncertain whether Henkel was dead or alive, having been showered by a series of attacks that perhaps even medium would be unable to survive. But Madeline, whose profession was fighting, would not permit such half-hearted denouement. Madeline. Wimp. Madeline's hand reached behind her back, muttering in a voice that did not conceal her contempt. The belt on her back was unbuttoned, and immediately afterward, an item that had been stored there was opened with a noise. It was a foldable, razor-sharp blade, a long weapon shaped like a wide-open pair of scissors. Flop recalled seeing something similar during the hunts of nomadic people across the wide, grand grasslands. Called a flying winged blade, a skillful user could throw it for dozens of meters, spinning the blade around and back to the user's hand. However, Madeline's weapon was as tall as she was small, a sharp weapon possessing a specialized handle that could be used for purposes other than throwing. Devoid of mercy, she directed it at Henkel laying on the ground, having entered that state after being beaten up by her bare hands. Were he to be struck by that weapon, assuredly no trace of him would remain. Flop. Won't you stop, Miss Madeline? I understand your anger. I know how angry you must be after your friends were killed. But if someone's attacked, they have no choice but to fight back. Biting his lip to brace himself, Flop said this to Madeline's back. With the flying winged blade in her hand, she turned away and responded to Flop. Don't be mistaken, Madeline. Dragons are the greatest creatures in the world. If you people snap right back at dragons, you deserve to be exterminated. Besides, Flop. Besides, Madeline. Is it possible to tolerate the action of such a coward, I wonder? Madeline's golden eyes quaked with anger, and Flop realized the reason for her irritation. Naturally, she was angry about Flying Dragon accompanying her having been murdered, but more significant was the fact that the one who had performed that deed, Henkel, was unable to wage battle, having let go of his sword. She was angered that her companion had been felled by someone so insignificant. It was an insult not only to Henkel, but to the life of the flying dragon he had slain. Flop, Yuwa, Utakata. Ah? A moment later, Madeline kicked a pebble on the ground to stop Flop before he could move. The pebble struck Flop, about to make a move, and Utakata, who was about to knock her next arrow, hitting their legs and arms respectively, hence hindering their actions. In the meantime, Madeline raised her flying winged blade as to snuff out Henkel right beneath her eyes. But, Schult, no, please don't. Unlike the two who were hit by pebbles, Schult, who was standing away out of precaution, rushed in between them in desperation. The young boy held out his hands and stepped in between Madeline and Henkel. Schult's small body covered Henkel, a shelter far too fragile to resist the storm that was approaching. But Madeline was not so kind as to hold back upon seeing the boy's recklessness. Madeline, nobody was going to let you live anyway. Madeline's eyes narrowed, and the flying winged blade was driven down into Schultz's head. Rem, are you safe? Shouting so, a slender woman opened the large door and rushed into the mansion. Rem, who had been running through the hall, looked towards the familiar voice and replied with, Yes, Rem, Kuna-san, and Holly-san Holly. I'm glad you're okay. The whole city is a huge mess already, y'all. Before Rem's wide-open eyes, a pair of footsteps rushed towards her, one light and another heavy, belonging to two members of the people of Shudrak stationed in the city, Kuna and Holly. Upon hearing the voices of those two, Rem's eyes eased in slight relief. Rem, I'm glad that you two are all right. Do you have any injuries, Kuna? We're fine, for now. It's just... Holly. Everyone is so beat already. The tone of the two's voices drooping, they looked about the hall that Rem ran through, speaking their mind. Around the three of them, residents who had been hurt and injured, amidst the chaos that had sparked within the city, were being brought in droves. The place gave the appearance of a field hospital, as volunteers helped in patching everyone up. If the wound was shallow, it could be sewn shut and bandaged. However, if the wound was deep and life-threatening, Rem, I need to do something. Biting her lip tightly, Rem clenched her hands. Her right hand, opposite the cane, was already smeared with blood that was not Rem's. No matter how many times she tried to scrub it away, the blood on her hand had dried far too much. Soon after Rem and Priscilla witnessed the flock of flying dragons from the bathhouse's balcony. The black specks approaching from afar quickly turned into a threat, launching an assault on the city. Some of the flying dragons hurled down large rocks from the sky, while some of them engaged in a cruel hunt, snatching the fleeing people from the ground to then drop them right back from great heights. The citizens who lacked the strength to fight against either of these attacks were nothing but easy prey. Having been exposed to such danger, the people had rushed here for a shelter and center of treatment. That was the reason behind the misery currently present within the mansion. One would think Priscilla to be greatly upset with such happenings, and yet, Priscilla? To begin with, the mansion was taken in order to make the precious healer's whereabouts somewhere distinct, somewhere sound. Zikr and the others were also ordered to escort the wounded. Is that so, Priscilla? What? Did you really believe that I seized the mansion only for its bathhouse? The true reason is for its bathhouse and its spaciousness. And so, it should be noted that such an exchange had previously occurred. In any case, Priscilla had allowed the wounded into the mansion. Apparently, Zikr, Mizelda, and other key personnel in the city had been informed of this. So then, I don't know why I wasn't told anything about it, being the most important aspect, but because she felt that obtaining a satisfying answer was not possible, Rem did not probe it any deeper. Above all, Rem had no time for worrying over Priscilla's childish mischievousness. After all, injured people who required Rem's help were being brought in one after another. Kuna-san and Holly-san, you two are... Holly. Chieftain. Ah, not anymore. Former Chieftain Mizelda said this. Kuna, the more people die, the lower the morale will get. We don't want fewer people to be able to fight, so we're Rem's guards. Leaving that aside, cutting her words off there, Kuna narrowed her almond-shaped eyes. Because of the sharpness of the look, Rem stiffened as Kuna indicated the wounded in the mansion with her chin. Kuna, where's that princess who was taking care of you? Don't tell me. She's relaxing in her room with all this mayhem going on. Holly, if so, she's a very heavy sleeper. I am too. But even if I were snoozing and had my belly full, I'd wake up with this much noise. To the pair's questions, their tone differing in tension exquisitely, Rem shook her head sideways. Certainly, Priscilla was the proprietor of a self-centered, arrogant personality, and it was understandable that the two of them would be concerned about her being so whimsical. Surprisingly, Priscilla-san is a very dependable person. And immediately following Rem's comment on the absent Priscilla, Kairarara, a high-pitched sound, like a strong wind blowing between buildings, descended headlong onto the front yard of the mansion. Propping up a tremendous cloud of dust by scraping the lawn was the massive body of a dragon possessing wings, which had just failed a landing from above. Its total wingspan would put the flying dragon at roughly 4 meters long. It landed in an unsightly manner, as if it had just flown for the first time, although that was only natural. The basic landing maneuvers that would normally have been founded in experience and instinct could not have been satisfactorily demonstrated, given its head had been smashed in. Just then, right next to the crashed corpse of the flying dragon, a figure landed from the sky. A beautiful woman, the hem of her red dress fluttering, a jeweled crimson sword in her hand. Priscilla. Priscilla, you used me as a guard. This debt shall cost you greatly. Rem. Thank you very much. I shall wash your hair as a show of my heartfelt gratitude. Priscilla, how audacious of you to attempt to get away with such a thing. I shall allow it. I am pleased with it. Priscilla acceded to Rem's reply with a hawkish response given through the opened doorway. She had been making full use of her extraordinary physical abilities to cut down and repel the flying dragons that had come soaring towards the mansion. Witnessing this firsthand, Kuna and Holly, as would be expected, could not conceal their astonishment. For some reason, Rem felt petty pride resulting from the reactions of those two. However, Priscilla, squaring off against the dragons, was not entirely free of concern. The primary reason for this laid within the beautiful red jeweled sword wielded in her hand. "Rem? Priscilla-san, how is your yang sword doing?" "Priscilla, as you can see, the sun has darkened. For now, this is merely a blunt object that cannot be called a sword." Although, having revealed that something was wrong with the yang sword, Priscilla turned back around. In that instant, a flying dragon plunged towards Priscilla, its open mouth lined with ravenous fangs aimed at her back. Priscilla ruthlessly plunged the yang sword, dull as it was, into the dragon's maw. The fangs shattered as the tip of the yang sword pierced the back of the dragon's throat with brutal force, killing it. "Priscilla, before me, a winged dragon amounts to naught, even with a blunt object that cannot cut." With a sweep of her sword, Priscilla tossed the dragon's corpse to the edge of the garden. Having now easily disposed of the threat, she turned to notice Kuna and Holly standing beside Rem. "Priscilla, Shudrakians is it? I suppose you have come to protect Rem." "Rem, Priscilla-san." The two of them came to help the wounded. "Priscilla, do not lose sight of reality because of romantic ideals. What use are the wounded on a battlefield? Who is the most valuable one here? Aside from me, it is you. Rem." "HK?" Rem choked up, faced with Priscilla's sharp rebuttal. Kuna nodded her head in affirmation of Priscilla's ruthless assessment. "That's right, Kuna. It's our role to protect Rem, and Rem's role is, Holly, to minimize the casualties as much as possible." Kuna's hushed words were buttressed by Holly's cheerful remark. Burned by both of their words, and by Priscilla's gaze, Rem admonished herself. Just the previous day, Rem had been feeling sorry for herself for not being in such an important position. No longer could she be complacent about her position. Above all, Rem herself had desired it. "Rem, I will fight my battles myself." "Kuna-san, Holly-san, thank you very much." "Kuna. Oh, Holly, you're the one in charge." Kuna and Holly nodded, responding to Rem's determination with encouraging smiles, the two granting salvation to her feelings. Rem looked towards Priscilla. She had been defending the mansion until guards capable of protecting Rem arrived. "Rem, you're leaving, aren't you?" "Priscilla, it seems to me that there are many situations in which you shall not be able to stand without me. Iker will know how to dispense with the lack of strength, but he shall not be able to stand up to the enemy's main force." "Rem, the enemy's main force being Priscilla. Naturally, that would be a divine general." Rem gulped, as Priscilla answered with one eye closed. The existence of the 9 divine generals was a critical factor affecting the tide of war in the Empire. In order to recruit as many of them as possible, Subaru, Abel, and the others had set out for Chaos Flame. Nevertheless, the fact that one of the 9 divine generals was attacking this city was no coincidence. "Priscilla, of course, this is the doing of someone from within the opposing party. Abel's situation looks increasingly bleak. How come he built something upon such shoddy foundations?" "Rem, I can't say anything about that because I don't know much about how Abel works. Leaving it at that, I'm sure it would have been very difficult for the people around him." While Rem had many qualms about Subaru, she did not believe Abel's attitude was a commendable one either. Abel, who stood out for his arrogant behavior stemming from his cleverness, foresight, and ability to read the situations, was a difficult opponent for who had no memories to support herself with. Being at the top of the country, he must have been surrounded by a great many people. It was very unlikely that all of them would have accepted his ideas and obeyed him so easily. That was also why a rebellion had been raised. However, Rem, nonetheless, to allow something as terrible as this because of that. Rem, who had built herself upon a fragile foundation, appealed to Priscilla with her gaze. Priscilla produced a scoff, accompanied by a smile, due to Rem's exclamation, as if suggesting she knew what she was thinking. As Rem's eyes widened in response, Priscilla turned away, the smile disappearing as if it had never existed at all. "Priscilla, this flock of flying dragons cannot be explained through the taming of flying dragons. This general first class must have sprouted during mine absence. If what Serena spoke was true, a comrade of hers became the flying dragon general." "Ram, surely the 9th? That person should be somewhere in the city. Priscilla, The city hall. Rem. Priscilla. If the enemy is not too foolish, that is where they shall head. After all, they have a direct path to it, cleaving through the skies. There is no reason why they would overlook the commanding post. Rem's thoughts became clouded for a moment due to the obviousness of her remark. However, as soon as those words registered in her mind, she was immediately struck by the urgency of the situation. However, Priscilla's calm and nonchalant demeanor brought Rem to the verge of panic. Rem, isn't it a crisis that the command post is being attacked? Priscilla, fool, daughter, plump though he may be, Zikr yet remains a general of the empire. He shall not perish that easily, nor he is so foolish as to keep by his side those who cannot do battle. Rem, that is, speaking of those who can't fight, Schultz-san, reminded of the boy who had left the mansion before Priscilla and Rem started bathing. Rem grew anxious, hard-working but clumsy. Schultz was a boy with no more power than those that needed Rem's help. If only he had someone, an adult he could rely on, to join up with. But if not, Rem. Priscilla-san, quickly. Please hurry. Priscilla, at the very least it is your duty to earnestly beseech me for my safety. In fact, you needn't be in such a hurry. Schultz shall not die so easily. Rem? Replying with a casual demeanor, Priscilla snorted at Rem, who was impatiently motioning with her hand. Rem furrowed her eyebrows into a frown, not understanding the meaning behind Priscilla's words. Kuna and Holly, naturally, had no clue as to them as well, their faces conveying confusion with that child's appearance as the reason. How could she be certain that Schultz, wielding only his cuteness and diligence as weapons, would be safe? Facing the skeptical eyes of Rem and the others, Priscilla put her hand on the door of the mansion, keeping them out of the way of the flying dragon's onslaught. Priscilla, because he has won mine favor with his charm and bravery, you know. And with that answer, the door of the mansion was closed. A harsh, dull thud rang out, and Flop felt his soul crushed under the weight of his own helplessness. The pain from the pebble stopped him in his tracks, a tragedy that did not even allow him to reach out. He wished to shut his eyes, to avert his face from their demise, but he did not. Doing so, he believed, would mean running away from his responsibility, stemming from his powerlessness, from his inability to do anything. At the very least, he himself had to ascertain the result of what he had done, and of what he had been unable to do. With such modest resolve, Flop refused to look away. And then, Madeline. What are you? Madeline swung down the flying winged blade in her hand, intending to slice her prey in two with its sharp edge. Undoubtedly, she had tried to cut both of them in half simultaneously, the disgraceful Heinkel and Schultz, who tried to protect him, alike. It was not as if she had paused midway through her attack. And yet, Schultz, gnashing his teeth firmly with a groan, Schultz covered the fallen Heinkel. His body had been neither torn nor crushed. However, Madeline's blow should have caught him squarely in the back of the head, shattering it. In fact, Flop had witnessed the blow with his very eyes, and had heard its dull sound. However, only the dull sound had echoed. Madeline. Madeline tilted her head, her curious eyes repeatedly moving back and forth between her weapon and the back of Schultz's head. Her head still inclined, Madeline brought the flying winged blade down on Schultz once more. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, over and over again, in rapid succession. Schultz. No, please stop. It hurts. Madeline. That's strange. I, the dragon, intended to kill. Why don't you die? Flop. That, maybe, your reluctance towards killing a person's making your hand slacken just before the weapon hits. Gwa. Madeline. Don't make fun of this dragon. Lamenting about not understanding a thing, Madeline's ire was directed at Flop. She sent a stone larger than the one she had used to stop Flop in his tracks, previously flying with a punt. It hit him square in the chest, knocking him flat on his rear. His sternum creaked from the force of the impact, leaving Flop no longer able to breathe properly. However, Schultz. Oh, ouch, it hurts. It was a fact that Schultz, having been struck again and again by the sharp blade, grunted in pain, yet did not die. This bizarre occurrence ultimately sparked an outburst from Madeline. As her hand grabbed Schultz's peach-colored hair, hoisting his body, Madeline gnashed her teeth together. And then, Madeline, you. What in the world are you hiding? Schultz, juked. While being hoisted up, Schultz screamed in agony, but Madeline's reaction, as she turned her angry eyes towards him, exceeded his. Madeline's golden eyes widened, her lips quivering with a wince. Flop, teary-eyed with pain, could nonetheless make out what had made her react in such a way. A dramatic change in Schultz's appearance had been triggered. That change was Utakata. Schultz's eyes. They're burning. Utakata, witnessing the same scene, succinctly and accurately described it so. At first glance, what Utakata had pointed out made no sense, yet there existed no better way to describe what was happening. From Flop's perspective, it was precisely as she had described it. It was a thing most unusual. In both of Schultz's red eyes, a flickering flame blazed. Schultz. His wandering eyes eventually landed upon his own face, reflected in the flying winged blade that had struck him, then realized what it was that had drawn everyone's attention. Schultz's features, reflected in that curved blade, appeared distorted, but he could clearly see the fire burning in his eyes. Schultz, what is this? Hot. It's not hot. While running his hand all over his face, Schultz exclaimed about his inability to feel the flames. It appeared that, while it was not like his face had just burst in flames spontaneously, the cause of the fire was still inexplicable. However, only Flop and his companions were puzzled as to the meaning of the flames. Looking into Schultz's face, Madeline found her cheeks stiffening in astonishment as she recognized the conflagration blazing within the child's two eyes. Consequently, she exclaimed her suspicion. Madeline, you can't possibly be friggin' related to that Fox person. Schultz, Fox, Flop, person? Woodcock, Agitated, Madeline batted her eyes because those three people had no inkling as to what she was talking about. Without the mental leeway to notice her tone of voice breaking just before it actually did, she was overcome by strong surprise and confusion, staring at Schultz. The hand gripping Schultz let go of him, and the boy, falling forward with a wah, dropped to the ground. Madeline kicked off the ground with force in front of the boy, who was again covering Henkel. Madeline. In one go, Madeline's figure leapt, ascending to the sky above the street. Its abruptness and velocity made it appear to Flop as if she had simply vanished. However, the ground that she had stepped on caved in violently, and in addition, the building she had utilized as a foothold to accelerate her motion crumbled. Madeline, having risen high up into the air in such a manner, lifted the flying winged blade aloft in both her hands with all her might. Madeline, you're friggin' getting in this dragon's way again. Friggin' disappear, you nuisance. That voice of protest echoed through the air, and the flying winged blade swung down, furiously approaching the ground. Its principle was the same as how the flying dragons threw their stones, but the force behind the readied blade was orders of magnitude greater. Unlike the large rocks being hurled without aim, this blade aimed to cleave Schultz's body in two. By some underlying logic, Schultz's body had become sturdy. However, being struck again and again still caused Schultz to cry out in pain, meaning that it was not that his body had become impervious to the impact from her blows. Moreover, no matter how sturdy their body may be, a child would still cry out if they were in pain. Flop? If I don't do something, Medium will be angry with me. Enduring the pain of his creaking chest, Flop rushed towards Schultz. He knew not just how much of a shield his body would be in face of that attack, but if he were to lessen the impact even ever so slightly, saving Schultz, he would be satisfied. Devoid of any more time to think, Flop exposed himself to the menace that was the flying winged blade. Well done. Unknowing of the reason, he clearly heard that voice even though it was not a loud one. There was a crash, and the impact of violent, mutual blows produced light that scorched Flop's eyes. Flop. This radiance was produced by a bright red jeweled blade clashing with the side of the rapidly spinning flying winged blade approaching from directly above. Crimson light burst forth silently, and Flop felt the false sensation of his whole body being enveloped by the wind. With that over, what followed were the dull thuds of flesh hitting flesh. Flop. HK. Looking upwards, the figure of a person flew through the air at an angle accompanied with a cry of pain, crashing into a building on the ground. Flop quite belatedly realized that it had been Madeleine's body who had so violently caused the stone building to crumble. The one responsible for this was a beautiful woman adorned in red, who landed in front of the breathless Flop and his companions. Flop. Princess Kun, Shot, Priscilla Sama, Utakata. Who, Priscilla? Should you not know by now? What you must shout at a time such as this is praise. While leisurely brushing the hem of her dress, Priscilla stated such. At a time the city was under siege by attacks from flying dragons, with even a divine general being dispatched. Her indomitable attitude and way of being was incomparably reliable. In truth, she had just dealt a serious blow to Madeleine, and, in the process, rescued Flop and the others from a life-threatening situation. Priscilla, however, that you would have been kept at a place like this was something I was certain would not happen. I thought that you would naturally aim for the city hall right away. Flop. Yeah, we were struggling to decide if we should do so, wondering if we should go to the mansion where Princess Kun and Wife San are, or to the city hall where Balhead Kunin is. Priscilla, absolutely not. That is precisely the target of the general first class who attacked the city. With a jerk of her chin, Priscilla stopped Flop from continuing, indicating the place where Madeleine had crashed into. Hearing that, Flop's mind was lost in thought for a moment, but readily dismissed that as unimportant for the time being. Then, he called out to Priscilla, Princess Kun. Flop. Thank you for saving us. I'm going to find shelter together with Butler Kun and Miss Utakata. But please tell us where to go. I have to take Redhead San with me as well. Priscilla. Oh, so you can make a reasonable judgment? In that case, head for the mansion. It shall be safer there than in the city hall, the focus of their assault. And Priscilla's line of sight shifted over, glancing at Heinkel, laying on the ground behind him. Priscilla narrowed her crimson eyes, then let out a minute's sigh. Priscilla, feel free to leave that behind. If it is of no help, then that is the end of it. Flop. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Redhead San's going to be a valuable asset once he wakes up. And most importantly, your precious Butler Kun went through a lot of pain to protect him. Priscilla. At the sound of Flop's words, Priscilla's gaze was suddenly set on Schult. Water welled up in Schult's eyes, overwhelmed from having been saved in the nick of time by his master's appearance. Both his eyes still burned, the tears in the blaze making for a spectacle. However, Schult did not express his anxiety over the strange situation that had befallen him. Instead, he squeezed the leg of the fallen Henkel. Schult. I will be carrying Henkel-sama. But, Priscilla-sama, what will, Priscilla? There is some business that still requires being taken care of. Certainly you comprehend, Schult. Yes, something great that only Priscilla-sama can handle. How did that brave boy's faith, Schult's faith in her, affect Priscilla? Priscilla, whose expression did not change, simply nodded mutely, accepting Schult's words. Without a moment's pause, she then glanced towards the alley. Priscilla. Avoid the main street. Take the alleys at the side of tall buildings. Schult, you should recall the path. Schult. Yes, I walked down that path every day, diligently. Priscilla. I shall give you my commendation. After a brief note of praise for his efforts, Priscilla turned her back to Schult. Her attitude was clear. Time for chatting was over. Flop's instincts, too, informed him that remaining in that place any longer was not a good idea. If they stayed near Priscilla, however, they would be safe from the threat of the flying dragons. Flop, Butler Kun, I'll need you to show me around. I'll somehow manage to carry Redhead San. As for Miss Utakata, be on the lookout on the streets in our stead. I'm sure you're used to hunting. I'll be relying on you. Schult. I understand. I will do my best to show you the way, Utakata. Utakata, Utakata, visibly hesitant to run away for a second, nodded as she was given her part. With this, the division of the roles was complete. All that remained was... Flop. Princess Kun, thank you once again, Priscilla. Gratitude or the like are needless. Nothing but words of praise towards mineself are required. With her back towards him, Priscilla responded to Flop's gratitude. Chuckling at her frank demeanor, he proceeded to pick up Heinkel's fallen body. Tall and well-trained, his body was quite heavy. It was a good thing he was used to carrying medium and escaping in times of emergency. Carrying his body over both shoulders like a piece of luggage, he was somehow still able to move. Schult, we must not forget this, either. And so, Schult picked up Heinkel's fallen sword, gripping it tightly within his thin hand. With that, Flop, Schult, and Utakata briefly faced each other and nodded, only for them to then run into the alleyway, the mansion as their destination. Before they had completely gotten away, however, Schult. Priscilla-sama, this fire was surely... Thank you so very much. With his burning eyes opened wide, Schult voiced his gratitude towards Priscilla. And so, after Schult and the others had left noisily and hurriedly, Priscilla, Schult, and that guy who named himself as Flop or something. Were that other man in such a predicament without such assistance, he would have been rife with bad luck. Amidst the street devoid of people, Priscilla quietly muttered this. That comment was directed not to Schult, whose eyes blazed, nor to Flop, who made up for his inability with tact, nor to Utakata, her magnanimity too large for her size, but to the final person remaining. He had survived in a situation that would have definitely killed him. It was nothing but the devil's luck. Although, Priscilla, it is doubtful that someone who does not perish when they should have ought to be dubbed lucky. Not pity, but something close to pity had been inserted into those words. It melted into the wind of the battlefield, laden with the scent of blood, and vanished, going unheard by anyone. At that moment, Priscilla. With a sound, the ornament that adorned Priscilla's orange hair shattered. By that, it did not mean that a fragile portion of the jeweled hair ornament had broken, rather that the entire ornament cracked and shattered to dust in one fell swoop. Instantly, Priscilla's long, collected hair unfurled, flowing down her back in waves. And then, Madeline, you won't friggin' die either. Slowly, a shadow appeared in the street, alongside the sound of debris being kicked up. There, a being whose entire body was smeared with dust, however, whose body itself was yet energetic. A figure with two black horns sprouting from her head, at which Priscilla narrowed her eyes. Priscilla. A dragonkin. Where was such an antique unearthed? Madeline. Are you friggin' looking down on this dragon? Surely you don't friggin' believe you can get away without consequences, do you? Baring her teeth because of Priscilla's words, the girl, Madeline, squinted the dragon-like pupils of her eyes. As she felt the draconic energy emanating from her small figure as if it were the wind, Priscilla gently stroked her unraveled hair with her hand. Priscilla. You seem to resent the fact that I am not dead, do you not? Madeline. Well, I should have friggin' flattened those overinflated breasts. People who won't die even if they have their hearts crushed are friggin' annoying, no matter who they are. Priscilla. Even if their hearts are crushed, huh? Sighing at Madeline's manner of putting it, Priscilla looked downwards at the breasts the former had indicated. Her own. Priscilla's ample breasts were more pronounced than usual, due to the constricting design of her dress, but Madeline's blow had certainly reached those prized breasts. It had not been visible to Schult, nor to any of the others, but battling in midair had been a painful experience. Just as Priscilla's strike had sent Madeline flying, Madeline's counterattack had also struck a harsh blow to Priscilla's chest. If it looked like Priscilla was looking at things like it was no big deal right now, that was because Priscilla, apparently even my property itself, is unwilling to see me lost to this world. Madeline. The soul marriage technique. As the unexpected words came out of Madeline's mouth, Priscilla raised her eyebrows. Madeline kept glaring at Priscilla, pointing at a building in the street. No, far beyond it, far away to the southeast. Madeline, you're the friggin' same as that fox woman. Do you friggin' know her? Priscilla. I do not. If you possess any idea about something similar to this of my own possession, then they are a rip-off of me. I, the original. Madeline. Priscilla. Do you not comprehend? Words she had never heard of before were hurled at Madeline, confusion dawning on her visage. Consequently, Priscilla decided to make things simple in an attempt to clear up the confusion. In other words, Priscilla. Much like someone with the awareness that this shall be a difficult affair for them, within yourself, you know you are no match for me. Madeline. HK, are you making a friggin' fool of this dragon? Priscilla. Nonsense. As if you get to choose who you are. Mine self is at the top, and everyone else is at the bottom. The moment she answered with a smile, Madeline's anger reached the boiling point. The dragonkin, red-faced and with glowing golden eyes, roared, a threat looming before her eyes. With Madeline to her front, Priscilla glanced to the sky, as if searching for the sky. Nay, searching for the hilt of the crimson-treasured sword, which had the atmosphere as its sheath. Priscilla, has the sunshine ceased? This shall be somewhat more complicated. The shock and destruction began in one corner of the fortress city, but did not end there. The fierce battle had initially begun in the south side of the city, bringing forth a chain of destruction to a cluster of densely packed buildings, in which seemed to be all too telling of the enormity of the cataclysm caused by the flying dragons, accompanied by a plume of smoke. However, that which plunged the southern part of the fortress city into a state of devastation was not the cataclysm brought by the flying dragons. Of course, the hunt of the flying dragons, as they cast down large rocks from the sky, laying waste to the land below, was a calamity in itself. When people running for cover in fear of the raining rocks showed up, the claws and fangs of the gliding flying dragons would rend and chew them to pieces, leading to the number of dead piling up on the streets. Some would resist. Some would strike back by shooting their bows at the flying dragons, grounding them. However, most people, exposed to the one-sided assault of the flying dragons, only sought salvation. That was just how immense and tremendous the damage caused by the flying dragons was. But the fierce battle was so destructive that even those flying dragons avoided approaching it. Madeline. Gah-ha-ha-ha-ha. The howling, leaping little body clutched a mighty flying winged blade with both arms. The crooked blade adroitly sliced through the resistance of the wind and air alike, and, upon being thrown, would revolve to then return to its original position. For experts, it served as a throwing utility which could zone in on the heads of distant prey. However, it had been thrown with terrific energy, flying around, scything down everything in its path. Its weight, sharpness, and destructive power all were beyond comparison to the supposedly small flying winged blade. If a conventional flying winged blade were about the size of a one-handed sword, this one was as massive as 2 large swords joined together, and even heavier than 10 large swords melted and cast together. Once upon a time, 10 swords, of enchanted and holy type both, holding special powers, were brought forth in this world. This weapon, made of metal allegedly on par with those, fully demonstrated its power, a fiendish weapon that was far more deadly than it appeared. With each throw, an area of several dozen meters would be shaved wholly. Anything in its path, whether building or living creature, would be struck indiscriminately. The dragonkin's unusual physical strength and mentality of caring naught for the resulting damage to the surroundings were the reason for these devastating tactics, which would have only been possible if the dragonkin had been able to destroy thieves. Outside of the fortress city, those defying the flying dragons in various parts of the city had no time to turn to look at the ground, ergo, did not come to notice it. Of course, the sound of the roar and earthquake reached them, but they were far too occupied looking up at the sky, exchanging words with whomever was beside them, to pay any attention to the damage. And that was fortune amidst lack of it. Had they been witness to the overwhelming destruction, they would have forgotten to even cling to the thin threads of survival, to drop to their knees. To a certain extent, the existence of the rampaging dragonkin was a disaster of a kind apart from the catastrophe brought about by the flying dragons. To be struck by 2 natural disasters simultaneously, in a single city, was nothing short of a nightmare. And moreover, of those natural disasters, One was being brought about to destroy merely a single person, Priscilla. Priscilla kicked the ground as if she were dancing, continuously avoiding the attacks in Madelin's rampage. Although the physical prowess of the dragonkin was not to be underestimated, Madelin's fighting style lacked finesse. She had not learned any sort of martial arts. Perhaps that was because she underestimated humans as inferior. Priscilla. Although I have never learnt the martial arts myself. If there was anything Priscilla recalled seeing well, the movements of those that wielded swords would be it. Aside from that, she held a perfect grasp of what her body was, and how it moved. If there was a reason as to why she managed to handle the Yang sword like a master, it was precisely because of that reason. However, at a time she could not draw the Yang sword. Each blow of Madelin's was a threat. Priscilla. The daylight had ceased, the sun having dipped below the horizon. There were certain rules for the utilization of the Yang sword. The sun did not always shine. For half of a day, it shared its responsibilities with the moon, using the time to build up its strength. If there was a sun that shone always, then that would be none other than Priscilla herself. Although, Priscilla, the longer this takes, the deeper the wound shall be, is it? Priscilla was cautiously responding to Madelin's attacks. Of course, the lack of the decisive Yang sword was a pretext for her being unable to push through, but the high vitality of the dragonkin was also of concern. If not slain in one fell swoop, Madelin's counterattack would likely reach Priscilla. Reaching a stalemate via mutual injury, much like how she had done the first time around, was not something that could be repeated over and over again. If the conclusion of this kept getting postponed like this, the damage to the fortress city would only spread. Just as the southern part of the city had been directly razed by Madelin's destruction, elsewhere the casualties would continue to mount, as assault after assault by the flying dragons continued to rain down. Besides, Kiriara. Madelin caught the flying winged blade gliding in return, then planted both her feet on the ground, proof of her fighting spirit. The dragonkin's continuously rising spirit, transmitted through the air, inspired the flying dragons in the city's skies. For humans, it would be a morale-boosting phenomenon, but it had the effect of arousing the instincts of the fiercest species living in the wild, an effect that ought to be dubbed as madness. Were the flying dragons to become more and more ferocious, more and more aggressive, they would become literally unmanageable. She desired to get things moving before that came to pass. To that end, Priscilla, I need one more move. To make the situation move forth, she needed some kind of grand move. Priscilla. Ducking under Madelin's attack and taking a great leap forward, Priscilla stood amidst the collapsed cityscape. The city touted as the fortress city, its robustness the pride of its residents, a pillar of peace and tranquility, was now a shadow of its former self. Even after this calamity had been driven away, reconstruction would be no easy task. However, all those things would only be an issue after the great disaster before it had been eliminated. Madelin, next, will hit. As she continued to lay on these insipid attacks, which Priscilla was able to repeatedly dodge with ease, Madelin roared like a beast, but she was also slowly correcting her tactics, all whilst she kept on launching unsuccessful attacks. It would be excellent if she were an enemy possessing scarce will to learn, but as that was not the case, she would grow during battle. Madelin exhaled sharply a white breath in front of Priscilla, hoping to avoid any further development. The dragon's blood circulated through her body, the rise in body temperature provoking steam to rise from the girl's diminutive frame. Combined with the white breath, her figure seemed as though it were even enveloped in white smoke. Priscilla. Nay, how odd, so thought Priscilla as she closed one eye shut as she peered towards Madelin. As the battle protracted further, it was no wonder that the dragon's blood had awakened. It was also clear that Madelin's budding emotions, dragonkin as she was, were causing the flying dragons to become frantic. However, amidst the climate of the Valatian Empire, her exhaled breath was white and misty. Not to mention, Priscilla, it is not possible for it to snow. Glancing around, Priscilla noted white flakes falling languidly at the edge of her vision. Slowly but surely increasing, snow fell upon the fortress city, while most of the shelters protecting its people were being lost. Words like rare did not suffice to describe this event. One could call it a sort of natural disaster. In Wallachia, there were more than a few people who had never witnessed snow. To be struck by two natural disasters simultaneously, in a single city, was nothing short of a nightmare, as had been stated. But what if there were a new natural disaster, a third one, that coincided with it? Would that be a nightmare, or... That's enough. A voice echoed from the ground, amidst the cold drops from the heavens slowly falling upon them. A beautiful yet resonant sound, akin to the ringing of a silver bell. This third natural disaster, if it were to coincide with the others, would it be a nightmare? Or could it be a grand move? I'm in a bit of a hurry, but I can't let this pass. I'm really angry. In that place where anything and everything had met the onslaught of a great disaster, the footsteps of a silver-haired young girl echoed. In search of her missing knight, a witch, accompanied by snow, had come to the fortress city. Chapter 57b. I don't mind being called a moron. Once she became unaware of Natsuki Subaru's whereabouts, Emilia panicked and made the biggest commotion of her life. Emilia, please, Subaru. I really hope you'll be all right with Rem. The tempest of the shadows which attacked the Pleiades watchtower. That was when both Subaru and Rem were blown away. Nay, to be precise, it was not just those two. She knew there had been one more unknown component alongside them. That Emilia had gotten through that without losing her composure was because Beatrice and Ram, who had a connection to those two, had confirmed their survival. Of course, even if they were alive, the possibility they could come face to face with something dangerous or scary still existed. In fact, it was because he had to save the sleeping Am in an unknown land that it was definitely absolutely assured that Subaru would act recklessly. However, because Subaru did not have Emilia, nor Beatrice with him, he must have been in quite the panic. Emilia, I have to hurry and find them. With that resolution, Emilia and the group that had proceeded to conquer the Pleiades watchtower moved out. For starters, they had to find a way to enter the land to the south believed to be where Subaru had gotten blown off to. The Valatian Empire, the country which had forbidden travel to and from the kingdom of Lugunica. We're going to try and tackle this one from Kararaji. Security might be laxer in Kararaji in comparison, as Lugunica and Wallachia have been having a standoff. Those were Anastasia's words, promising to cooperate with the search for Subaru. Anastasia's group, of which Julius and Echidna were a part of, were believed to not have much to spare by any means, having had such a torrid experience at Pleiades' watchtower. But that they had still offered to do that for Subaru's group was something that made Emilia very happy. Emilia, I'm very glad I became friends with Anastasia-san. Anastasia, well, I think we're a wee bit different from friends. Like before, our positions will stay that of rivals and whatnot. But, Emilia. But, Anastasia. After this Natsuki-kun royal selection business is all done and dusted, how about we become friends? I'm much like Emilia-san, in that I ain't got many friends. Saying so with a light-hearted attitude, Anastasia promised to lend her strength to them, despite knowing that now was not the time. To Emilia, that promise, the one for Subaru's search, was something she was also glad for. However, the day in which the fulfillment of her promise for them to become friends was one she longed for. And if Anastasia-sama will devise a means to go through Kararaji, then us trying to simply find a way through the Wallachian border would be the best plan, wouldn't it? Having reunited with Emilia and the others once they came back from Pleiades' watchtower, Roswal, understanding the urgency of the situation, respected Emilia's desire to search for Subaru immediately. However, even using Roswal's rank and power, it appeared that entering the Wallachian Empire was not a matter so simple, and even should they fly in, it seemed flying dragons would gnaw at them. Even having earned Roswal's approval, entry into the Empire would not be easy. Above all, though it was called an empire, it was very large. Even if they somehow managed to cross into it, they did not know if they could find Subaru's group right away. In the middle of this increasingly agitating situation, a proposal to break this deadlock came from someone who yet again proved his reliability. About the way to get into the Valetian Empire, I may or may not have an idea. However, it is not quite the commendable way, and there is some risk to it. So was stated, breaking the ice with some hesitation, by the one whose return coincided with the Amelia Group's return home, Otto. That person, having stayed in the Watergate city of Pristella to recover, returned alongside Garfield, who had remained alongside him, and indicated a path towards hope for Amelia's group, who was greatly troubled over their challenge. However, those means were decidedly Otto, entering via smuggling. In Picotat, one of the 5 great cities to the south of Lugunica, I may be able to prepare a means for you to enter from that city, my hometown. Entering through smuggling was the furtive passage into the nation, circumventing the regular procedures and arrangements. As Otto had said, it was not a very commendable method, and it was undeniable that it was quite the dangerous choice were they to be found. However, if there was no other way, Amelia, we have to do everything we can for them. Steeling her strong resolve, Amelia conveyed her resolution to everyone else. Nobody said anything like, "Let's not," to Amelia's resolve. Even Ram and Otto, who were under a lot of stress. Everyone prayed for Subaru's safety. Amelia was most proud of that, above anything else. No matter what it takes, we'll bring back Subaru safely. In fact, we will do it, I suppose. Amelia. Yeah, that's right. Let's do our best. Her hand being gripped tightly by Beatrice's own, the one most anxious about the estranged Subaru. Amelia answered gently, by tightening her grip in return. And then, in Otto's hometown, going through a quarrel with Otto's old acquaintances that were after his life. Going through Petra's handsome negotiations with a group who would smuggle them across the border, and aided by the bridal panic. Concerning Frederica's special constitution, the group searching for Subaru crossed the country. And Amelia, that's enough. In the fortress city with madness swirling about, Amelia, who brought down snow, proclaimed so. Numerous buildings collapsed, as the once beautiful cityscape collapsed with nary a trace of it remaining. And yet, Amelia's anger only soared as she observed large figures moving left and right through the sky from afar, making complete use of their wings to crush the lives of people. Just how could they do such a terrible thing? Could there have been a better way to do it? And had they even made a proper effort at finding it? Nevertheless, even the one who believed this, Amelia herself, could not think of a way to halt the fight at this moment aside from using her own power, which was frustrating. That was why Amelia would be as frustrated as she could be, trying to not forget that feeling. To that end, Amelia, Ice Age. Around Amelia, as she muttered this, the world started to lose its heat at a furious pace. The air slowly cooled. White snowflakes began falling gently from the chilling sky. Rapidly, without exemption, Amelia blanketed the city's perimeter with cold, with great care, adjusting the magic power, being cautious to not overdo it. She could not afford to err and let the city turn to ice like the great forest of Elior, Amelia's homeland. Needless to say, even if she had thoughts of melting it later, to cool it down to the point of suspended animation, like Regulus's wives, was strictly forbidden. All Amelia had to do was to bring an unbearable ice season to lands unacquainted with the cold, those of the Empire. The biting cold wind, the falling white snowflakes accumulating, the white breath of the magical season of ice would cover the fortress city struck by this flying dragon cataclysm. And then, Priscilla, dragonkind is weak against the cold, and when it comes to flying dragons which have never known freezing cold, the harshness will be even more pronounced on their wings. With that, a figure leapt onto the half-destroyed wall on which Amelia stood, accompanied by the light sound of footsteps. Glancing over, Amelia then nodded with a, "Yes, Amelia. Before I took off, Petra-chan told me that flying dragons don't like the cold. She's really good at studying, and learned a lot about the Empire very quickly." Priscilla, so you relied on the wisdom of your servant? No wonder you had me thinking it was a decent plan, for a half-devil devoid of wisdom. Amelia, there's no need for you to put it like that. Besides, how do you know that I'm a half-elf, huh? And then Amelia rounded her amethyst eyes, her lips forming a pout because of how the other person had spoken. A woman in a red dress, her long orange hair blowing in the cold wind. Her hairstyle was different from what she remembered, but there was Amelia. Huh? Priscilla? Why are you here? This isn't Lugunica, you know? Priscilla, I shall return you with the same thing, although I have an idea as to why you have set foot in the Empire. How did you cross into the country? Amelia. Oh, the method is a secret. I'm not supposed to tell you. I'm also supposed to hide who I am, so I have to be careful. Amelia was surprised to see Priscilla, a woman she had never expected to lay eyes upon in this foreign country to the south. Yet she was strangely moved by the sight of her. However, she could not stay just being surprised there. The manner through which Amelia had entered the Empire was an irrational act. Something labeled as a misdeed. Therefore, she did not want to make that clear to Priscilla unless necessary. But Amelia... Priscilla, look out! Interrupting what she was about to say, Amelia prompted Priscilla to pay heed. The next moment, Priscilla, clicking her tongue, bounced away, and a blade, a flying winged blade, spinning furiously, gouged out the spot she had been at. The battered, near-collapsed wall was cleanly sliced away by the sharpness of the blade, and conversely, it was miraculously spared from collapsing. Priscilla, having managed to avoid the blade, landed closer to Amelia this time, right next to her, the hem of her dress fluttering. And, Madeline. One after the other. What the frig are you people? The girl's voice, full of wrath, reached Amelia as the former caught the returning flying winged blade with a single hand. Looking down towards the destroyed cityscape, amidst it stood a horn-wielding girl, her bright eyes glaring at Amelia and Priscilla standing side by side. It seemed the one standing there was very angry, but Amelia was very angry as well. Therefore, Amelia jabbed her finger out toward the girl. Amelia. My name is Emily. Emily. I'm just a spiritual arts user passing through. Almost giving out her real name in the heat of the moment, Amelia succeeded in giving a false name that had been previously agreed upon. Priscilla's eyes narrowed at Amelia's boldness, and the little girl, to whom Amelia had introduced herself to, muttered, Spiritual arts user, with a wary look in her eyes. Madeline, are you the friggin' same as that doggerel? Priscilla, if Arakia is the one you are thinking of, she is a spirit eater, not a spiritual arts user. That would be a misconception. Madeline Ashart. Madeline Gah. Priscilla's point was as if she had read the thoughts of the little girl, of Madeline, which made the latter's cheeks become stiff. However, there had been something just now that Amelia could not help but hear more about. Amelia, what is a spirit eater? What do they do with spirits? Priscilla, it is exactly as you have heard. She feeds on spirits. They take their power onto themselves and utilize it to the fullest. It is a practice near extinction, Arakia being the last remaining user in the Empire. Amelia? They eat spirits? How awful. For Amelia, a spiritual arts user who had forged contracts with many micro-spirits herself, this was a bewildering thing to hear. If Puck or Beatrice were to meet a spirit eater, would their forms be gobbled up? Just thinking about it made her feel sorry for them. However, rather than worrying about such things that had yet to happen, the priority right now was the problem at hand. Amelia. You're Madeline Chan. Madeline, do not belittle this dragon, you half-devil. Amelia, then let's talk it through properly, Madeline. You're the one who's having those flying dragons attack the city. I want you to stop this. Right this instant. Turning her gaze into the distance, Amelia looked out beyond the place Madeline had rampaged in, at a group of flying dragons resuming their assault on the other side of the city. Their movements seemed to be slower than they had been a moment ago, albeit slightly. Amelia's power was lowering the temperature, which was in turn affecting the vitality of the flying dragons. Were things to proceed in this manner, it would be possible to ground the flying dragons in the area. However, she wished to avoid doing that if possible. She did not want to have the flying dragons die either. Amelia, if you care about the flying dragons, then please listen to my request. Madeline. Amelia. Madeline. As honestly as possible, Amelia tried to convey her words. Perhaps Otto, Ram, and Petra could have communicated better. But upon seeing the city being attacked by a flock of flying dragons, Amelia had been the only one to rush towards it. Now that Amelia had been first on the scene, she would do everything she could to help. As a result, Madeline, it's extremely friggin' conceited of you to make a request to this dragon, you human. She would do so even if it sparked Madeline's anger. Priscilla. She cannot be persuaded by anyone, even were it not you. It is not an auspicious thing to listen to the words of a dragonkin, let alone one who is firmly grounded to the earth. Faced with Madeline's reply laced with outrage, Amelia held her breath upon hearing those words. Priscilla, who had been silently listening to the exchange between the two, expressed her observations regarding the breakdown in negotiations. Amelia widened her eyes, as that seemed to be encouraging her. Amelia. Priscilla, I always thought you were so mean to me. Priscilla, I do not consider it wicked to say that that which is not worthy is not worthy. Do not pervert my benevolent words. Now, how shall we go about this? Amelia. Nodding, Amelia created a hair clip of ice in her outstretched left hand. Presenting Priscilla with the hair clip, the latter closed one eye with suspicion. Towards Priscilla's reaction, Amelia nodded in assent, and... Amelia, let's stop that girl together. Don't be mean. Priscilla, do not demean my deeds as a manifestation of childishness, you lowly half-devil. Striking back with an insult, Priscilla accepted the hair clip from Amelia's hand, then gathered her long flowing hair and fastened it in place. Hearing the clasp of ice clicking together, with Priscilla's mood returning to the one she was acquainted with, Amelia then turned to Madeline below. And, Madeline, people who are fearless regarding dragons are so friggin' tedious. Amelia, I just had a fight with a big dragon a while ago. So, Madeline, HK Amelia, even if you wanted me to be scared, I can't be scared of you. Madeline's threat as she brandished her white fangs was given a clear-cut answer by Amelia. Immediately afterward, Madeline's eyes narrowed like those of a ground dragon, and the flying winged blade in her hand was hurled ferociously, targeting Amelia and Priscilla with tremendous momentum and speed. Witnessing its spinning approach, Amelia created a large hammer of ice, holding it in both hands. Amelia attempted to repel the revolving, flying, winged blade with an upward swing of her hammer of frost coming from below. Amelia. Hiya. Feeling a powerful recoil in both her hands, Amelia, rushing in, did her utmost possible with the upward swing of the icy mallet. Though just barely, she deflected the trajectory of the flying winged blade, which passed over the heads of both Amelia and Priscilla. But the ice hammer shattered with incredible force, and Amelia looked down at her hands, speaking. Amelia. So strong, maybe stronger than I am, Madeline? That's friggin' natural. It is wrong to compare I, the dragon, to people using the same standard. The petite form of Madeline stepped forward in triumph over the pained Amelia, only for a block of ice, more massive than the city hall, to come crashing down on Madeline's head. Madeline. HK. The sudden appearance of the mass of ice, coupled with its size and weight, caused Madeline to be at a loss for words. Then her figure was flattened. Shock waves of cold surged in all directions, centered on her. White winds blowing away debris and crumbling buildings, eliciting tremendous destruction. Priscilla. You, how dare you destroy this city, Amelia, huh? But it was already destroyed. Priscilla. You have a rather superficial way of looking at things. I am sure that manservant must be very weary. Nevertheless, you shall finally understand. Amelia. Finally, understand. Looking at the spot where the ice block had fallen, Priscilla crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. Amelia cast a question towards her profile, yet the answer arrived simultaneously, from Priscilla's lips, and from the spectacle in front of her. The ice block that should have crushed Madeline against the ground trembled slightly, as a loud sound akin to that of the world cracking began to echo from within the ice block itself. It originated from the piece of ice that was supposed to have made ground, from where the girl had stuck her arm in the air at the point of impact. Priscilla, just how troublesome dragonkin can be. Immediately after Priscilla's words, the long block of ice broke in half with a thunderous roar. The impact of the destruction was felt throughout the entire area, and the shattered ice turned into mana particles starting from the outside. Amid this scenery of ice shards scattered about, the very incarnation of a dragonkin, leapt towards the duo with a roar. Freezing winds raged, beautiful women danced across the battlefield, where the throngs of destruction roamed. Were anyone to witness the battle from afar, they would not have believed their eyes due to the sheer majesty of it. Was it reality, or was it merely a dream? Madeline, with enough force to shatter the ground she was standing on, the small dragonkin threw swirling death. A flying blade of destruction traced an arc, with beauty that betrayed the atrocious danger it brought forth. It cleaved everything in its path. It severed. It tore through the world. Had this been a painting, or even a beautiful pruning of the world rather than destruction, it would have been a beautiful sight for anyone's eyes to behold merely based on aesthetics. Madeline Eschart's anger was refined. Instinctual rage, to that much of an extent. However, Emilia, Priscilla, go up. A heavenly beauty of dancing silver hair created footholds of ice in midair, dodging the flying winged blade thrown at her. Then waving her hand down towards the ground, the streets, lost of their original form, froze over. Rising from the frozen earth was a beautifully adorned sword of frost. A beautiful princess, running as she made her way through, pulled it from the earth in a fluid movement. And, Priscilla, the fingers of anyone but me would have fallen off. But the embellishments are acceptable. I shall utilize it. A pale blue slash of ice flashed, slashing through Madeline's body diagonally. However, Madeline, with whatever kind of power was concealed within her petite body, only recoiled slightly upon being struck by the blow. Instead, the ice sword that had delivered the blow shattered. And after that, the approaching Madeline reached out a hand to Priscilla and Emilia. Hiya! Not allowing that act of violence to go unchecked. Emilia's 2 feet hit Madeline as she fell from directly above, both her feet encased in ice as she spun and drove a blow from up high. Emilia smashed into Madeline's 2 shoulders with a merciless attack, causing the sturdy girl to totter a step back. In that instant, Emilia, please, Priscilla, do not tell me what to do. After Emilia landed on the ground and put her hands, Priscilla took the newly created pair of ice swords and leapt over the crouching Emilia to slash at Madeline. The frost blades in Priscilla's right hand and left hand each came at Madeline from different angles, yet were quickly caught by the latter with the claws of her outstretched hands, causing a high-pitched clanging sound to echo. Madeline, don't push your luck. Emilia, area. Having dealt with the twin swords, Madeline was about to go on the counter when an icy spike passed right next to Priscilla's head. Madeline immediately leaned forward, while Emilia, switching places with Priscilla, fired an ice spear with speed that could not be gauged by human eyes. Priscilla, my turn. Once Madeline shrugged off the spear, Priscilla followed it up with an icy sword dance. The hem of her red dress fluttered, the twin sparkling blue swords of ice were swung gracefully, and Priscilla's swords dance among the glaciated world of white pummeled Madeline's entire body, forcing her back. Madeline, why the frig is it like this? So exclaimed Madeline while being forced to deal with Priscilla's twin swords, now on the defensive. But Priscilla's onslaught did not slow down, and to make matters worse for Madeline, once Priscilla ceased her sword's dance, Emilia, this and this, hiya! Making full use of extraordinary reaction speed, Emilia, leaping out without sparing Madeline time to breathe, created ice weapon after ice weapon to slam them down with all her might. Priscilla was the skill, Emilia was the brawn, and through them, Madeline's offensive and defensive capabilities were shut down completely. The flying winged blade cleaved, smashed, swung, was thrown. The innate physical abilities of a dragonkin were incomparable to those of a frail human. Even a demi-human, who was relatively more robust compared to a normal human, was as good as a dried-up twig before a dragonkin. The same was true even for the ONI race, which, abhorrent as it may seem, would be able to stand on the same ground beside the dragonkin. Dragonkin and the Oni were sometimes spoken of alongside each other as the strongest of races, but that was something outrageous. After all, The UNE were merely a race superior among demi-humans. Dragonkin were fundamentally different from them. Dragonkin were not demi-humans. They differed from those species related to the human race at a basic level. Dragonkin did not belong to mankind. But why was it playing out like this nevertheless? Madeline, what the frig are you people? What the frig are you? Leaving her offense to her anger and continuously failing to connect a blow, she had finally used up all her anger. And so, after the dragon's wrath was spent, all that remained was the dragon's creaking wail. The flying winged blade in her grasp was swung sideways. Amelia ducked, and Priscilla dodged it with a jump. Then, from both above and below, the two sides answered Madeline's wail at the same time. "What are you?" she had inquired. Amelia. "Emily." Priscilla. "I am mineself." An upraised great axe of frost and two flashing blades of ice all scored a direct hit on Madeline. The sharp horns upon her head struck by blades of ice and her torso slammed by a fierce blow from an axe of frost. Madeline was sent flying, unable to stop those blows. During her struggle, Madeline's body bounced once, then twice, high in the air above a thin layer of snow, and without losing velocity she plummeted into a pile of debris, for a white plume of smoke to then rise accompanied by a loud crash. Madeline. Having left Madeline's hands, the flying winged blade pierced the wall behind her, and thus the wall's role of protecting the fortress city from threats to the south now came to an end. With one last look at the walls collapsing with a loud thud, Amelia slowly rose to her feet, looking guardedly at the pile of rubble under which Madeline had been buried. "Amelia, I suppose we did it." "Priscilla." There was fitting recoil. "Unfortunately, there was no bite to it." "Amelia, bite?" Priscilla stepped forward next to Amelia, the latter tilting her head as she watched the twin swords in Priscilla's hands turn to dust. For some reason, she could not help but look at Priscilla's mouth, though she had not eaten anything. Priscilla met Amelia's gaze with her crimson eyes, and spoke. "Priscilla, is this really all there is to someone that is not only a dragonkin, but one of the 9 divine generals, is what I am saying?" "Amelia, what are those 9 divine generals, and what's a dragonkin, too?" "That's a demi-human, right?" "Priscilla, a race stated to have died out long ago. They were said to possess the ability to communicate with dragons, a race no longer to be found in this world, but I guess that is merely a superstitious myth." "Amelia, dragons? Does that mean they can talk to Volcanica as well?" "Volcanica's a bit out of it," Amelia shyly attempting to break the ice. Priscilla raised her eyebrows. She then gently pressed a finger to her mouth. "Priscilla, I never thought such a word would come out of your mouth. Are you perhaps mistaking something?" Amelia. "Oh, you think I'm joking? Perhaps. I'm not joking at all. I met with Volcanica a little while ago actually, but they were all out of it because they'd been alone for so long." Amelia hurriedly defended herself from Priscilla's reaction of disbelief, but Amelia quickly remembered her priorities, speaking. "Now's not the time, Amelia. Now that we've beaten her, Madeline needs to stop the flying dragons. Priscilla, considering this cold weather, all these slow-moving flying dragons shall be hunted down in due time." "Amelia, and there'll be people in danger in the meantime. Still, even Subaru and Rem could be in danger." Priscilla. Amelia leapt out from beside Priscilla, heading toward the rubble under which Madeline had been buried. Behind Amelia's back, Priscilla furrowed her shapely brow at the exchange that had just transpired. That reaction, however, went unnoticed by Amelia, whose long legs straddled the debris. Fashioning a shovel from ice, she thrust it into the rubble in an attempt to dig up the buried Madeline. Nevertheless, Priscilla let out a small exhale as she watched her back. It was a good thing that the grand move that had arrived unexpectedly had resulted in lesser consequences. However, the enormous damage caused by Madeline and the flying dragons was not something they could get rid of. Worst-case scenario, they would have to consider relocating their base to the demon city of Chaos Flame and relying on her collaborator, High Countess Serena Drakroy, to aid them. Priscilla. In any case, we shall first have to make her fold up her wings. Pausing to ponder about what laid ahead, Priscilla peered up to the white, cloudy sky. With the immense quantity of mana Amelia possessed, albeit it possibly had a limit as to its range, she still had enough power to alter the climate. meaning that she had a multitude of ways to make use of her power. Of course, what was valued in Wallachia was not necessarily valued in Lugunica. Rather, if she did decide to live in Wallachia, it probably would not end up being a waste of time. But, her nature aside, Amelia's personality was one that would not permit her to live in Wallachia. Priscilla. So, as Priscilla drew thoughts in the sky, her eyes flickered dimly. Those jewel-like crimson eyes flickered, as they had perceived a slight disturbance in the skies above. Then, just as Priscilla understood the nature of that disturbance, "Amelia, there you are. Madeline, I'll get you out now. But please be a big girl and tell us your story." Madeline. Ah, Amelia, huh? Having found the little girl buried in the rubble, Amelia utilized the ice shovel to dislodge the building's remains. The Dragonkin girl was lying on her back, herself and her clothes covered in soot and snow, dirtied. Amelia listened carefully as the girl's lips moved and a faint voice escaped, hoping for words that accepted defeat. That would make the flying dragons retreat. However, Amelia's hopes were dashed. What Madeline's lips weaved was no declaration of defeat. Only one word was muttered, a name. Madeline. Missoria. The very next moment, the roar of a dragon, its origin above the clouds, rained down destruction onto the land. The instant the white beam of light was fired from the heavens, Amelia and Priscilla both sprang into action at the same time. Without any sound or warning, a tower of ice sprung into being, growing from the ground. Two beauties of silver and crimson jumped atop. The tower had risen to be over 10 meters tall in an instant. Standing on its summit, Amelia raised both of her hands up to the sky, conjuring forth a huge dome of ice which covered the area where the white beam was expected to impact. And within the conjured dome, another, yet smaller dome was added. And then, yet another smaller dome was added, and so this went on, until 6 domes of ice covered the sky. As Amelia set up their cover made from ice and snow, Priscilla stretched out her lustrous fingers into the sky and drew out the Yang sword, which took the void as its sheath. The treasured sword was adorned with many eye-catching jewels and had a bright red radiance to it. However, the light brimming from inside remained feeble, nowhere near what it was at its peak. Even so, Priscilla took up her treasured sword and looked up overhead. The very next moment, the looming white beam of light crashed against the outermost dome, and in less than a second, it pierced through the first, second, and third domes, racing towards the ground. However, it would be wrong to say that the domes that had been pierced and broken through had not fulfilled their purpose at all. The moment the beam went through them, its angle changed slightly. There were only slight changes with the first, second, and third one, yet those became heftier with the fourth and fifth one. Finally, the instant the sixth one was broken through, the beam's manner of entry had certainly changed. The white beam raced straight down towards the tower of ice, towards the two who stood at its pinnacle, and so to meet it came a deep crimson shimmer, which beautifully, vibrantly morphed into a flash of resistance, and thus was it unleashed. All sound completely disappeared. For the first time in his life, complete silence could be savored for what seemed like 10 seconds. Perhaps it lasted for less than a second in actuality, but once that burst, the spreading shockwave originating from the southern portion of the city engulfed the fortress city in all directions, and everything flipped over. Ground rose from the surface, as buildings were ripped from their foundations. Those without shelter were blown away like dead leaves, and even the flock of flying dragons soaring in the heavens were assailed by the tempest. Without mercy, without bias, a shockwave which engulfed everything bore down on everyone in the city. Naturally, Flop, who was running around to treat the injured in the city's largest mansion, having been turned into a temporary treatment center containing those injured, was also rocked by the impact, being thrown back against the wall. Flop, who, as far as he could comprehend, it could have been in a few seconds, or a dozen seconds, or even a few minutes. He felt a powerful impact on his back that made it feel as if all of his internal organs were being turned inside out. He did not register much pain, but the possibility that the pain would come later, or he might have suffered from something so painful that he could not feel anything, also existed. If that were actually the case, he would have liked to go on with his uneventful life, watch his little sister Medium lead a safe and happy life, savor the sense of accomplishment that he would have achieved in successfully taking revenge on the Thurer world, and stay unaware of it until he was old and on the verge of dying. Once there, it should be impossible to distinguish whether he had died from his wounds or from old age. Flop. Let's see, maybe it isn't too serious. Being extra careful, he would raise his body after carefully assessing his own condition. His arms and legs moved and every single one of his fingers were still on his hands. He seemed fortunate enough to not be missing his ears or nose, and his eyes had not been crushed either. He could not let his guard down, but he should not be overly pessimistic either. Shaking his head, Flop stood up, wiped his blurred eyes, and gazed at his surroundings. The once stately and magnificent decorations had been changed entirely from what they were before, and the inside of the mansion had become a hellscape dominated by the smell of blood and the sound of groans. Add to that the shockwave that had just hit, and the grim situation of the sight became even grimmer. Some of those who had been treated may have had their pain rekindled or made worse by the shockwave. They needed to ease their pain, to give them a helping hand. Flop. I wonder if Butler Kun and Miss Utakata are okay too. Leaving Priscilla to deal with Madeline, whom they had encountered, Flop and the others joined up with Rem in the mansion and helped deal with the wounded as best they could. He had also helped with that, while worrying about Priscilla and Schult, the latter's eyes still ablaze even after he managed to calm himself down somehow. Flop would not be able to rest in peace if it had all come to nothing due to that explosive impact. What in the world is? As Flop looked around at the state of his surroundings, he heard a voice speak in a pain-filled tone. Directing his eyes towards that voice, he saw Rem peeking out from the depths of the hall. She was one of the people who had been attending to the seriously wounded who were in dire need of healing magic, and also one of the people who had been rendered astonished by the crash from just before. Rem, grimacing as she held her cane, looked out the window to see what had occurred. Flop, too, was alarmed, wondering if something more terrifying than a flock of flying dragons or one of the 9 divine generals going on a full-fledged rampage had happened. And right after that, Rem, how terrible. Rem's eyes widened and her expression turned grim, panicking as she rushed towards the mansion's door. Flop shouted, "Wife-san." At her back as she rushed out, wondering what she had seen outside. Despite his aching sides and knees, Flop chased Rem as she rushed outside. As she reached the front garden of the mansion, she crouched beside a fallen figure. It was yet another injured person, someone who had been flung outside by the earlier impact. As he approached the crouching AM, who was confirming the state of the figure, Flop now understood the dreadful effects of the impact from earlier, which he had not been able to see from within the mansion. Flop. This is... Flickering white snowflakes were falling upon Geralt. The southern sky was covered with layers of thick clouds, through which the sun's rays were pouring down. Exhaling white breath, Flop shivered at the almost fantastical sight. Suddenly, the temperature in the surrounding area had dropped dramatically, and to boot, a sight as spectacular as this currently unfolding. Even in a dream, such a scene would be hard to materialize. Putting it a different way, he had the paradoxical thought that it was not a dream, to which Flop shook his head. "Rem, Flop-san, please help me. We need to carry this girl inside." Flop. "Yes, of course. Even under this mysterious sky, we can only do what we're able to get done. We've got to do the best we can." Turning around, Flop tried to help Rem. Then, halting his speech mid-sentence, Flop widened his blue eyes. The reason was obvious, and it laid to Rem's back, who was asking for his help. The figure behind Rem, having been blown away by the earlier impact, and whom Rem had suggested they should take inside the mansion for medical attention, was a small one. It was small and dainty, possessing twin black horns on her head. Then, perhaps dazed, the girl slowly raised herself up behind Rem, about to casually swing her arm adorned with sharp claws. Flop. Once again, Flop experienced the sensation of sound fading away, of the flow of time becoming distorted. As she was looking towards him, Rem was unaware of the threat that loomed behind her. That very threat, the girl, seemed to be acting out of defensive instinct rather than out of an actual intent to hurt Rem. She must have gone through a terrible experience. He sympathized with her, but it was something unfortunate and unmanageable that would not change with sympathy. Flop. Kuna and Holly, in charge of guarding the mansion, would probably take a while to recover from the impact from earlier. There was no sign of the girls within sight. He could not count on them to deal with this. Schult, his eyes in a conflagration. Utakata, who had been assisting with medical treatment and supporting the fighters' morale. Even Hankel, who had fainted and would not wake up. None of them could be counted on to help them either. When he closed his eyes, he could see his little sister, at the back of his eyelids, smiling. He was proud of his sister, who had sworn to herself that she would become so strong that her brother would never be hurt. Multiple figures, that of his benefactor and of his sworn brother, those who had given him and his sister the chance to go out into the world, passed through his mind. Treasure your life. Flop. Self-sacrifices. For morons. Once before, his benefactor had laughed at Flop's reckless way of life. At this moment, Flop would state the same thing he had back then. Flop. I don't mind being called a moron. Because all those who loved him had clapped their hands and laughed at his answer. Flop's He stepped in, and with an outstretched hand, pushed on Rem's slender shoulders, putting her out of harm's way, and, in the path of that swinging claw, that moron wedged himself instead. Blood sprayed, and Flop O'Connell fell to the cold ground. Chapter 58b. Those who have no place to turn to. It was humiliating. Her fangs creaked, gnashing together. Her insides seethed with rage. Her soul cracked in indignation. What was she doing? She was being toyed around with by lowly humans. She was being driven into a corner without doing what needed to be done. She had been forced to play her trump card, knowing that such a deed should not have been performed. How friggin' unsightly. It was a shameful display. She had exposed a state of herself which those who were dragonkin should never have shown so easily. If any other dragonkin were present, they would have probably covered their faces because of this terrible situation. They would curse Madeline for this predicament and for the shame she had brought to the dragonkin. Before killing her, Madeline was half about to die in a fit of anger anyways, directed at both herself and everyone else. But that would never happen. There were no other dragonkin. Madeline had always been alone. That was why, no matter what it took, she had to slay the person who had killed the one she desired as her mate. Flop-san, please help me. We need to carry this little girl inside. From the fringes of her bleary consciousness, she heard a voice that felt like it was coming from someone. No, not from someone. That voice came from a human being. Given there were no other dragonkin, everyone who spoke the language of men was human, beings that differed fundamentally from herself. And so, her head grew hot, faced with an all-too-familiar humiliation obtained at the hands of beings that differed from herself. A woman of crimson, attired in a dress, and a woman of silver who brought snow with her. Those women had cooperated together with dreadfully high precision, searing Madeline's consciousness white. She raised her body, like someone was guiding her, and stretched her arm out towards where the voice was coming from. She would tear apart the slender back before her eyes, and then, I don't mind being called a moron. She heard a voice coming from someone else, and right after that, the silhouette before her eyes was replaced with another. With that slender back pushed away, before her eyes, stood a slender someone, and that was whom she swung her claws at, which was followed by the feeling of recoil from a sharpness rending flesh not so shallowly in her hand. Blood splattered everywhere. The slender figure collapsed helplessly, struck by the strength of a dragonkin. I did it. Was not what she was thinking. Ironically enough, the lack of response made her realize that the slender figure she had torn up was not the object of her burning hatred. Even so, Madeline. So, who's the next one? That wants to be torn apart by my claws, or so she tried to bellow out, baring her fangs. She kicked her now-felled opponent's body, moving to surrender her body to the ferocity of looking for her next prey. And while doing so, she looked at the figure of her fallen enemy, Madeline. A man was lying on the ground, his long golden hair furled out on the floor, his pale skin soaked with blood. She did not know him. She could only roughly tell apart the particulars when it came to faces of those belonging to the human races, however. That man was not within the ones she could distinguish. Therefore, what had grabbed her attention had not been the man himself, but rather what he carried. On the fallen man's weak chest, which had been torn and laid bare, covered in blood, was an ornament which he wore from his neck, made from the fang of a beast. No, not from the fang of a beast. It was from, 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 Rem. With Flop running towards her, shoving her by the shoulder, Rem fell onto the garden's grass. She had not expected that force. With no time to support herself, Rem's body tumbled sideways onto the greenery. However, to inquire Flop about what he had done all of a sudden was unrequired, for a far more telling answer was splayed out in front of Rem in the form of bright vermilion. Rem. Flop-san. With her hands to the grass, Rem's voice cracked because of that scene. In front of her, lying on his back where Rem had just been a few seconds prior, was Flop, his body bearing deep gouges from the shoulder to the waist. 4 wounds, like those performed by sharp blades, sliced vividly through the front of Flop's body, and Rem immediately recognized that the wound was the result of his attempt to protect her, and that it was the little girl Rem had run towards to give assistance who had performed that deed. Rem. A girl with sky-blue hair stood still, having swung her arm, blood dripping from the tips of her claws after she had gouged out Flop's flesh. Flop had been injured while protecting Rem from the little girl, who had attempted to murder her. Immediately, Rem tried to pull herself up as to check on his wounds. Rem. Let me through. Flop-san, let me see your wounds. Kaya. But as Rem attempted to approach Flop, she was interrupted by the little girl's thin arms. The girl took a step toward Flop, standing in front of Rem, then grabbed Rem's shoulder and pushed her down. As Rem feared that she may even plan to finish Flop off, her blood raced through her whole body. And just like that, the little girl's arm grabbed Flop by the neck and, handling him roughly, forced him to stand up. And, Madeline, why is a dragon's fang? Why is Carolon's fang friggin' hanging from your neck? With desperation and grief plastered in her profile, the girl posed that question in something akin to a shriek. For a moment, Rem's train of thought paused, unsure of the meaning of the question. But in the meantime, the girl was still repeatedly directing a question of, why the frig? To Flop, the latter's eyes closed. No response came from Flop, whose consciousness remained plunged into darkness. There was absolutely zero doubt, however, that the lingering embers of life were fading, as the wounds on his body kept bleeding unceasingly. Madeline, friggin', answer me. Answer. If you can't do that. Pete, please stop. He's unconscious. He'll die. Madeline. HKM gripped onto the arm of the little girl who was roughhousing Flop, as if to cling on to her. The little girl's golden eyes turned around in anger because of Rem's interference. But she in her spirit withstood the intensity of her eyes. With Flop's life on the line, there was no way she could be intimidated. Rem, let me treat him right away. Otherwise, Flop-san. Madeline, what's the friggin' point of treating him? If he's gonna die anyway, before that happens... Healing magic. I can perform healing magic. Rem's desperate plea caused the little girl's arms to relax slightly. There was no way that Flop, gravely wounded as he was, would be saved with mere simple medical treatment. But healing magic was a different matter. The little girl's golden eyes reflected Rem properly for the first time. Madeline, you can save him? Rem, I will do it, no matter what it takes. Madeline. Then, friggin' do it quickly. Did she trust Rem's words, or did she understand that there was no other alternative? In a one-sided decision, the little girl pushed Flop's body, causing him to fall onto Rem, but there was no room for Rem to protest against her attitude. Rem, this looks terrible. Assessing Flop's wounds as he was handed over, Rem muttered so to herself at the gruesome sight. As if performed by the claws of a beast, Flop's white skin had been torn apart, leaving 4 gaping wounds. The wounds were deep and painful, similar to mud being gouged out by a tree branch. The blood that flowed in a continuous stream was contained by the cloth that Flop had wrapped around his head, and healing magic was applied over the wound. Immediately after, Rem's entire body was overcome by a sense of fatigue. HK. This came after she had already performed healing magic on many people who had been injured in the Flying Dragon's raid. Although she had limited her healing techniques to patients who absolutely needed it, as to reduce exhaustion, they required so much energy that fatigue was inevitable. Then came Flop's treatment, someone on the verge of death. The mental burden was heavy as well. Still, giving up isn't an option. Hence Rem told herself that no possibility of the sort existed, and focused her attention on Flop's wounds. As Rem concentrated, Priscilla's words were revived in Rem's mind. They served as advice for Am, as she pondered over her memories, her circumstances, her duties. Words given to her during the days spent by Priscilla's side in the city after parting ways with Subaru and the others. Priscilla, look not at the wound but at life itself. For the body of a living creature is not solely blood, but also all kinds of unseen things that circulate within it. Beyond that is what the healing arts must grasp. Priscilla, what it is I am not able to reveal to you, as I do not utilize the healing arts. I call it life, for the sake of convenience. You may call it whatever you prefer. However, Priscilla, remember, you are a pitiful girl who has lost her memory, who has lost her foundation. You have lost everything, but you possess the power to heal people. That is your essence, Priscilla. No one can escape from who they are. Strive to remember my words. Be diligent. Rem. See. Life. The painful wounds themselves were not that which needed to be patched up. Rather, life itself, the very thing flowing out of Flop and in need of being preserved, had to be contained. Or, possibly, it even had to be magnified in order to save his life. Healing magic was not solely about filling gouged flesh, sealing wounds, or relieving pain. Essentially, the healing arts were not magic that healed wounds, but magic that saved lives. If she were to invoke that awareness and technique of interfering with life, it should also be possible for Flop to retain his shrinking life, saving him from the brink of death. Rem. Seeking the optimal use of her limited remaining strength, Rem's healing techniques, refined to the utmost limit, were brought to their true potential, connecting the threads of life that needed to be connected, stemming the flow of life that needed to be stemmed, and restoring vitality to the fading light of life. She would save Flop's very life. Flop-san. His breathing, which had become shallow and weak, and the color of his cheeks, which had turned pale and bloodless. As both of these gradually began to display signs of stability, Rem tried calling out to draw firm responses. At Rem's call, Flop's long eyelashes quivered, and his blue eyes opened only slightly. Flop's consciousness remained vacant still. However, if she continued to apply healing magic, he would survive. With that, as Rem was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Flop's lips trembled. Then, with a faint exhale, he spoke. Flop, don't heal me fully. Rem, huh? Those unbelievable words assailed her eardrums, and Rem let out a muffled gasp. So much was the shock that her concentration was disturbed, and even the usage of healing magic was hampered by it. Flop's eyelids fell closed again, and his consciousness slipped away before Rem could hurry to focus on her healing magic. This time, Flop was completely unconscious. Rem focused her healing magic on the wound, half confused about the meaning of his earlier words. Why did Flop say those things? What exactly did he mean that I should not heal him? Rem, did you say something that's strange because you were disoriented? That was a possibility. Considering the amount of blood that he had spilled, that he regained consciousness even for a single moment was a miracle. It was no wonder that, with his awareness mostly misty, Flop would speak things that made no sense. However, even though they were brief acquaintances, Rem's trust in Flop was high. Flop was someone who would think over things carefully and present his honest opinion, always. Suppose, too, that Flop's words just now were the result of him wringing out all he had. Perhaps it would be too disingenuous to dismiss them as mere rambling. Rem, why did he say that he should not be healed? No, in the first place, what did Flop say? It wasn't, don't heal me. It was, don't heal me fully. Rem, do you not want me to heal you all the way? The phrase, healed fully, was strange. She was not about to stop healing, but rather stop healing all the way. However, if she did not heal him all the way, then Flop's life would remain in jeopardy. There were limits to Rem's mana as well. In the first place, she did not comprehend the meaning of doing such a thing. She would save Flop's life properly, and only then Ah. Thinking up to that point, Rem realized that her perception of the situation was off. She had been concentrating on Flop's treatment so desperately to the point of being completely blind to her environs. Ahem. The girl who had done this deed was standing there behind Rem, who was healing Flop's wounds. More to the point, a flock of flying dragons was still flying over the rapidly freezing city, and fierce battles continued to rage in various parts of the city. Nothing would change for the better, even if Flop's wounds were healed. And that appeal by Flop reminded Rem of a possibility. That would be, Rem, just who are you? Without turning around, Rem asked this question to the girl behind her. Although Rem had not been facing her as she talked, the girl would have understood that the subject of Rem's question was herself. Immediately after, there was a sound of snapping fangs from the little girl. Madeline, this isn't the friggin' time to be talking like that. If you have time to worry, then hurry up and friggin' get that man healed. Rem, I too want to heal him. Madeline. But, what? Rem. I can't concentrate because I'm wondering just who you are. If this goes on, I may not be able to continue the magic. Unable to come up with an excuse, Rem made a terribly childish response. If this were to provoke an angry response from the other party, it would be no wonder that the claws that had ripped through Flop would now be pointed at Rem. But in reply to Rem's poor rebuttal, the girl let out a turbulent exhale. And, Madeline. What did you say, Madeline? Madeline Eschart, a friggin' general first class of the Empire. In a tone of voice that could neither be described as angry nor impatient, the girl, Madeline, answered Rem's question. Part of the surprise came from the fact that she even replied, but even more shocking was Madeline's title. She had called herself a general first class of the Empire, and Rem knew the meaning that position held in this land, and that understanding coincided with the possible suspicions that had sprouted in IMM. In other words, Madeline, what the frig are you doing? What for? Madeline, why did you stop friggin' healing that man? Taking a deep breath once, Rem withdrew the hand she held over Flop's wound. Naturally, the healing magic to heal Flop's wounds was interrupted, a fact that caused Madeline to snap. She grabbed Rem by the collar, forcing the latter to turn towards herself. Overpowered by the force of her arm, Rem stared back at Madeline, courageously. And then, Madeline, friggin' answer me. What the frig are you playing at, Rem? If you want me to continue healing Flop San, I have a condition. Madeline? Condition? What? Are you suddenly rambling about? Rem, please make the flock of flying dragons attacking the city leave. Unless you agree to that condition, it won't be possible for me to continue healing. And so, negotiations were offered directly to the little girl who led the flock of flying dragons. She must not heal him all the way. This was how Rem had interpreted Flop's cryptic words. For reasons unknown, Madeline was greatly concerned with Flop's survival. There had to be a reason behind her attachment to Flop, and currently only Rem could decide what happened to him. With Flop's life as a bargaining chip, she could put a stop to the attacks on the city. This act, which perhaps could be profaned as inhuman, was something that Rem was determined to carry through. She would not concoct any excuses by saying that Flop himself had desired it. Her thoughts currently were that, by utilizing Flop's life, she would save the fortress city from its current predicament. Even if this differed from the true intentions behind Flop's words, Rem had already started to follow through. Madeline. What? Madeline exclaimed in disbelief at the demand posed at her. It was only natural. Rem had been just as confused the moment she heard Flop's words. She understood that the same was happening to Madeline. However, she held no sympathy towards her. That was not something Rem could afford to have. The agitation from having paused Flop's healing slowly burned Rem's chest. Deep down, all she wanted was to resume the healing magic immediately, and do anything to save his life. His life, close to vanishing as it was hanging on those fingertips of her. Its restoration would be decided at this critical juncture. With each passing moment, Flop's chances would diminish more and more. Rem, what will it be? Please decide quickly. Trying not to let her impatience show on her face, Rem pressed Madeline into making a decision. She attempted to plant the idea in Madeline that she was the one being pushed into a corner, not herself. By doing so, she hoped to preserve Flop's meager chances as much as possible. The white light that had shaken the entire city a while ago still left a great impression. Kuna and Holly, who had been guarding the mansion, were nowhere to be seen. It would take some time for them to recover. To hope that this deadlock would be broken from the outside was not an option. The outcome rested entirely in Rem's hands. RM. Madeline-san, there's no tie. Madeline, don't friggin' look down on this dragon. Remke. Any further attempts at forcing her hand were interrupted by the force of Madeline's palm on her throat. Madeline's tiny hand clamped down on Rem's neck, preventing her from saying another word. No, Madeline refused to entertain the notion of negotiating in the first place, her golden eyes aflame with rage. She was unable to tolerate Rem's audacity imposing her own terms. Frightening, mighty draconic energy that betrayed Madeline's childish appearance overwhelmed Rem, making her very heart to cower in fear. Forming inside her was a wish to withdraw her reckless act immediately. She felt the urge to go down on her knees, to beg forgiveness for her hubris. However, Rem, she was reminded of Subaru, who stood in front of Rem in an attempt to protect her against an enemy that was as powerful as this one, albeit dressed in a ridiculous woman's disguise, presenting an unsightly and shameful display. Subaru nevertheless stood there, risking his life to protect Rem. No, it was not restricted to that single occurrence. In Rem's eyes, Subaru was neither special nor was he strong. Despite being frightened of the danger before him, however, Subaru did not back down. Ever. Rem, envisioning Subaru, scolded herself for being so filled with fear as to be unable to move. He had never cast his gaze downwards, nor had he thrown in the towel. He had never displayed such naive notions, nor had he ever displayed such tenuous resolve. Even Madeline. What the frig is it? Rem. Even if you kill me, you'll lose. Madeline's eyes widened in surprise at the sentence Rem uttered through gasps as she was strangled. If Madeline were to murder Rem in a fit of rage, she would miss her opportunity to talk with Flop. So ultimately, the nature and substance of the choice Madeline was being confronted with had not changed. To destroy the city, or to let Flop live. Those were the two options. As a general first class of the Empire, it was Madeline's duty to fulfill the role entrusted to her. However, within her attitude and in her words, Rem had found a minuscule possibility for success. Madeline truly wished to exchange words with Flop. There was something she wished to make certain. How important was it for Madeline to confirm that something? Within that, Rem had seen something valuable that could decide the outcome of this battle. Rem. What will you do? Madeline. Rem. Please choose. Will you kill, or will you let live? Her white-tinted consciousness gradually cleared, and the world around her slowly gained color. Alongside the awakening of her consciousness, she felt a terribly heavy, oppressive sensation throughout her whole body. It was as if there were rubble on top of her body, a heavy sensation that pressed down upon her entire being, making it difficult to breathe. She moved her arms in order to push it away in any way she could, and once she stretched her arms out from their cramped position, the pressure disappeared with a loud thud. Only then did she come to realize that it had not been her imagination. She really had been underneath a pile of rubble, suddenly understanding the reason why it had been so difficult for her to breathe. Becoming convinced of it, she began to try and remember why she had ended up trapped underneath the rubble. Emilia. Right. I was with Priscilla, fighting Madeline. Recalling the events just prior, Emilia observed the surrounding landscape. What was spread out before her was the now barren debris of the cityscape. Buildings had crumbled, their collapsed debris blown away, the very earth flattened. At this sight, akin to fallen leaves having been scattered by a powerful wind, Emilia let out a small gasp. The white snow falling here and there was the result of the space of glaciation created by Emilia. A special technique Subaru had dubbed Ice Age. What had tinted Emilia's consciousness white, however, was another white something that had fallen from the sky. It was Emilia. Gives the same feeling as Volcanica. The white light that had descended from the heavens to the earth had been an attack triggered by Madeline's will. Even though she had not known what was due to arrive, Amelia took swift action and joined forces with Priscilla, putting up ice barriers to intercept that white light. The layers of ice shielding were shattered, and finally, Priscilla's treasured sword of red flashed. Amelia. After that I got buried and... This isn't good. What about Priscilla? Recalling what had occurred, Amelia began to look for Priscilla, who was nowhere in sight. Since Amelia had been under the rubble, it was not surprising that Priscilla, who had been right next to her, would have suffered the same. If so, there was a possibility that Priscilla would be buried, unable to get out as opposed to someone physically strong like Amelia. She had to help her quickly. It would be sad if she were shivering with inconsolable fear. Amelia. Priscilla. Priscilla, where are you? Answer me. I'll get you out right away. Cease your chirping, half-devil. Amelia. Priscilla. Pushing her body through the pain, Amelia turned over the debris near her. Once there was an answer to her inquiry, Amelia hurriedly ran towards the voice. And there, on the ruins of the collapsed city walls, at the other side of a mountain of accumulated debris, she found Priscilla. Sitting on the wreckage, Priscilla snorted at Amelia rushing over to her. Priscilla, what ugly stubbornness. I suppose you are alive, Amelia. Yeah, thanks for worrying about me. You're fine as well, Priscilla, right? But it's a relief that you seem all right. Priscilla? Humph. Faced with Amelia stroking her chest in relief, Priscilla sighed, looking a little more tired than usual. Her gorgeous red dress was torn here and there, her fair skin stained with dust and bruises. Because Priscilla was always so immaculate, it seemed all the more painful to look at. However, upon Amelia lowering her eyes out of sadness because of that fact, Priscilla looked up at her with displeasure, speaking, "Do not look down on me, Priscilla. Do not make me laugh with your anxious ponderings. You and I are enemies competing for the throne. First and foremost, your true desire should be to wish for my downfall." Amelia. Humph. There you go saying mean things again. I don't want Priscilla to get hurt. Besides... Priscilla. What, Amelia? You seriously think of me as an enemy? It's a bit surprising. Amelia had presumed that Priscilla took no interest in her for certain. This assessment was surprising and gratifying for Amelia, who was aware that she was behind the other candidates for the royal selection, such as Krush, Anastasia, and felt to be placed alongside those amazing people. Felt like a recognition of her efforts. Priscilla. Amelia. Oh, but if you're safe, Priscilla, we have to move quickly. We don't know where Madeline went and we have to get the city out of danger. She could only be happy that Priscilla was safe and sound, now that the crisis the city was undergoing had ended. True, she wished that Madeline would stop the assault of the flying dragons, but since she had not been able to locate Madeline during her search for Priscilla, it was likely that she had escaped. If Madeline could not be relied upon, Amelia and the others would have to drive away the flying dragons on their own. Therefore, to assist in battle, she thought of making haste to the place with the largest presence of flying dragons. Priscilla. Halt. Half-devil. Amelia, I'd like to wait for you, but we can't rest. We have to hurry. Priscilla. No need. The situation is moving. Stopping her hurried run, Amelia turned around and let out a "huh" as she stared in wonderment. Priscilla, having stopped Amelia, jerked her head up while sitting atop the rubble. Amelia's attention was caught by her gesture, and she gazed upwards, at the cloud-filled sky from which white snow sprinkled. Only then did she understand the meaning of what Priscilla had stated. Amelia. The flying dragons, they're going away? Amelia's vision, as that sentence escaped her mouth, was filled with the flying dragons that had previously overrun the city's skies, hunting down people indiscriminately. Spreading their wings, they were slowly growing distant in the skies. For a moment, Amelia was unsure of what that signified, then considered, maybe, Amelia. Madeline listened to our request, Priscilla. Foolish nonsense. Amelia, I guess not, but I think Madeline is the only one who can order the flying dragons to leave. The most pleasant possibility was shot down by Priscilla, and Amelia pondered on it. Of course, even a flying dragon who followed someone else's orders would not be suicidal enough to throw away their own life for naught. They would retreat if faced with likely defeat, and it was possible they would even flee in a hurry if, for example, the leader of the flock were defeated. However, would Madelin's defeat count as the flock's leader having been defeated? Even if Madeline considered herself as having lost, the blow from above the clouds, the one which Amelia and Priscilla had been unable to stop with their combined efforts, was also a thing. Rather, it was Amelia and the others who were in danger. Madeline could have protracted the bout for quite a bit longer, had she continued battling with the flying dragons alongside her. And yet, Priscilla. Then, there must be a reason as to why they withdrew. Amelia. A reason why they withdrew. What would that be? Priscilla. Even I cannot discern everything. Perhaps Madeline received an order to withdraw due to the presence of the cloud dragon being discovered. Or, Amelia waited to see what Priscilla would say, her hand over her mouth as she pondered this. After letting Amelia's anticipation last for a few seconds, Priscilla directed her gaze towards the flying dragons moving away from them. Priscilla. Did she find something that should take precedence over the orders of the imperial capital? Priscilla's reasoning would be revealed to be right or wrong after the flock of flying dragons had made their absence. The attack of the flying dragon general Madeline Eschart, the leader of the flock of flying dragons, had left the city on the brink of ruin, with a large number of its inhabitants and defenders alike suffering injury. Then came the arrival of the ice season, unprecedented within the Valatian Empire, alongside the dreadful white light originating from the heavens that wrought destruction upon the entire city. Amidst this despair that made everyone believe the city would not escape doom, however, these threats suddenly disappeared. The city was rocked by this unforeseen, narrow escape from demise. Even if they wished to rebuild, they would first have to ascertain the extent of the damage they had suffered, and whether the wounds could be healed. It would be a daunting and arduous task, akin to counting the drops of blood that had been spilled. Before the survivors of the fortress city commenced that, there was one fact that should be added to the list. Madeline Eschart, the flying dragon general, had retreated together with her flock of flying dragons. Concurrent with her flying away from the fortress city, accompanied by the flying dragons, two people also vanished. The merchant known as Flop O'Connell and the girl named Rem had both abruptly vanished. Chapter 59b. Flop O'Connell Miles. Treasure your life. Flop. Self-sacrifices for morons. That was the advice Miles, the benefactor who had taken Flop out of a squalid environment, had given him. It appeared that the orphanage where Flop and Medium had spent their childhood was a much worse place than they could have even expected. A habitual saying of the grown-ups at the orphanage was that it was a place for children who had no family, no place to go, and no one to rely on, which provided them with a roof over their heads. Caretaker. You're blessed compared to so many other children who've got nothing to eat and no work to do. In fact, that was what he also thought. For him and his younger sister Medium, having been abandoned by their family, it was a harsh life of going through hell and back. In regards to food, they would eat grass, insects, and the occasional rabbit, which would cause great furor upon being caught. Worst case scenario, they would have to munch on soil and moss to stave off the hunger. In comparison, life at the orphanage was much better. They were given blankets, albeit thin and tattered ones. Meals were provided, albeit consisting of tasteless soup with a piece of bread. They were assigned with menial jobs where numbers mattered, and although they were beaten up by adults on a whim, it was only on occasion. There was some truth in the grown-ups' words of admonishment, that the outside world was much more painful, and so, the idea of running away did not even pop up. Be that as it may, he could not bear to expose Medium and the other children to the punches and kicks of the adults. Thus, Flop learned to act as cheerfully as possible to draw the grown-ups' attention. Flop made up his mind that, every day, he would be the one to get the most attention from the adults. Flop's conspicuousness would make the adults soften their attitude toward the other children. Even on days the adults were in a bad mood, it was Flop who, standing out as he did, would be the first target of the abuse. Standing out was a weapon in its own right. Loud voices and gestures, exaggerated facial expressions and mannerisms, Luckily, it was not difficult to establish a habit of doing these things. It seemed that he had a natural talent for drawing attention. Flop had shifted the focus of their anger from the younger children towards himself, and had gone through terrible hardships that had left him half dead. It was there, on that night in which Medium had comforted Flop's wounds all throughout, that he became convinced. This was the role he had to play in that place, amidst the excruciating pain. That was what Flop told himself. Of course not. You dimwit. Flop, huh? First time I've shown my face in goodness knows how many years, and looking at it, it's still the same disgusting place, with the same stupid kids doing the same stupid things. When it comes to crazy kids, Lil Bell's more than enough. Having identified the role he himself should take on, Flop was prepared to shoulder the worst aspects of the orphanage. However, one night, Flop's plans were shattered abruptly. The person who had appeared mounted atop a flying dragon was not a person with a neat appearance, to say the least. He did not hide his ill-bred and violent nature, and the way he was ruffling his gray hair with irritation made Flop, even as a child, believe that he was the kind of person he would rather not have anything to do with. His features, reminiscent of a subservient rat, also contributed to this impression, a being around whom one should normally keep one's head down to avoid being punched. That person, Miles, languidly betrayed Flop's unkind impression of him. Miles, I come from this institution like y'all. Well, it was a horrible place even back then. That's why I got the hell out of here and survived by roughing it out. At night, the door to the children's room would be secured with a heavy metal lock to prevent the kids from sneaking out at a time they were supposed to be sleeping. Having broken the heavy lock quite violently and peeking inside, upon seeing nearly 24 children crammed into a small room, Miles clicked his tongue with great annoyance. He then escorted the children, startled and frightened by the appearance of an unfamiliar adult, out of the room, leaving them with a single word. Wait, he headed for the adults' room, and then, Miles. I was straddling the line between life and death day after day, but eventually my fortunes started picking up. Then, years later, I remembered our house of abominations and found this. Rolling the tied-up adults on the floor of the room around and kicking them in the face while he insulted them as ingrates, Miles smiled vulgarly and spat, saying, "Serves you right." These children must have had a very hard time with the adults. That said, Flop could not help but tilt his head and wonder if he should be going to such extremes. Turning to Flop, Miles raised his thin eyebrows and stated, "Miles, what? You want to join in as well? Then go ahead and get even. Get even. 100 times over." Flop. Oh no, I'm not. Miles. Come on. Miles' fiendish whisper made Flop hesitate in his response, only for Medium to then jump out from behind Flop and proceed to punch the head of a tied-up adult without hesitation, using a branch he had picked up. No, it was not merely Medium. All the children, except for a stunned Flop, became enraged renegades. You were always hurting us. I hate you, Medium. This is for Big Bro. Stop. So went the screams of the adults, bound and unable to resist, drowned by the children's screams of rage. They clawed at the grown-ups' faces, slapped them on the cheeks, and finally urinated on them, their pent-up anger exploding. Miles. Waha. Look at their faces. What a masterpiece. Flop, dumbfounded, watched the mutiny of his little sister and the other children, while Miles laughed hysterically at the vulgarity of it all. Flop really could not bring himself to laugh at it. He just kept darting his eyes about as the others made the adults go through all this, wondering what would happen to them now. Miles. Well then, now do as you like. Or, that's what I'd like to say. But I don't know if Countess Drakeroy's gonna flip her shit at me if I abandon y'all. Looking around at the children after the conclusion of their emotional rebellion, Miles addressed his young juniors, now outside the facility. Continuing with, and so, Miles, for now, I'm gonna take you to the Countess. You can do whatever you want after that. You don't really need to follow me, though. Receiving Miles's crude invitation, the children looked at one another. Anxiety and perplexity emerged in their faces. Miles had stated that they were free to follow him or not, but that was a choice that neither Flop nor the other children had ever had before. Never had they possessed the right to choose anything, having followed the instructions of adults their entire lives. Therefore, upon suddenly being gifted that right, They were thrown into a state of confusion. Towards the children's hesitation, Miles shrugged his shoulders with an "Oi. Miles, it's a little too late now, how pitiful. You've already made them pay their dues. You guys can choose what you want to do." Only once Miles stated so, did the children realize it for the first time. Just as Miles had said, they had already chosen to rebel. When all was done and dusted, none of the children opted to stay in the orphanage. Of course, although he had not been complicit, Flop could not say that he would stay in the orphanage that had wronged him as such. To begin with, Medium was quick to accept Miles's invitation, saying, "I'll go," urging Flop to join her as well, voicing out, "Let's go." There was no way Flop could refuse Medium's wish, or choose to part ways with his sister. For these reasons, a tad more passive compared to those of the other kids, Flop left the facility. He had done something outrageous, or perhaps he had gotten himself involved in something quite outrageous. Regret tormented his heart. However, Medium, good night, big bro. On their way to Miles's master, or whatever, the words hit him as he and his sister slept somewhere without a roof, wrapped in blankets brought from the facility. The sight of his sister, who abandoned herself to her relief. The view outside, devoid of the prison called shelter. He realized that no longer did he have to worry about being beaten or about his sister being brought to tears. Flop. Sniff. And on noticing that, Flop cried. He cried and cried and cried, savoring the salty taste of his freedom. In the distance, wings flapping, flying dragons flew away, out into the gray cloud-covered sky. Zika remained watchful until the distant shadow was as small as a pea, lest it be a prelude to the next attack, and only then did he relax his body. For reasons unknown, the flock of flying dragons had retreated. Since the city hall had not completely fallen, there were two possible reasons for the retreat. Either they had achieved the objective of their operation, or they had found themselves unable to accomplish it. From Zikar's perspective, the former was preferable. Taking the dramatic events that had taken place during the intense assault, lasting only an hour or so, into account, objectively, it seemed that the former was more likely. Zikar. A sharp drop in temperature and catastrophic damage to the southern part of the city. Running a hand through his own abundantly bushy hair, Zikar touched upon two anomalies that he could not put a finger on. During the battle, the temperature within the fortress city had dropped in the blink of an eye, and then, once white snow began floating down, he doubted his eyes. Apparently, snow was sometimes seen atop very high mountains, but if one were to see snow in Valencia, the occurrence would be expected to be accompanied by some sort of natural disaster. In other words, the snowfall that had occurred during the battle was nothing short of a natural disaster, but that in itself had worked out to be fortuitous for Zikar and the others. Sudden changes in temperature made flying dragons vulnerable, even more so when it became colder. Their troublesome ability to fly had been noticeably reduced. Without it, the damage would have been much greater and more profound. However, Zikar. What in the world was that white light? Uncontrollable destruction had obliterated the southern part of the city flat. It was something of an end-of-the-world spectacle. Even the term natural disaster was insufficient to describe it. Even though no further damage had followed, the city had been dealt a painful blow by that single blast. The chain of command had been thrown into disarray, causing the evaluation of the battle status to be delayed. Had the flying dragons pressed on as they were, it was possible that the city would have gradually fallen. For that reason, it was fortuitous and strange that the flock of flying dragons had retreated. Consequently, Zikar speculated it may have had something to do with their enemies. Had someone struck a crushing blow to the enemy in place of Zikar and his men, who were forced to defend the city? In that case, the most likely candidates would be Mazelda, the leader of the Shudrakians, or Priscilla, who had a proven record of defeating Arakia, a general first class. Whichever one of them had performed this deed. Zikar. After all, women are wonderful. However, I do not want to take entirely for granted the shame of being protected behind a woman's back. The fact that women were superior was no excuse for Zikar to be inferior. While women's splendor should be revered and loved, one's own shortcomings should be admonished. Anyway, I never thought I'd be exposed to such an onslaught, but I suppose the advanced preparations have paid off. Zikar, Flying dragons are standard practice for attempting to capture a fortified city. However, it should have been expected that the Flying Dragon General would be sent, rather than the Flying Dragon Squadron. Zikr shook his head at the words of his wounded chief of staff, the latter bleeding from his head. The outlook was not good. The preparations for the Flying Dragons included placing most of the offensive weapons on the western wall, in anticipation of an attack originating from the imperial capital. Yet the Flying Dragons had assaulted from all directions. After the withdrawal of General First Class Arakia, they had assumed that it would take some time for the next general to be dispatched. But this had been a miscalculation, and given the circumstances, it was not surprising. This was not just a rebellion restricted to one city, but the harbinger of a much larger political upheaval. From the perspective of those schemers in the imperial capital, aware of the situation, it was to be expected that they would put all their efforts into extinguishing the flames of rebellion while they still remained small. They should have considered the possibility of the deployment of another General First Class right after. Zikr. No. Let us reflect on that later. Now that the city walls have been damaged, it will be easier to capture the city, even without flying dragons. Assess the damage. See if the walls can be repaired. Put your weapons down right now. That's an order. Pfff. Swiftly identifying the aspects to reflect on, Zikr stored them in a corner of his mind. Just as he was about to check on the damage and rack his head over measures to be taken for the future, a sharp, tense voice shook the chilled air. Looking over, a figure could be seen, surrounded by those who had repelled the Flying Dragon's raid on the building used as the command post, that being the city hall. The weapons and attention that had been directed at the Flying Dragons until then were now focused solely on the man glaring with a vicious attitude at those surrounding him. In both his hands were long swords, blood dripping from their tips. However, that blood was not that of humans, but of flying dragons. Zikr, that is Chief of Staff. He's one of the soldiers we sent out from the cellars to counter the Flying Dragons. Wielder of twin swords. Zikr. Yeah, I was watching too. That was quite the mighty fight. Hey, hold it! Zikr, nodding to the Chief of Staff's point and extending his arms, commanded his men such. At Zikr's command, one of his men raised his voice. General Second Class. Soldier, it's dangerous. I let him out of jail because of the situation, but... Zikr. So you want to just throw him back in jail as soon as the threat of the Flying Dragons is over? As if he would just meekly accept that. The sacrifices we would have to make him go back are the bigger problem. Responding to his tense subordinate, Zikr walked over to the man who had become encircled. The twin sword wielder's ability was considerably higher than that of the average Imperial soldier. In fact, without his inspiring performance, there was no certainty that they could have repelled the hordes of flying dragons that had raided the city hall. If that sword were to be pointed at them, it would cause more unnecessary damage. Zikr, obviously, if you continue with such an outburst, your life will be forfeit as well. Which is why... What, Zikr? To a Zikr attempting to break the ice, the man responded with a sharp voice and demeanor. Instead, he pointed one of the two swords in his hands at Zikr and let out a ha, together with a fierce smile. Man? You want me to surrender so obediently? That's no different from what the rest of those guys are saying, right? General second-class womanizer. Soldier. You dare taunt General Second-Class Zikr. Zikr was proud of his title, one which possibly sounded disgraceful, but there was a clear intent to ridicule it in the man's statement from just now. This caused Zikr's men to become irate and hostile as a result. But Zikr once again with one hand, Zikr, you are welcome to surrender. Though that was not what I was attempting to suggest. Your work has been outstanding. Although we stand on different sides, the fact that you have contributed to the defense of the city is not diminished. Therefore, you will be released. Man, you serious? Zikr, definite punishment or reward is a rule of Wallachia and the wishes of His Excellency the Emperor. The Emperor of Wallachia, who evaluated people on the basis of their ability and achievements, was the foundation of the Empire's meritocracy, a principle of loyalty that Zikr, too, respected. However, as soon as the man heard Zikr's answer, His attitude became blatantly prickly, the ghastly aura overflowing from his entire body and his eye. As the right eye of the man was covered by an eye patch, he glared at Zeker with his left. All of his emotions were conveyed through it. Man, how can a rebel general who betrayed His Excellency the Emperor and the Empire, joining forces with the enemy, be so shameless as to say that, if it were me I'd be so ashamed of myself that I'd just cut my guts out? Zeker, staring fixedly at the man, Zeker only held his breath upon being faced with these words, the source of his intense hostility seemingly laying in his loyalty to the Empire. This soldier, who had been put in the dungeon, was very likely one of the men who had resisted Vincent's advice to surrender till the very end, as of the latter's conquest of Geralt through his scheme. In other words, he was a man that adhered vehemently to the principles of the Empire. Then, Zeker, if I were to inform you that I, like you, pledge unchanging loyalty to the Empire and to His Excellency the Emperor, would you be willing to listen to me? Man. At Zeker's question, the man opened his left eye wide and let out a boorish voice. He trained his eye on Zeker, seemingly unintimidated by the look in his eye. Then, after a brief pause, he tossed his swords to the floor. The swords clattered upon the ground with a high-pitched sound, and the now unarmed man raised both hands. Zeker, can I take that to mean you are going to listen to me? Man, for now, I'll stop rampaging as I can die, an honorable death. If I were to really try it, though, I could at least chop the treacherous general's head off. Looking around, the man gazed at Zeker's subordinates in a provocative fashion. Their alarm was heightened by his gaze, but the man snickered. Man, but I won't, though. If this talk you want to have's a boring one. Zeker, I intend for this to be a reasonably interesting conversation. What is your name? Having lowered his weapon so he could step closer, Zeker inquired the man as to his name. For a moment, the man hesitated to answer the question, but as there was no point in deception, scratching his own head, he, Jamal Lee, Private First Class, stated his name and rank. In response to this attitude, Zeker also gave deep assent with a nod. Zeker, Jamal is it? As you may know, I am Zeker Osman. Having been conferred with the rank of Imperial General Second Class, I am also known as the Womanizer. Although Jamal an Zeker, I would feel much better if I were to be called the Coward now. That moniker, once considered a shame, now took on special prominence in Zeker. Hearing Zeker's answer, the man, Jamal, grimaced with incomprehension. It was evident that Jamal was skilled at arms, but not good at thinking or reasoning. With that as the case, he may lend an ear if one preached righteousness. And there, excuse me, you are the representative of this city, correct? Jamal had surrendered, and the city hall was released from the tension about to burst, following which a voice slipped in, as if it had been waiting for the right moment to interrupt. The quiet, soft tone of that voice struck the eardrums in a way that evoked a sense of relief in those who heard it. Nevertheless, the unfamiliar voice made Zeker turn around and furrow his curly eyebrows. The owner of the voice had made their appearance on the stairs connecting the top floor of the command center to the lower floor. Raising his hands as to display they held no hostility, a gray-haired man turned to look at him. Gray-haired man, are you General Zeker Osman-san? He had not faltered in identifying Zeker as the general, among those wearing the same red uniforms. Of course, considering the cloak he was donning, and the rank insignia on his shoulders, to spot Zeker as the highest-ranking individual in the room was an easy affair. The problem was the audacity to point that out. The audacity to show his face at a command post where there had been a battle just moments before, and name a commander they were unfamiliar with. Zeker wondered about the affiliation of this unassuming, yet unafraid man. As they were not recognized as being part of the city's inhabitants, it was likely that they had blended with them during the struggle. The best answer in that case would be that they were Zeker, a messenger from the Imperial capital. Perhaps a messenger for us, gray-haired man, huh? Oh, no, not at all. It is more complicated for us to explain any more at the moment. But we are not related to the Imperial capital or anything like that. Waving his raised hands in denial, the young man hurriedly denied Zicker's suspicions. If he were to take his word for it, the young man's position would become all the more incomprehensible. So, in Zicker's stead, as he furrowed his brow, Jamal yelled out a "Bastard!" gnashing his teeth. "Jamal, first dibs on him. You come in here after me. I'm gonna kick your ass, gray-haired man." "I am very sorry about that. I do not expect that we will be able to have a calm conversation at this point in time. So, if you could just give me permission." "Jamal, permission? Permission for what?" "Gray-haired man, to assist in the treatment of the wounded and in the repair of the city afterwards. To assist with the aftermath of the battle, so to speak. I am certain my companions, and I will be able to give a hand in some small way." In response to Jamal tensing his cheeks, the young man sighed, speaking although his own face, somewhat tired and somewhat exasperated, relaxed slightly, and, gray-haired man, since we have already started, approval would be retroactive, if only partially. "Zicker, I appreciate the offer itself, but it's nothing so complicated, Zicker." There's no lie in what the man said. Before Zicker could ask a litany of questions, a dignified voice that he could not help but listen to attentively interrupted him. The sound of a cane on the floor echoed sharply, and a shadow approaching the stairs lined up with the young man. It was Mazzelda, her valiant figure bathed in blood, which increased her ferocious beauty. From the looks of it, the entirety of the blood that stained her beautiful body appeared to have been spilled by someone else, as there seemed to be no noticeable external injuries other than her leg, which had been injured previously. Zicker was relieved to see her back in one piece. Having returned, Mazzelda clapped the young man on his thin shoulder like she was familiar with him. "Mazzelda, this one's companions have already started their work. I assure you, Zicker, Miss Mazzelda, I am so glad you are safe. And him? Mazzelda, I don't know him. He's not our enemy, he's just a guy with a handsome face. So I let him through." Zicker, Miss Mazzelda. Mazzelda's aesthetic sense was somewhat different from Zicker's, but she was certainly correct in saying that the young man's features were pleasing, beautifully arranged. The atmosphere he let off was somewhat neutral, but there was a strangely strong sense of purpose in his eyes. That he was not a bad person was what Zicker believed, but he also had a gut feeling. "Zicker, I do not believe that there would be anyone willing to help with this situation and not want something in return." "Who are you, gray-haired man?" "As I said before, the situation is a complicated one to explain. However, I do not intend to be hostile towards you. There are people who we are looking for, just that, Zicker. Looking for people." Towards Zicker, repeating his words, the young man nodded, followed with a yes. Then, he removed the green hat he was wearing and placed it on his chest as he bowed, a polite gesture that displayed respect, but not in the way someone from the Empire would do such deed. "Gray-haired man, my name is Otto Suwon. I am looking for my friend as well as my friend's younger sister." Thus, with eyes like those of a cunning hyena, he stated his purpose. Miles's mistress, Serena Drakroy, was a high countess and a woman of fierce character. As a young woman, she had fought hard against the upper echelons of the Empire's aristocracy, and, in accordance with the code of blood and iron that was the embodiment of the Empire, placed great emphasis on meritocracy, favoring the talented. On the other hand, she also possessed integrity that did not allow the strong to humiliate the weak as they pleased. For that reason, the children brought home by Miles were not mistreated. "Serena, I've heard about it. Miles, who avoids trouble, has even brought you to this house. He must have taken pity on your situation. You're free to do as you please in my territory." Serena smiled broadly as she welcomed Flop and the other children. Flop was overwhelmed by the intimidating feeling of being in front of an entity more massive than him in height, which made him want to grovel in his childish heart. Also by the interior of the house, as he had never seen anything so ornate and spacious before. "Miles, people such as the Countess ain't got a reason to go out of their way to bully those below them, even if they've got the leeway. After all, The adults who beat children were beaten by adults when they were children as well. Miles responded as such with his usual coarseness to Flop, and the children, who had been bathed in hot water, devoured a belly-filling meal and changed into clean, good-smelling clothes. Unlike Medium and the others, whose eyes were turned towards a world where everything they saw and touched was fresh and new, Flop was impressed by a world and way of thinking he was unfamiliar with. In particular, he was greatly influenced by the philosophies that Miles spoke of so casually. Without Miles, Flop would never have known that there were ways of seeing and understanding things that he had never known existed in the world. Above all, oh, we're the same, aren't we? Did Big Bro Miles pick you up too? Flop, following the back of his sister who had been given freedom to run around the mansion, stopped at a beautiful garden in the vast grounds. At a time in which he was overwhelmed by the sight of large flowers in full bloom, an oh-so-soft voice called out to his back. Albeit he was startled, looking around for the source of the voice, he could not find the other person in the garden. As Flop tilted his head at this, "Over here. Sorry about that. I'm down here." Flop. Ooh. Oof. What a fall. As a head suddenly appeared right in front of him, poking out from just beyond the fence against which he had been leaning to peek into the garden, Flop involuntarily fell backward. Flop blinked as he was laughed at for falling on his rear. The person who laughed at Flop's fall was an older boy, though he still looked somewhat young. He was around 12 or 13 years old, with a charming face and brown hair. "Flop, you're laughing quite a lot, aren't you?" "Boy, oh sorry, but that just now was something worth seeing. I'd help you up, but I can't move right now." "Flop, can't move, you say?" Standing up and then patting off his backside, Flop walked around the fence towards the youth. Doing so, he happened upon the boy, sitting cross-legged on the ground with a round mass in his lap. Upon seeing that, Flop opened his eyes wider in wonder. "Flop, is that an egg, boy?" Yes, it's a big egg, right? It's actually the egg of a flying dragon." "Flop, what are you going to do with the egg of a flying dragon, boy?" "I'm going to hatch it, of course." The size of the white egg required the boy to hold it with both arms, and as such, he held it close to his body as he gave Flop a broad smile. That was the first encounter between the sibling pair of Flop and Medium O'Connell, and Bolaroy Temaglyph, the man who would become their sworn brother for the rest of their lives. It could be said that they had gained more than just knowledge on the threat of the flying dragons, the threat of their claws and fangs, the breadth of strategies they could employ with their wings, the ferociousness with which they did not hesitate to harm their enemies. All those were more than keenly felt by the sight of the destroyed city, of those who had been attacked, respectively. Frankly, it was difficult to understand how anyone could think that such a dangerous creature could be tamed and used so effectively. It seemed like an irreconcilable adversary, one that was just as dangerous as the giant serpent they had encountered in the jungle. However, Rem quietly squinted at the sight outside her window, watching the assortment present in the landscape. In the garden of the mansion, a flying dragon was resting its wings, and a soldier was feeding it. The flying dragon, counter to the idea of it being supposedly terrifying and ferocious, had a soft look in its eyes, and emanated a sweet tone, as it was fed by said soldier. From Rem's perspective, having been told that flying dragons were ferocious and vicious, on top of having witnessed their danger firsthand, the appearance of a flying dragon being so friendly towards people was surprising. She had been told by a girl who was apparently very familiar with dragons that they, proud as they were not fond of people. One would not blame them for thinking otherwise. "You seem to be quite gloomy." Suddenly, as Rem gazed at the garden, she heard a voice behind her. However, Rem was not surprised. She was aware that someone was making their way, as the other party made footsteps in their approach. However, hearing the voice of a stranger, and feeling somewhat tensed given the place she was in, "Rem, I don't know if I'm being gloomy, but I do have some thoughts. It's not a place I wanted to go to, but I was brought here anyway." You are more straightforward than I expected." "What a pleasant person." "Rem, you would be in the room to which she had been assigned, in a building where even the rooms given to prisoners of war were opulent, Rem asked the identity of the old man who had made his appearance, all while the chair she was on, too luxurious to be comfortable, creaked. He was an old man with white hair, a white mustache, and eyes as thin as a thread. His attire was far from that of a warrior, and one could only assume that he was a person of high ranking. His behavior and age, as well as the fact that the soldiers guarding M straightened their postures and bowed their heads, all suggested that he was in a particularly high position. At Rem's unreserved stare, the old man gave a light wave of his hand, gesturing for the soldiers on guard to leave the room. The soldiers immediately obeyed, and bowing, they left the room. And so, once the old man was alone with Rem in the room, with his hand he indicated the seat opposite the one in which Rem was sitting, and, "Old man, may I sit down?" "Rem, go ahead." The old man took his seat right in front of Rem in a relaxed manner, the latter having assented with a nod. Facing Rem directly, he stroked his chin with his finger and spoke. "Old man, have you heard anything from her about me?" "Rem, no, nothing. I've heard nothing but heal him and rest. And if you try anything funny, I'll kill you." Ruminating on the instructions of the master of the house, Madeline, who would not listen to her, Rem shook her head. Rem was under house arrest. Guards posted on her. She had been given strict orders to not attempt an escape. While she had no intention of running away, it was true that it was not a very pleasant situation. The old man then nodded his head, responding with, "I understand, old man. I possess a few issues regarding her attitude towards a guest. I shall give General First Class Madeline a word of caution. Rem, you can caution her." Rem was taken aback by the words of the unfamiliar old man. Having spent neither a long nor a short time with Madeline between the events at the fortress city and being brought to this mansion, Rem was annoyed at her lack of communication. Madeline was obstinate and headstrong, although her having a persuadable candor had been her saving grace. "Rem, I believed she was someone who didn't like to be told what to do by others, that if someone were to tell her something she would become angry and violent immediately, and having conveyed her own feelings to such an extent, Rem put a hand of hers on top of the other. Now that she mulled over it calmly, she felt ashamed of herself, wondering what kind of face she was making as she declared that, as a person who had once broken another person's finger, because she had not hearkened to what they had to say. However, the old man broke a slight smile at Rem's self-reflection with a, "Old man. Contrary to your expectations, you are not mistaken in that, even if it pains me to hear it. In fact, she failed to follow my instructions correctly this time as well. However, Rem, old man." This time, though, another factor was seemingly more important than the whims of General First Class Madeline. The old man maintained his lips relaxed, but the hint of a smile had disappeared from the tone of his voice. Rem held her breath for a moment as she was shot by his gaze. Something beyond those narrow, penetrating eyes seemingly assessing her. The gaze had eloquently regarded Rem as another factor, and that factor had brought undesirable consequences for the old man before her. "Rem, who are you, old man? I apologize for the late introduction. I am the Prime Minister of the Sacred Valachian Empire, Berstets von Dalphon. Rem, Prime Minister, Berstets." The old man, Berstets, reverently bent at the waist in response to the question. As soon as Rem heard his name and position, her cheeks became even stiffer, and she tensed her shoulders even more. She remembered hearing both the name and the position. "So, you are Berstets." "Yes. I am the enemy of His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent Abelux." "Rem," he asserted such without hesitation, and once again was left unable to carry on speaking. It was an affirmation of what she already knew, but she had not expected it to be spoken in such a straightforward fashion. Additionally, at the same time, this was a major problem which she had gotten roped up in, regardless of whether she liked it or not. The fact that she had ended up being brought to the place closest to this maelstrom was something she could not help but conceive as being terribly out of place and ironic. It should be Abel, Priscilla, and Subaru here, and not herself, to begin with. With that point in mind, Rem was glad that Subaru was not at this place. Had he been here by himself, he would have been reckless, definitely. There was no room for doubt about the black-haired boy's quick thinking and his ability to stretch the boundaries of one's imagination. Even in this situation, he would cause outlandish events beyond Rem's imagination. In that sense, it was a good thing he had not been in the city at the time of the Flying Dragon's raid. It was unlikely that he would have been able to do anything about it, and would only obtain even more injuries. However, I wonder, when he learns that I was taken away by Madeline, how he will feel. So terrible was it, that Rem's chest was tormented by the pain of the sharp blade that was her imagination. Rem. So you know that Abel San is the real emperor, correct? Forcing herself to ignore the pain of the deep cut remaining in her heart, Rem asked Berstets a question. To that, he responded with a curt, yes, Berstets. Of course, allowing him to escape was a blunder, but after that, things have been proceeding according to plan. Or should I say, they were, as in fact the destruction of Garrel was left unfinished. Rem, why did you do that to Abel San? I can't imagine what it must be like to come up with the resolution to do something like rebel. Is it because of Abel San's personality, Berstets? We do not seek individual personality in the Emperor, the pinnacle of the nation. Personal feelings and attachments are trivial from the perspective of running a nation. If there is anything to look for, that would only be competence, and the trust and performance of a person able to fulfill their responsibilities. Shaking his head leisurely, Berstets responded with an emotionless voice and expression. The tone of his voice never wavered. The expression on his face never changed in the slightest. Rem's lack of life experience, coupled with Berstets's superior communication skills, made it impossible for her to read his inner thoughts. He was emotionless, and therefore lying, or he was being truthful. Which was it? However, it was her opinion that she wanted to believe what she was told, that Abel's character had not been the reason for raising a rebellion. Rem had witnessed the blood and death of so many in the fortress city. Not only those who had died, but also Rem herself would not be convinced that Abel's bad character was the reason for it. Therefore, Rem, are you saying that you ousted Abel San because he's unfit to be emperor? Berstets, ousting was not my intention. That is merely hindsight. Rem, what about Abel San was lacking? I don't know the burden that the position of emperor carries, nor the abilities required, but I believe he's an excellent person. Rem wondered to herself why she felt compelled to defend Abel, but Rem chose her words to convince the nagging feeling inside of her. In fact, his capability to fight aside, Abel stood out for his wit and his stores of wisdom. The fact that Nizelda, Zeker, and even Subaru were willing to follow his reasoning was evidence that he also possessed the leadership skills to convince others of such opinions. Although she did not understand the particulars, Riem believed that was a quality of those standing at the pinnacle as well, and that would be something necessary for the one at the highest seat in the nation. That, Berstets. I have yet to hear your name, Healer Dono. Rem, it seems, Berstets. Partly because of animosity toward Berstets, she informed it as some sort of hearsay. Rem had already accepted that her name was Rem, understandably so, ever since she had identified herself to Priscilla with poise, or from the time she allowed Subaru to call her that. Anyhow, familiarizing his tongue with Rem's name, Berstets let out a small exhale. And then, Berstets, Rem Dono, how many successors do you believe His Excellency, the Emperor, has at present? Rem, success. Essors, you mean children, is that it? Berstets, yes. As Berstets nodded serenely, Rem pictured Abel in her mind. Rem had no memories, but that did not signify she had lost all the knowledge acquired before she lost them. Rem had also kept the knowledge of how human beings reproduced. However, it was doubtful that Abel would be able to establish a relationship as proper as that with another person. In the first place, Rem could not imagine a woman who would be able to stand on the same level as Abel. Rem, I can't imagine it. I guess there aren't any? Berstets, you understand very well. You are correct. None exist. Rem, oh, of course it's like that. Though I guess that's doing Abel San a discourtesy. Rem was about to continue, only for her to interrupt her words there. Not that Berstets had stated anything towards IM, nor that she had been told to be silent. It was, however, that the narrowed eyes of the silent old man opened slightly. His expression, eyes visible behind it, came right up close to Rem's face. Rem's voice was silenced by an aura so ghastly that it was unfathomable. Quietly, Burstets placed his hand on the table between them. Silently overflowing from his entire body was unimaginable, intense rage. Burstets, there are no successors, you see. Therein lies the problem. Burstets, the Empire must be strong. Otherwise this nation will... As before him let out a hoarse breath, Burstets cut off her speech, opened his fist placed atop the table, and exhaled. Then, once again hiding his eyes behind his eyelids, the old man looked at Rem. Burstets, I beg your pardon. This is the first time I have been a rebel, and I must say that I have become slightly agitated. Rem, why are you saying this now to me? Burstets. Rem, telling me all this wasn't necessary. Burstets's words were loaded not with emotion, but with something much weightier and clearer. Rem did not feel that it had been a lie, but that was exactly why she was questioning him. Why had he allowed Rem to hear such things? Rem did not consider herself to be in such an important position, and in fact, she certainly was not in one. There were times when Rem happened to be in a position close to Abel and Priscilla, but that was merely because of how things had come to pass, not because Rem was special. Rem. So why? Burstets, you are a healer and belong to the Oni race. I would like to bring you in, if possible. You are a precious existence. Rem. Albeit not a lie, that answer was not entirely true. However, Burstets seemed to have resolved not to dedicate any more time to M, who was in search of further answers. Slowly, the old man rose from the chair in which he had been sitting. Burstets, I would like to converse with you a little longer, but a man like me has things he must do. Excuse me for inconveniencing you for a while now, but I will offer to make things as accommodating as possible for those in the mansion, so please, be at ease. Rem? Burstets-san, what are you, in regards to Madeline-san? Burstets, calling me a collaborator would be most appropriate. Of course, there is the impression that, in her point of view, she is utilizing a wise human being. This mansion is also my mansion. Unexpectedly shrugging his burly shoulders, Burstets answered that, which prompted Rem to look around the room and towards the garden. Since Madeline spent her time there as if she owned the place, one would assume that it was her mansion, but it seemed that even that turned out to be wrong. However, the elegance of the building and its interiors convinced Rem, but I don't think I can spend my time lounging around, nor do I want to. Burstets, a candid manner of speech, quite delightful. So once again, good health to you, Dono. Donning a minute smile, Burstets once again bent at the waist and left the room. She considered attempting to stop him, but unable to find the right words to say, and judging herself to perhaps be unable to stop him, Rem went without saying anything. Replacing Burstets, who had left the room, the guards who had been sent outside returned, their stern stares directed at her. Rem once again looked out. The flying dragon had just finished its meal, and was now slowly flapping its wings to take to the skies. On its back the man who had fed it, Rem. Though it was a ferocious, fearsome flying dragon, to be carried atop its back in flight was exhilarating. She had not had the leisure to enjoy it given the circumstances. Of course, they had been transported from Geralt to their destination in less than a day, making her wonder just what had their journey so far been. While Rem treated the wounded Flop, Madeline had brought them here. Rem, the imperial capital, Lupugana, the city where Abel aspired to reclaim his throne after having been ousted from it. With the Crystal Palace at the heart of the city in the distance, Riem was being held captive. Touching the unopenable window, and ascertaining the feel of the glass on her fingertips, she had a sudden thought. Him. Would pain run through his heart when he learned Rem was gone? A pain in his heart, just like Rem's own, which felt like a blade piercing deep into her heart. From where these sort of thoughts in her mind originated, Rem did not know. Flop slowly opened his eyes and gazed upon the ceiling of an unfamiliar room. Flop. He spent a moment organizing his thoughts, quickly observing his surroundings to assess the situation. It was his habit as a peddler who often camped out in the wild. Of course, his sister, who possessed a sense of intuition sharper than his, would be in charge of staying vigilant, but that was no reason for him to slacken. It was possible that his poor reactions could make the difference between life and death. So, Getting out of bed as quickly as possible was a skill that he had learned as a matter of course, in order to survive. Flop. This place. Ah. The moment he tried to look around while being careful, he raised a scream as his chest spasmed from a terrible pain. If this were outside in the middle of the night, he would have been very foolish to let beasts know of his whereabouts. Nevertheless, what had already been done had been done, so that he would recover with labored breaths. Flop attempted to upright himself, and flop. What the? I can't move at all. Not only was he unable to put strength into his arms, but the soft bed sucked his weight in. His whole body sank softly. Yet if he were told that it was acting as more of a cage than a bed, he would have believed it. Nevertheless, he squirmed and struggled in a desperate attempt to somehow make it out. Flop. This is really tough. You're quite the strange person, Flop. What? Who's there? Behind Flop as he struggled with the bed, a high-pitched voice was heard. Hence he tried to turn around, but his efforts were in vain. His impaired body would not even turn around properly. As Flop struggled like a fish on land, a deep sigh was heard. It is I, the dragon. Your wounds are in the process of healing, so stop getting worked up for nothing. The other party stepping towards the bedside as they spoke, Flop exhaled faintly. A girl with sky-blue hair, golden eyes, and 2 black horns on her head, Madeline, an Imperial General First Class who had attacked the fortress city, the existence known as the Flying Dragon General. And from what Flop last remembered, Flop, if I remember correctly, your claws ripped into me and it hurt quite a lot. Madeline, correct. This dragon's claws tore the life out of you. That girl friggin' healed you. Flop. That girl. All right. Averting her gaze, Madeline muttered that with an uncomfortable expression on her face. Her words brought a visage to Flop's mind, causing him to comprehend the event that had befallen him. At the same time, he remembered that, in his fading consciousness, he had asked Rem to do something horrible. Flop. Miss Madeline, is that correct? I've got to ask, what happened to Geralt? That city went through an awfully large explosion, plus an attack by your friends. Madeline. Flop. So, seeing as I barely escaped with my life, I think Wife San and I survived. But that result's the second worst one in my opinion. Of course, the worst outcome would have been the one in which Wife San and I both died. Holding up a finger, Flop kept talking and directed this question at Madeline. Madeline maintained her uncomfortable expression as she looked sideways at his finger. Thinking this was a sign this was leading down a reluctant topic for her, Flop pressed on. Flop. I don't know, Miss Madeline. Your face makes it look like you're unhappy or sulking. My little sister used to fidget like that too when sulking. The fact that she doesn't look low-key at all when doing so, given her body so big, is cute. But I guess you're like that as well? Madeline? Thief. Flop. Yes? What is it? Madeline. The city's friggin' safe. I wasn't able to friggin' destroy it completely. Is that what you friggin' want? Displaying her sharp fangs, Madeline roared back at Flop's words. Flop breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling the illusion of a furious breath of air run over his body. Safe was not a very appropriate answer considering what Flop remembered of Geralt's state, but Madeline did state she was unable to destroy the city. If that was the case, then... Flop. Wife San used my life well, didn't she? Flop thought back on his deed right before he lost consciousness, when his awareness was vague, his ears filled with a ringing sound. Madeline had been so greatly upset by the sight of Flop bleeding and on the verge of losing his life, that he had caught sight of it in the corner of his eye. She seemed to have been questioning Flop about something, as if clinging on to it, so the thought that his life could be made useful had come to him. An agreement could be made, where, in exchange for saving Flop's life, Madeline could be granted the answer that she desired, meaning that the possibility of Geralt escaping its predicament did exist. That the pacifist Rem would be capable of making such a cold-hearted decision was unthinkable to him. It must have put a tremendous burden on her, even though, considering the current situation, it appeared she had been successful. Flop. Where's Wife San, the one who healed my wounds? Madeline. She was friggin' brought along as well. That was the condition I, the dragon, proposed. And she accepted it. This dragon keeps her promises. I'll make sure she friggin' keeps her promise to this dragon too. Flop. Promise. Madeline. This. Flop was relieved to hear that Rem was safe. But then an ornament bearing the fang of a beast, or rather, the fang of a dragon painted red, was pushed into his view, a precious item that Flop usually wore around his neck, and carried with him without letting it part from his skin. It was held against the tip of Flop's nose, as he laid prone on the bed. Flop. Oh, you picked that up for me? Thank you so much for that. It's a very, very precious thing. I'd be incapable of living on just fine, and make myself look happy. That's why. Madeline. Caroline. Flop. Reaching out, Flop attempted to retrieve the fang, but Madeline easily dodged Flop's hand and, instead of returning the object, she uttered a name. The name caused Flop to hold his breath, and Madeline continued. Madeline, this is Caroline's fang. Why the frig do you have it? Twice Madeline voiced Caroline. He had unmistakably heard that name. It would be impossible for him to mishear it, because that name was... Madeline. Friggin' answer. Why do you have Caroline's? Flop. I was there when Caroline was born. I thought up its name together with them, with Big Bro Miles and Bolleroy. Madeline. HK Flop. When its fangs were replaced by new ones, we received one as a commemoration. It was proof of the bond with my sworn brother. My family. That's why my sister and I have Caroline's fangs. Quietly, Flop replied, as if lifting the lid on a precious treasure chest deep inside his heart. He responded to the questions about the origin of the flying dragon fang swinging in Madeline's hand. Their precious family members, their benefactor and their sworn brother. A memento of two people no longer in the world. Upon hearing the answer, Madeline was rendered speechless, her lips quivering, her eyes widened. Based on her reaction, and on the fact that she was familiar with Caroline's name, Flop also made some assumptions. And, prefacing with, may I? Flop. Where did you get Caroline's name? You even recognized its fangs at a single glance. I don't think that the relationship you had was a fleeting one. Besides, you... Madeline. HK Flop. You're the girl who took Bolleroy's place as ninth. Perhaps you'd known Bolleroy and Caroline for some time? Her reaction expressed her pain. Hounding the young-looking Madeline like this made his chest hurt, however. Flop's chest had once suffered a pain more intense compared to that of seeing Madeline in pain, and because of that very same topic, nothing in the world was more devastating than the face of his sobbing sister for him. So he did not hesitate in cornering Madeline to get to the bottom of what laid within her heart. Bolleroy T. Maglyph, one of the 9 divine generals of the Valatian Empire, a sworn brother to Flop and Medium, a rebel who had lost his life in a revolt against the Emperor, a kind and beloved man who deeply loved his dear dragon Caroline and his benefactor Miles. What was the relationship between him and Madeline? And Flop. Why did you become a divine general, Madeline? For revenge. There was a beat of hesitation before she gave her answer, but the words that came out were transparent. Madeline's lips quivered. Her eyes widened. Slowly, her expression changed as her golden eyes were filled by the fury that had wrought the distortion of her face. The violent rage of the little girl, accompanied by dragons, scorched Flop's entire body as he lay down on the bed. Madeline's rage was of such violence as to make him hallucinate that. Madeline revealed that she had taken up the position of divine general to seek revenge. The word revenge was something Flop also had thoughts about. For Flop, it was his life's goal. However, his target for revenge was not a single person, but rather the world. Revenge against the world itself, a world in which people were forced to make decisions against their will. The anger in Madeline's eyes, however, was wholly different. As for the violent emotion that burned in her golden eyes, he knew who it should be directed at. Flop. For whose sake do you want to exact revenge, Madeline? For Bolleroy, revenge for the man who was to be this dragon's mate. Flop? Madeline, I, the dragon, will never forgive the one who killed this dragon's darling. For that reason, she would exact revenge for Bolaroy's death. Madeline's small frame overflowed with rage as she replied. Flop did not know how Bolaroy and Madeline had met, what experiences they had gone through, or what form their bond had taken. However, he did understand that Madeline lamented and mourned his death from the bottom of her heart. And so, therefore, that was why... Flop, who is Bolaroy's killer? How can your revenge be fulfilled? If Medium were the one present here, she would certainly have embraced Madeline outright. If it were Medium who had shed a waterfall of tears and wailed loudly at the deaths of Bolaroy and Miles, she would certainly have taught Madeline how to cry. Someone dear to her had been killed, and at that fact, Madeline was furious. She did not know how to grieve. As a being of tremendous power with black horns, a being to whom flying dragons obeyed, she could only think of a single way to grieve: rage. And it was the same with Flop, who had forgotten how to cry. And so, Madeline, the one who caused Bolaroy's death, was... Flop's question was answered by Madeline as she squeezed her small hands, her darling stolen from her, and having been dispossessed of a place to pour her love in, keeping it within her petite body, Madeline allowed the embers of her anger to burn in place of shedding tears, resolving to exact vengeance. Flop. And Flop, upon hearing that name woven by Madeline's mouth, closed his eyes. He closed his eyes, kept his silence. For once he forgot the ache of the still healing wound which Madeline had torn into his chest, and surrendered himself to the darkness behind his eyelids. Unclosing his eyes, he could still recall the faces of those dear to him. Miles, you and Medium ain't thinking straight. Those who should stay at the Countess's place, I won't be able to take care of y'all. Good grief. Bolaroy, this is Big Bro Miles's way of showing his concern. Though, if you were to stay here, he'd end up taking care of you forever. He ain't very upfront. Now is he? Miles. Shut your trap, Lil Bella. Those who get ahead in life shouldn't come back so often. Bolaroy. Nah, that wouldn't be like me. Spending time here with Big Bro Miles, Flop, Medi, and the others, that's far more suited to me. Ain't that right? This brought back fond memories of Bolaroy, who had gone out of his way to come from afar and stop by on the day of departure. And Miles, as well as those two's late-night exchange. With a big wave of his hand, he and Medium both left the place that had taken care of them for so long. And then, having finally arrived at the Imperial capital, Flop O'Connell's blue eyes were alight. With those eyes of his lit up, his lips weaved words. They were, Flop, Bolaroy's killer would be Village Chief Coon. No, the Emperor, Vincent Falacia. End.